love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. Jets, Jets.
We can't all be beautiful.
You're in the danger zone.
Danger zone. What is up?
To the danger zone.
Dude, it is Saturday, man. I hope you guys are hyped up. I'm dragging ass a little bit, but I got my giant mug of coffee that says tea on it. Good morning, fellas. How's it going?
Man, I've been just like I had to get over the shock of the third round pick, position wise. But once I did, I remembered how much I love the player, Azariah Thomas, and I realized what we saw when people said what just happened is what just happened is we shifted from the first two rounds where we were very focused clearly on positional need, and we shifted to. And I think I talked about it like a week ago. I said, there's going to be a point in the draft, or will there be a point in the draft where we say, okay, we're done. This is the point of the draft where our philosophy is you throw away the positional need and you just start to focus on the best player available. And I think that's what the Azariah Thomas pick was. It was the best player available. It wasn't a position mismatch by any means. He is the exact prototypical type of cornerback that this guy Wiltz, our defensive coordinator, and Glenn have been talking about. Like the kind of play they like, he is built perfectly for their system. But he clearly that pick, even though he is perfect for our system, position-wise, that was not a position of need pick. That was a best player available, impact player pick.
Johnny, what do you think, man? And I know there's plenty of people that are back and forth on it. Some are skeptical. A lot of people just didn't know him, man. So we're all like, doing our research now. But what was your thoughts on the round 3 selection of? I'll butcher his name, so I'm just gonna call him Thomas.
Yeah. I've been saying AZ, right? So AZ, he it's kind of going really back to what Chaos was just saying, right? I think for me it was a head scratcher in the sense of it being a corner. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like there's other guys because the wide receiver that I wanted literally went the next pick in Pat Bryant. So it was like a double stab right then and there to me. And it, I think now I'm starting since it's marinated a little bit and I've done a little bit more research on him. I could see the reasoning, but it's what the coach has said, and he continued to keep saying it. There's going to be competition. And then you guys last night brought up a really good point. Could this potentially be the replacement? Not saying it's gonna be the replacement, right? But is this keeping something in his back pocket if they're changing Sauce Gardner? He's gonna have to play a lot more press, a lot of more man, and it doesn't work out. And then we're like, and the organization is like, I don't want to pay him this big amount of money. I'd rather put in AZ in here that had a better year. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like
Insurance, you know.
The Titans just picked Chimere DK, wide receiver out of Florida. The drop of Jaden Royals is almost as baffling as the drop of Sanders. It really is just blowing my mind. I had Royals as a second round pick, easy. I don't know what's happening here.
Well, what's the tangibles with him?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Dana, what's the tangibles with Jalen Royal?
Chaos, go ahead. I need a second. I'm getting some lag.
I mean, if you take away Royals' injuries, right? I mean, he had an injury, he had a foot injury. That's why he's slipping. It's the only explanation. Other than that, he was producing, and he's a crisp route runner, really quick, creates separation. Very not your big, tall, physical wide receiver, more like the Garrett Wilson style wide receiver, like Noel, these other guys, like he's another route runner, a guy who can get off the line of scrimmage really quickly, which is what you want, right? A guy who is not a concern in that sense. He could play the boundary, he could play slot, he could play if you needed him to, but more importantly, he's not restricted to the slot. He's a guy who could have easily been a second round pick. He's a lot of people's boards, top 5, top 6 wide receiver.
Wow.
Some people, may have been a little less on him, more third round, but Dom C had him as his number 5, I believe. Second rounder, kind of pick. For him to be available right now, if it gets to us and he's on the board, that's a huge victory for us. I mean, if we grab him, that would be very sweet in my opinion.
Chaos, you know the guy way better than me, and you may have just mentioned it while I was fiddling with some stuff, but is he more like the smaller receiver? Is he more the X style?
Well, he's like 5'11", 6 foot. He's just under 6 feet. So he just kind of plays it. So he could be utilized in the slot, but the key thing about him is he's able to play boundary. He can get off the line of scrimmage. You don't have to worry about that he's going to get pressed and not be able to get off the line of scrimmage. It's the injury. I think that is why he's slipping. His game is fine. His ceiling is really high as a top shelf WR2. When I say WR2 top shelf, I'm talking about like a really great WR2 in the league, like a guy who gets 8 to 1,000 yards receiving, some touchdowns, and really have a good role to complement the WR1. I'm not going to go as far, you never really know for sure, but I'm not going to predict or think or say that he's likely to be a WR1 all-pro type player, but certainly a WR2 that we could be really excited and happy about.
I love it, man. And Lord knows we need it. I mean, we really need a pass catcher today. Honestly, and guys in the chat, thanks for joining us. Hit that like button. Appreciate you guys. Today's going to be a chill day. It's day 3, man. I was so stressed over day 1 and 2 that today I'm just going to chill and we'll announce the picks as we get them. But
Jaguars pick is in.
Yep.
Okay.
Now.
I do recommend everybody watch TV along with us. Don't have us be your primary source because it is day 3 and there's going to be information flying around. So
they took Tootin, the running back.
Tech.
He's very, very good chance that he could be really good. This is a great running back class, So this guy Tootin, you never know. He can end up being their RB1 someday for real. So it's not a bad pick. He was overall on the NFL network board. He was 79, so there's value there. I saw him go around this time. in a lot of mocks that I was part of. So
Let's talk about the Jags for a second. What did you guys make of their trade up for Travis Hunter? I mean, that's a hot choice to make. So talk to me. Thoughts?
I liked it. I mean, and I think the coach came out and off rip was like he's gonna play exclusively wide receiver, which I was surprised that he stated that. I mean, could it be smoking mirrors? Possibly, I don't know, but because he really wasn't utilized like that. I mean, he was right. He had a package of plays that was for him, but for him to come out and say that he's going to be exclusively a wide receiver, just to give him time to learn all the different packages on the corner side of it, I, I mean,
Got
it's
got
exciting. It's exciting.
For real. It's a huge move. You're trading next year's one to do it. Maybe I misheard. I thought they said he's playing both ways. I don't know. Because I thought I heard them say you got a starting wide receiver and a starting corner, a first round pick for each of them. And with that made a lot of sense to me. But if they only play him at receiver, man, that's a hefty price to pay. What did you think of Travis Hunter overall, Jeremy?
look, I think that he definitely has the potential. I like him more as a cornerback. I think he's more of a sure. Like I think what makes him a first rounder. If you had to pick one, he's a first round cornerback. He's the cornerback one of this draft. He's not the WR1 of the draft if he was just a wide receiver, but he is possibly a late first round wide receiver pick or second round. Very good. One of the prospects, definitely a guy who could end up being a WR1. I think he'll be more of a great compliment to BTJ. I think he's going to come in and make some really big plays, big playmaker. I think, look, it's a great player. I understand why they wanted him. Here's the thing. What's going to really determine the overall cost of him is how the Jaguars do this season. If they have another terrible season and win 3 or 4 games, they just gave up a top 8 pick extra, right? But if they actually win and win 9-10 games and compete, and then suddenly they're at pick 20, suddenly the price wasn't as high. And at the end of the day, if he's a Hall of Famer in either position or both, if he's special at both, it's fine. It's a good trade.
Facts. Hard not to love that kid too. Like if they've just a first, like he's not gonna bust. They're getting at least top
The
5
Giants,
value.
Cam Scatterbo.
Oh, I knew that was gonna
Taking
happen.
all of our guys. They're taking so many guys.
I knew that was gonna happen, man. I knew that was gonna happen. It makes sense, dude. They got a dog, bro. Look,
Running
bro.
back.
Honestly, I'm gonna say it now. The Giants are having a really hell of a freaking draft, man.
It's a great draft for them so far. I agree. This is a great draft for them. I love the Alexander pick. I mean, it's all about Dart though. If Dart's a miss, then it's a flop. But they're putting Dart in a perfect situation. He doesn't have to play this year.
Right.
He doesn't have to play. And with the one thing about Dart, I think everybody agreed on, even his biggest supporters agree that Dart was a guy who you shouldn't put him out there game one. Like he needs to sit for a season. He needs work and development in his mechanics for sure. We can all see that. So I think he's in a good situation. He's got a good coach there, a guy who has a history with quarterbacks, obviously with Josh Allen. I think that Dart couldn't have landed in a better spot. And if he's going to make it in the NFL, he's in the right place to make it happen.
Dude, you guys are right. The Giants are cooking.
Yeah.
Anthony Rivardo, I don't know if Johnny, I know you know him.
Yep.
He streams with Matt a lot. You probably know him too, Jeremy, but Giants fan, and he sent out a tweet last night. It's just ridiculous. Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau,
Jesus,
Abdul Carter, and Darius Alexander. Man, that defensive front's going to be nasty.
Might become the best in football. Best.
Yeah. Oh, snap. Morning.
The pick is in for New England. Let's see what these bastards do.
Facts, man.
I hope they get Sanders.
No way.
I don't. It's hard to imagine, but you never know. Sanders, this late in the draft, anyone might take a flyer on him. You never really know.
I think so.
Anyone except us, in my opinion. I think that we took him off our board. I honestly do. Am I crazy for thinking that?
No, I mean, I think there are plenty of teams that have taken him on the board. That we just don't know who, right? So that's why I'm saying it could end up being anybody that takes him, but we
Nice.
certainly we don't know who took him off the board. Definitely teams have him off the board. There are teams that have completely blackballed him. I mean, Cleveland's had 1 million picks and haven't taken him. Like, what is going on?
Good point.
Hey, let me ask you there. If he's in the 6th round for us in our last pick,
Yeah, I mean,
and he's there, could you imagine? I mean, would you be mad at that?
no. You throw a dart at quarterback. I mean, it's like once you get into the later rounds, you want to throw a dart at a quarterback. I'm never going to complain about that.
Scott, I want to hear from you about Sanders. I know you watched some Colorado. What would you say about a day 3 stab at Shador for our Jets? I don't hear you, brother. Okay.
I would say, why not?
Yeah,
Well, what is there to lose?
exactly.
Good point. Good point.
And back to the Giants, I didn't realize I was muted. Hey, they won championships with a defensive front that dominated, and looks like they're going after that again. And that's going to be a crew to contend with.
Yeah, there's just no easy. I don't care. And people say, what about the other needs? It doesn't matter. When any team that's playing the Giants, that's so formidable. Like, you have to think about that. Like, what are we going to do about this? Their defensive line is just, I'm saying, rise to the best in the NFL. It might go up historically as one of the best ever. Like, when you really read through that list, if Abdul Carter hits and Thibodeau keeps getting better, and Alexander is the guy we think he is, along with Dexter Lawrence, I mean, it's going to be hard to name defensive lines in history that are this good and this complete.
On paper, at least. Go ahead, Scott.
Go ahead, Dane.
I was just going to say, on paper, that looks gaudy.
Yeah, they have that opportunity now. They still have to live up to it, of course, but they're building something, no doubt. And what helps the secondary more than a dominant front?
The New England took a safety, Craig Woodson from Cal. This is great for us, guys. We have a few guys. There are a few guys slipping towards us, man. Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle. Royals, wide receiver. If you wanted to double up on tight ends, I just got to say Gunnar Helm is a steal at this point. The fact that he's still on the board.
Gunnar
Helm. Yeah, I mean, there's some guys on this board. There's some real players still hanging around here. And some of them are slipping right into our lap. We might get someone special right now for a 4th. We might get a 2nd to 3rd round graded guy in the 4th round, in my mind, because there's a few players that are like that fit that description. So I'm getting kind of excited here.
Hey, Jeremy, what broadcast are you on?
NFL Network.
So am I. Man, you got that way ahead of me. Wow. Okay.
Jacksonville pick is in. I'm at that point too.
I'm still looking. I'm still looking for a receiver. I'm not sure what's out there still.
It's Royals, my friend.
That one. That's funny. I think wasn't Adam pushing for that one in round 2 yesterday?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, if he doesn't get hurt and doesn't hurt his foot, he's easily the latest round 3, very, very round 2-ish type guy. They just took Jack Kaiser, Jacksonville, who I actually like. That was a linebacker that if we went linebacker, I really liked in the 5th round. Jack Kaiser from Notre Dame. That's actually, I'm happy for this moment because, again, it keeps pushing those wide receivers and defensive tackles that I like back to us. But Kaiser is a guy I would have wanted a round from now. Like at 145, wherever we pick. Guys, we are 3 picks away. There's only 2 teams picking right now ahead of us. And we got Farmer, defensive tackle, on the board. We've got Royals on the board. We've got Elix Alamanar from Stanford, the wide receiver. He's a guy that if he would have went to a real school, Stanford was terrible. No quarterback play the last couple of years. Terrible offense, terrible team. But if you look at the profile of that wide receiver, he's your 6'3", 6'4", big-bodied, pretty quick, really athletic wide receiver who might be under the radar just because he was in a terrible situation.
The Jaguars picks or Travis Hunter, Caleb Ransall, Wyatt Millam, which is a guard from West Virginia,
Oh, Miles.
First guy.
Bayshow Tuntum, and then Jack Kaiser. I wanted Jack Kaiser, Chaos, but I'm with you. I thought he was gonna go in the later rounds. I was not expecting him to go that early. He's a good pickup though. He's a beast. Raiders pick is in.
Let's see if I can pull this up. This is so for anyone in the chat that is full screen, you can see here. This is according to ESPN, the best available overall players. Like Jeremy named most of them. I don't know, man. We could go receiver, we could go defensive tackle, we could go safety, we could go tight end. I came into this draft wanting to double up at tight end, but just knowing that we still have Jackson Hawes in our back pocket later on if we want to, maybe now isn't the time. But like Jeremy said, Gunnar Helm would be a fantastic pick here as well.
Dude.
It's gonna
Guys,
be
there are definitely, if we pick right, or if I was the GM, what I'm happy about right now is if I'm the GM, I see Royals, I see Miles Frazier, I see Joshua Farmer, and I see Gunnar Helm. And I know at the very least, I love those four players. So if I'm the GM, I know at least I'm getting another good player.
Hey,
I know.
Hey, Chaos. So I was gonna say that the Frazier pick, right? Do they bring him back home? Because he's a Jersey kid. Do they bring him back home? Like, and that's your replacement for guard, right? Where we keep on talking about, are we gonna resign both guards?
Frazier becomes your number one guy for depth. He replaces Wes Schweitzer or whatever the hell his name is, and we get a real legitimate starting, in my opinion, quality guard to be our depth piece for his rookie year. He gets to sit on the bench. Correct. Somebody gets hurt, we get to sit there and be not freak out about it because we have somebody who could come in and play day one. And then yes, if we can't retain both guards, there's your next guy up. The Baltimore Raven mentality, Pittsburgh Steeler mentality, next guy up. Right? You lose a player, you got your guy developing, you got your next guy to come up. That would be why you take a Miles Frazier. The Raiders just took Thornton, which I cannot believe that Royals is still on the board, guys.
Wow.
I heard a lot of Jets fans kind of hoping for Thornton to land in New York.
I like the kid from Colorado, man, the 6'3" dude. Torrey Horton. He had him on the
Yeah, I mean, he's like the guy from Stanford. He's another guy who you never know. Buffalo traded. Who did they trade with?
Chicago.
Oh, so they just traded up. They may have done that to steal someone we wanted.
Oh my god.
I mean, maybe not.
Bro, this is the third round in a row that Buffalo picked one.
They love it. Our division teams are obsessed with us. It's like an obsession.
Yes.
You know. Like every single time we have a division round trade ahead of us, every round.
Are they taking the receiver?
Pick us in. I don't know. I mean, it would make sense if they pick Royals right now. That was to stop us.
To trade up to do it. Yeah, they're taking someone who fell.
And they need that, right?
Have they taken a receiver yet?
I'm not a Keon Coleman fan, so I say yeah, they need one. Let me get a coffee before the Jets.
I hope it's not Royal, but I mean, Royal is again. I don't really see him as a WR1. I see him as a really excellent WR2.
To Keon Coleman.
I don't know. However, they want to consider their WR1. I just don't think if they're looking for a WR1. I as much as I love Royal, I mean, Royals. I don't think I'm not running around saying he's a WR1. I mean, it's possible, but I see him as a phenomenal WR2.
Chaos, am I crazy for wanting a guard? Like I really think that I would want Miles Frazier, man. Like
it's an adult pick.
You
It's a
know,
mature,
it makes
long.
sense.
It's a forward thinking, not just for the next season, but the long haul, mature type of pick. That's how I see it. Like it's a very responsible. We're blending in needs this year, but we're also blending in the future, right? And that you have to think about. The draft is also to find players for the next 5 years, not just the next season.
Johnny, you're all in on the wall, and there is nothing wrong with building a team that way.
That's how you do it, man, and that's how you have that sustained winning. Plus, I mean, I keep saying it. The coach constantly says, "I want competitiveness," and that's gonna be a competitive room.
Here it goes.
Here they just picked.
Oh,
Look at those Bills hats.
They're ugly.
Oh my God, I've never seen so many.
Deion Walker. All right. Yes. We got everyone on the board, baby. We got everyone on the board.
Wow, they went Deion Walker. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Can we get a slide back?
Please.
Like, what the Bills just spent on a slide back? I'll take a fifth.
All right, Dano, I'm going to turn mine off, and I am gonna let Chaos tell me the actual thing.
Oh, okay.
Chaos, we are in it with you, brother.
No, I'll raise the volume at the right time. We'll get this in. I am so excited right now, guys. There are so many good players right now on the board. Guys that can help this team right away. This is so exciting right now to me. You want a defensive tackle? We got Farmer. You want a wide receiver? We got Royals. Oh my God, this is great. If you want to solidify the offensive line with guard, build depth, set up the future. You got Miles Frazier.
Yo, I'm with that.
I mean, you'd have to try to screw this up right now if you're the GM. You'd have to try to screw this up.
Thanks. What's your personal preference? One guy.
I think that I think I'd be equally happy with either of those three names, and I probably would go in the order of Royal, Frazier, Farmer. I think that Frazier is one of my favorite players in the draft, but Royal is such a big need for us, so that's the only reason. But normally before the draft, Miles Frazier has been like, because Don C, I blame him for made me watch his film, but Miles Frazier's been a draft crush of mine, since before the Senior Bowl, like 2 weeks before the Senior Bowl.
Dano, I think I'm on the Frazier train right now, man. Like, I want that boring, but I know it's going to be a good pick for the long run. So that Frazier pick is sexy, bro. All right.
All right, Barney, don't spoil it. We're gonna listen through Chaos's mic here.
They're at commercial. They better not just like put it on the board. I hate that when they do that.
Oh yeah.
So
like it might just pop up and we don't get to see it announced. That would suck.
My final answer, I think I want the DT, man.
Farmer.
Here's my logic. I mean, I really wanted Darius Alexander. We didn't get him, but we took a tackle and a tight end. That means we helped our passing game tremendously. We helped our running game tremendously. Then we took a DB. I think it's time, man. We got to hit the defensive trenches. That's my vote. Final answer.
Man, and he's Muji's been sticking and picking, man. Right? Like, he is not moving from that.
There are some really good players on this board, guys. Round 4, day 1 starters on this board.
Bro, we got 5 picks today, too.
Yeah, there are day 1 starters on this board. I promise you. At the end of the day, in 5 years, when we look back, we could look at these guys, and one of them will have been, oh, wow, they were a day 1 starter, if not 2. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be a very good player that's still on the board right now in the future where we look back, and hopefully it's going to be somebody we picked.
Hey, Scott.
Ravens got 8 picks today to start the day. We'll see what they do trade-wise.
Yeah, they might trade some of that and move up for value.
Is commercial over yet? Chaos is still going.
No, it's still going. I mean, for all I know, we picked this. I hate that. This is not built for fans that are into it like we are.
No.
Right.
I mean, you can't put in a
Dude,
3-minute freaking commercial here. This is ridiculous.
Barney's comment right now is
Okay. I don't think we picked. For a second, it said center Josh Myers, and I forgot and had a heart attack. I was like, we just took a center that I never heard of.
Barney says they're taking their time. Are Woody and Brick checking the Madden ratings?
That's so embarrassing that even came out. I mean, whether or not it's true, but
Right.
oh my God.
You're right.
But that's the world we live in. Madden ratings, fantasy football. It's most fans don't make it about real football.
maybe they trade. Maybe this is the first trade. That's why it's taking so long.
It's crazy that it's taking this long. That's for money. That's commercial break. There's no way it's supposed to be this much of a space.
Didn't.
This is just all about money and promotions. Like, let's delay it so we can run those commercials and all that crap.
That New York market, they know, is a cash cow.
Nick Mango is gonna come out and say, "My New York Jets select."
They are dragging this.
Frazier.
They are dragging for the ratings right now by keeping us waiting.
Hey guys, I tell you this: if they do pick up Frazier, bro, Jets Twitter is going to go insane.
You guys ready?
Yes, sir.
Played for the Jets at the end of his career.
Some chick.
Talking about his kid Mason Taylor, and now
with the 110th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Arian Smith, wide receiver, Georgia.
Wow.
Yo, Arian Smith. Arian Smith is a beast, bro.
actually a disappointment.
He's super fast, guys. He's a speed.
He's mad fast, dude. Mad fast.
I'm shocked right now. What is going on with Royal? Like, I don't understand. He hurt his foot. He's going to get better. I don't understand.
We got a weapon, man. We got a weapon. Johnny, talk to me. You've seen this kid play?
Yeah, dude, he's a beast. He's a decent size. I believe he's about I think he's over 6 feet, if I'm not mistaken. My man could separate, bro. Separate is crazy. Got good hands. And dude, he does like the what's it called? The end arounds. He would do the end arounds for Georgia, right? And once he hit that corner, he was out. There was not catching him, man. So this is a good pick. I didn't even know he was still out there.
17 yards per catch last year. Outstanding combine workout. He explodes off the line, eats up any kind of cushion, and runs past defensive backs when he gets a clean release.
Yep.
He tracks and adjusts to the deep ball well. He's a threat with the ball in his hands as a rusher. 11.6 yards per carry, like Johnny said. He finds pockets and zone looks and uncovers when the play starts to break down. He has the traits to continue developing as a route runner, but what they led off with in this analysis, and this is from Steve Mensch from ESPN, is that he's a lean receiver who was plagued by ugly drops in 2024. So just something to keep in mind. 17 yards per catch is pretty cool, though.
Well, I wonder why I never heard of this guy until now.
He's been there. It's just Facts.
Well, you're a Georgia fan, so of course you know. But all the draft crap we've been watching for so long now, first time that name's come up for me.
And I'll tell you this much too, Dano, a lot of that with the drops had to do with the quarterback. Dude, the quarterback play in what's his name that just moved over and transferred to Miami. What's his name? I can't think of it. I hated him, bro. He sucked. I was wanting Gunner to be the quarterback forever and a day, and he ended up leaving, so that comes into play as well. Damn, I'm hyped, man. That's exciting. It's a Georgia wide receiver. They've done pretty well in their careers in the NFL, man. So
good point.
Dana, I'll be back. I think they want a reaction from me somewhere. So
you got it, man.
I shall return. I'll see you soon.
Don't
Yep,
leave me.
Got you. All right, cool.
Did it. Ooh, I love the pick, bro. I'm giddy over that.
You know what? While you guys just
Homer.
hack Homer, yeah, I'm gonna bring up one more analysis of the player. Just give me a moment. Yeah, I honestly, I'm not gonna joke. Like, I never heard of him either. But I have a feeling that's gonna be the theme today. I know a few of these guys, but like, I'm not a day 3 guy. You know.
I mean, if I'm being honest with you guys, I was not expecting him to go that early. I thought he was gonna be like a steal in the later rounds, right? Like after the fifth, sixth potentially. So, and I was like, man, this gonna be another kid that it's gonna be a steal. But I have to say it again. Like I have to continue to keep saying it. I have to trust in what Muji and what Glenn are doing, man, with that background of being a scout. So big and fast, that's what we need. Oh yeah.
Based on what I've heard about him, he sounds like Marquez Valdez Scantling. And that, whatever. He's been a solid NFL player who drops a lot of passes, but he led the NFL in yards per catch one year.
I will say he ran a 4.36, and he projected. So Dane Brugler in the Beast has him as his wide receiver 20. He had a 5th round grade on him, and he is a 5th-year senior, pushing 24. So this is the first guy we've taken
That's
over
old.
21. Yeah.
Carson Beck, that's who I'm thinking of. That's the name. I can't stand that dude, bro. I hated him as a quarterback for Georgia. My bad.
Carson Beck, yeah.
Did it.
You know, I want a DT, man. We needed a weapon, but like we also need a DT, in my opinion.
Safety? I mean, is it Brandon Smith that's gonna potentially go back now and be a safety? I mean, is it too high of money wise to have him as a safety?
There's a lot of talk about that on social media, man. It's possible. Like, honestly, I don't care, man. Whatever you need to do to get the best guys on the field, I honestly don't care. Um,
CBS Sports gave that grade a C+, which is like an F to the rest of the world because everything they do is A minus, B plus, A minus, A. They gave the Tennessee pick a C plus, and but everything's A's and B's with these people. It's crazy. They overrate every single pick.
that's a bit much. But C plus, I mean, hey, I I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried.
Well, when they say he drops passes, I mean, what's the most important thing a receiver needs to do?
All
Straight,
right.
man.
So this was Steven Smith's right talking, right, and Steven Smith is somebody that I really really like as a wide receiver analyst, right? So Steven Smith Sr. views Arian Smith, the wide receiver from Georgia, as a potentially high impact player in the NFL, particularly due to his speed and ability to create separation. Smith Sr. did note Aaron Smith's ability to tempo and stick off one leg and control his speed, highlighting the importance of these skills at the NFL level. While he acknowledges some of the concerns about Smith's route running and hands, he also recognizes his physical strength and blocking ability. So he talks about his blocking too, as well. So his overall potential, despite the areas for improvement, Smith Sr. believes Aaron Smith possesses the potential to be a significant contributor in the NFL, particularly as a deep threat. He notes Smith's physical toughness and ability to create separation as positive traits. So if that helps out alleviate a little bit of that. Yeah, because Steve Smith has been on point with all of his stuff and talks in regards to any of the wide receivers that have been picked up. So
There goes another tackle off the board, Dane. Defensive tackle.
I saw that. San Francisco.
Yeah.
Jay Gruden had Arian Smith as his sleeper wide receiver in the draft.
I did just read that he could be a potential gunner as well, and at minimum can be a decoy. Let's be honest, man. We talked about it last night. Like, we're going to be facing a lot of 8-man boxes, and we needed a guy to keep the defense honest. Whether, dude, just stand out there and be a decoy, run 9 routes all day. If you can do that, then you're worth, the pick.
He played basketball too over there in Georgia. So I'm telling you, man, this is one of the ones that I'm like, okay, I get it. I see the potential that's there in regards to this individual. So I just got to continue to keep believing. I meant to tell you too, another thing that I forgot to mention, because I was just so hyped in regards of the Armand Membu. He was a wrestler, bro. And that's always been like my thing when we pick like any kind of lineman is I want them to have that wrestling background. And he's another wrestler. So it's huge. Oh, you brought it back. I see you back there.
Yeah, dude, we had this last year. I'm like, you know what? I still have it. Let's put that up for a moment. Like old times, right?
Yeah, hell yeah. Does that help out at all? You think
What's that?
the Arian Smith with Steve Smith and Jay Gruden kind of talking like really highly of this individual?
It does. I just like with who was on the board. I do kind of wish we still got like a household name, man, at that selection, but they're in the interviews. I guess the kid averaged 20 yards a catch over his whole career in college. And apparently he looked like he caught the ball better at the Senior Bowl. There's stuff about him to like. I just thought, like Chaos said, man, there was day one starters that they had higher floors, I think, than this guy does. This guy scares me like he's a Denzel Mims or something without the height.
Yeah.
And you know how the saying goes, Johnny. Opinions are like assholes.
It's
Everybody's
truth.
got one.
Just
So he gets a chance to prove it on the field.
and that's the other thing. Like that's exactly I think what I've continued to keep saying is I think that Aaron Glenn is bringing in guys that are going to be competitive off the rip. Like this kid is going to want to be wide receiver too. He's going to want to try to go ahead and compete with Gary Wilson for that potential number one, just be in his back and try to earn it. Like this dude's a dog, man. So it's just I'm excited for it, because I've seen the kid play. I know a lot of people haven't, so it's kind of like tough for that, which I understand it. But Scott, you're right. Everybody has an opinion. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you got to prove it. And I'm hoping that this guy can prove it and be there for us. You made a good thing too, talking about a possible gunner, right? Which I hope that's not the case. I hope this cat is that. But yeah, I mean, gunners have helped us out with the whole possession of of the field for us too. So like I think that's important, especially if we're gonna have a defense that's supposed to be, rocking out all cylinders. The DT, I want a DT, but I'm also like, yeah, Duzable.
Man, hey, Eagles and 49ers taking D
Who they take
tackles. Well, we saw Deion Walker, Ty Robinson out of Nebraska, the Eagles took, and then C.J. West out of Indiana, the 49ers took, which CBS Sports liked that
the
pick.
Panthers.
Oh, there goes there goes
Trevor Etienne.
Yep.
Yeah, Trevor Etienne
Johnny.
just went to the Panthers.
Bulldog, right?
Yep.
Man, they had a high draft pick on a running back last year, right?
Brooks.
Texas kid hurt.
You know what? I took him in Dynasty, man, and let me just say, what a turd of a pick.
Well, was he ever really healthy?
Man. And then he tore it again. They should have never rushed him back, man.
Yeah, well, that's what they do.
Cody Simmons just went linebacker, Ohio State.
Let me ask you guys, because chat Barney's been cooking in the chat. He has a good question here. Is Membo the only home run we hit?
I don't think so. I think if I'm being honest with you guys, I think for me the reason I didn't want, and this is just because of my fandom as a Jets fan, that I didn't want Mason Taylor, because to me that name is always going to be with the Dolphins, right? The last name. So that's where I was always like, man, I don't want this dude. He's a Dolphin. He's a Dolphin. Like there's going to be a play that he's going to mess up or something, and it's the Dolphins getting back at us. Like he's a mole. He's a mole in the system for us, right? But
hey Johnny, and then you can flip Mason over also. There's another wonderful name in Jets lore,
exactly.
right?
Exactly. So the Dolphins just traded their pick with Houston.
Man, Houston, how many times have they
Houston's
traded
on the
up?
clock now.
Yeah.
So
they're going for it. They think they can win.
They made 5 picks before today, so that's number 6. Dolphins giving up their 3rd next year,
wow.
Man. You're brave for a team that might need a quarterback.
Well, Sanders is there, right? And they're seeing him drop.
Johnny, if you nail that one,
I honestly think Miami's going to pick up. I really think they're going to pick up a quarterback in this class. I really believe they do that. Imagine Will Howard over there.
Well, it kind of makes sense. I mean, he's a similar type player to Tua.
Exactly.
Really
so, but going back to the whole conversation with Barney saying in regards to a home run, I think the Mason Taylor, it's a really good pick, right? The upside is there. That guy's going to produce from the very jump, and putting him next to Membu, can you imagine the packages that are going to come out of that, right? To be able to go ahead and just open it, especially that we know. I mean, we've said it how many times, they know that Brees, he likes to run to the outside as much as he can, and you need a tight end that can continue to keep blocking down the field for you, and hope that that's why the Arian Smith one is kind of I'm like, oh, okay, I get it too. He blocks as well. Man, that's crazy.
Johnny, I thought Brees was getting traded.
The question was asked for me.
No, hey, I'm not even against that. I'm just saying, I'm just kind of joking about last
Dude,
night's
that went crazy, man. No, I mean, but it was a good conversation that had to be talked about, because I again, it's a lot of us fans, we just hold these players so close to our heart, knowing that, the team has not been good. This dude's been running into people's backs left and right. The potential is there, but is it too late?
Connor Rogers, who I really respect, a lot, just said he's my wide receiver 40. He's great if you want a receiver who can't catch and doesn't know how to run routes.
Yeah.
Ow. Well, there's your gunner, Johnny, right there.
I hope he proves everybody
I will
wrong.
say, Brugler had him as his wide receiver 20, but he had a 5th round grade on him. So, like, I still feel, and I read, like, to these guys, his best attributes or projection was gunner and decoy. I'm like,
Gruden,
Yikes.
John Gruden called him 3 days ago, called him a sleeper in the draft.
Yeah, Stephen A.
Dude,
Smith
well-
talked highly of him as well, too. So those are the guys that I trust in regards to the wide receiving conversation. I love Connor Rogers. Connor Rogers, I gave him probably when they asked me the question about who are a couple of these draft analysts that you like, and I said Mel Kiper, which I probably shouldn't have because that dude is flipping out about the whole Sanders thing right now, which is hilarious. But I said Connor Rogers.
Royals and Elite were not gone, which is why this is very upsetting. There were a lot of guys left on this board that, like we were talking about it, day one starters if you wanted. There were real guys on this board, and this was a swing. This was a swing you take in the 6th round. This was not a swing you take on the top of the 4th round. I mean, I hope I'm wrong and he pans out and becomes a great player. But with the information we have right now, this was a terrible pick. This was the first terrible pick he's made this draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just not all that interested in receivers who have the
Yep.
drops.
10 drops last year.
Alan Lazard, baby.
Honestly, I would have much rather, and I wanted Farmer, but I would have taken Helm before I took this guy.
Woody
know.
Marks
I don't know,
from
man.
USC goes.
They saw something, man, but I don't know what. Maybe they saw special teams. I don't know. But there was talent on the board like Chaos
Well, yeah,
thoroughly outlined.
If they're seeing special teams, then do it in the 6th.
True.
Not that special teams aren't important, because they obviously are, but there were guys there, and he might prove us wrong, but I don't know how often receivers who have drops in college get better hands in the NFL.
Yeah.
Not that it's never happened.
I read,
But-
and I quote, not a natural catcher of the football.
And it's going to be more difficult in the NFL with tighter coverage, more contested
Colts trade
catches.
pick to the Los Angeles Rams. The Rams are now on the clock.
And I just wanted to clarify a little earlier. I got it backwards. I thought Miami burnt a 3rd next year. No, they actually acquired one. So it was Houston that spent it, and Miami got it. So they're beefing up their draft next year. Going to be interesting.
More running backs going. Jarquez
Auburn.
Hunter.
Sorry, Tyson. He said he's going back to sleep. Yeah, I don't blame you, man. Stop back when you're done.
Barney's comment. He's cooking, dude. He said we got drops covered, bro.
I know, and Lazard is still on the roster.
Oh yeah.
Reynolds scares me too with
Even
drops.
Adams had the drops when he showed up. I mean, he dropped quite a few passes. It's like, what's in the water?
Well, we were all poised to make our team a hell of a lot better today with these 5 picks. I don't know that we did it so far.
Long way to go.
How old
Well,
is
it
this kid that
sucks.
we just took? Sorry.
24.
Oh,
So we didn't
yeah.
even,
5th
we
year
didn't even
senior.
stick with the youth thing we thought that they were doing.
You know what else bothers me is that there was like 1 or 2 trades right before us. There was 1 or 2 trades right after us. You did not have to take this kid. You could have took any one of those trades.
As much as I don't want to say this name, right? But these were the rounds that you started seeing JD start to really cook and go back and forth and do all these things. And I'm surprised that hasn't occurred yet because, Spielman's in there with them. And he was always known for that, bro. Always was known for that. And that hasn't occurred. So, I mean, I think it's Muji putting it down and saying, I'm the captain of this ship. Billy Bowman Jr. from Oklahoma, safety, goes to the Falcons.
Barney Miller, that's freaking great. That's great. How can I steal that from my Twitter? I gotta steal that. I'm sorry. I have to steal that. That's just the best.
Which one?
Lazard can teach Smith how to drop on the NFL level.
I like how Tyson's like we have the same wide receiver coach. He couldn't teach Lazard how to not drop it last year. What's going to change this year? So true. I know a lot of people were talking about this Billy Bowman Jr. kid. So Atlanta, man, they when all is said and done, I may like their draft the most. I mean, they're just adding stud.
Bro,
after stud.
it's you and me, because I got killed for saying about Atlanta. They were like, Atlanta? Are you serious? I was like, bro, they're doing it right now, man. They're loading up on that defense.
Dude. Their first 2 picks were home runs.
100%.
That's just, man, that I'm shocked. That's the first for this regime. That's the first thing that they've done. I know some people were already pissed at the Rodgers thing, that so half the fan base already was there. But for me, it was the first thing that they've done that I'm perplexed about and really making me nervous. Like, do they know what they're doing? That was a terrible pick. And no matter how I slice and dice it, if you make that pick in the 6th round, I'm fine. I don't care what you do in the 6th round if you want to take a swing. There was way too much quality on the board to make that pick. I hope they prove me wrong and throw it in my face. And I hope he's a superstar, because you know how much I love this team. But there's no way I could say anything else. I cannot defend this. It was a terrible draft pick.
Go Dogs. Hey.
Stay loyal, Ricky. Stay loyal, Ricky.
Hey, Dano. The Falcons selections have been this. Peep it up. Jalen Walker, James Pierce Jr., Xavier Watts, and now Billy Bowman, bro. So they got their strong and free safety done. They got their edge, and they got their linebacker done. It's crazy, bro. Like, they're really, really having a good draft. And that's what they needed, right? It was the defense.
It'll be interesting to look at all the drafts when it's over. Off the top of my head, I feel like I like what the Chargers have done so far. I think they've only had 3 picks, but and it's interesting what the Texans are doing. They're bringing in a lot of offensive players, and they, I think, signed a couple in the off season even.
Yeah, they're really all about scoring points. They want to give CJ Stroud everything they can and just put up points. Let me tell you something. We've beaten them twice now, but what's interesting is I feel like they gave us the win almost last year, in the sense that how poorly they ran that game. I don't know about you, but in the second half, don't you think they let us off the hook? We could not stop the run, and they just stopped running the ball.
Mixon should have ran the ball every play.
They just let us off the hook. It's like, that was terrible game planning by them.
And the one thing that the Jets did great was get after the quarterback. Yes. And it's like, I was laughing thinking, what are they doing? Mixon should have 40 carries.
And we couldn't stop it. They could have ran on us all day. We could not stop it. And for some reason, they just stopped doing it. I was like, okay, thank you. Thank you for just deciding to help us win. It made no sense.
Yeah. I feel like oftentimes for offensive coordinators, especially, winning isn't enough. They have to win a certain way.
Gunnar Helms went?
Gunnar Helms just went at 120 to Tennessee. That's a great pick. Wow. Unbelievable value for Tennessee.
Yo, Cam Ward is so happy right now, dude. They also got a wide receiver too, right? Didn't they?
Yeah, he just got his check down tight end for sure. I know Tennessee has a guy, but I mean this is I really like Gunnar Helm. Like I really like him. If he didn't get hurt at the combine, if he wasn't running on that bad ankle, we're not talking about him at 120. We're talking about him in 70 to 80.
Hey, let me ask you guys something. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dano.
Well, okay. Let me ask you this: Does there come a point when Team Sanders is just like, you know what? I want to announce that Shador does not want selected the rest of the way, and he's gonna go back and play his last year. Maybe he'll go down to Miami, play a year there. Does there come to a point when that's just a better route for him to go?
I was reading someone talking about him just going back. Can he go back into college if he's declared for the draft? Okay. Well, hey, you know what? Might not be a bad idea. Really
He's
might.
eligible. He's eligible for another year.
You got 1 year, yeah. This was a real conversation. I stumbled, like Twitter was a buzz in the middle of the night when I was trying to sleep. I read he does have 1 year. He can do it. He can go back, but I don't know if it matters whether someone picks him today or not. I don't know.
The Woody's
But-
awake.
I mean, if he doesn't get picked at all, I'm talking 6th and 7th rounds, then it was on purpose. Like if he doesn't get picked at all, they made a collusion. They made a decision that we want what I think it was I think the collusion was, I think the reason they did it was to control the future with all picks, to say we don't want fathers being involved in the draft. We don't want people who think that they could make decisions on who gets where he gets to go and who's allowed to take him and who's not. So if he's not picked at all, I believe it's because that would be the reason.
If he's not picked at all, there will be a lawsuit against the NFL because that's some sort of collusion, no doubt.
You can't tell me he's not draftable.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, and maybe the best thing for him would be hit the transfer, stay in college, hit the transfer portal, play for someone else other than his dad, and then go back into the draft next draft.
Yeah. The problem
Jalen Walker went to the Bucks.
So there is some speculation he may actually not be able to go back. AI says no, but all I'm saying is if that is an avenue, it might be worth it to him, because I do feel like if he had a PR team that was worth their salt and he rebuilt his image and did all this again, he should be at least a first round pick, maybe late first. But
I mean,
shout out to the chat; they were all over it. It may not; they went straight to Google. But
I think the scouts are seeing it the same way I saw it. Right? I mean, I've been screaming it for 3 months. I was screaming it last year when they projected him as a 2nd round pick. He holds the ball too long. He just holds the ball too long. They must see that and say, how is that going to work in the NFL? We're going to take a guy who sits there in the pocket and takes sacks, holding the ball for 3 seconds, and maybe they looked into the film and saw that there were guys open and said he's not picking up open receivers, and that's a hard thing to teach.
Lathan Ranson just went to the Panthers.
Like he doesn't project as a QB1 in my opinion. He projects as a QB2, and if you look around the league, you got guys like Tim Boyle getting countless opportunities, and it makes me think that teams don't want the messy, sloppy, like persona that Sanders brings in a QB2. It just doesn't, like, they want a polished guy that's smart in the room with their QB1. I don't know, man. Like I said, his PR, they should have been working damage control this offseason. But I do want to get to Woody's comment because he popped in. He wanted to talk to Arian Smith real quick. He did agree with us and said terrible pick. So
we agree with you three. Let's go, dogs.
That's just
my 49ers buddy he said, screw it. Draft Sanders and trade Purdy.
Ooh,
Let
wow.
me tell you something. If this kid Smith ended up becoming a Pro Bowl wide receiver, I'm saying this right now. If he ever makes a Pro Bowl, I'm buying Johnny Boy a jersey, his jersey.
Oh yeah. Hey, let me ask you guys real quick. I wanted to ask you this. If Mickens is there for us, do we bring that back home? Would you guys take that?
I'm all about that as a pick. I would have rather had him than Smith. I would have been okay if we did that in the 4th round, like already. I'm okay with the kid. He's not just that his dad played for us. He's a good player.
He is.
You know.
Clemson kid.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
man. It's just...
I hope Mickens is still on the board. I'll be screaming his name if he is. I would love him with the next pick. I also haven't seen Joshua Farmer come off the board.
No, he still hasn't. He's still there.
He could be a nice compliment to Q. Run stopping guy. He's not gonna start getting sacks or become this superstar guy, but he might be a solid role player guy, like help stop the run. Fill in the middle of the line.
Man, this is that's crazy though. Like, I do have to say this real quick to everybody that is wanting to know a little bit more about AZ Thomas, right? Check out Jets Chaos's his latest one. Dude, it was really good, bro.
Yeah,
Well,
it was nice because but basically about 2 months ago, Dom C and I did the top 10 cornerback rankings, and Dom C talked extensively about the top 10 cornerbacks. So what I did early this morning was I just clipped and edited just the Thomas piece and turned it into its own video. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for promoting that, because I think it's I think it's great insight into the player.
I love your videos, bro. So I'm always showing love, man.
So we got the Yak King and the Drop King now.
Jack Sawyer went to
the
Steelers. It's a nice pick.
Guys, this is all great Steelers stuff.
Steelers pass on Shador again.
I do like that pick for them. I mean, they should know Sawyer. He's 2 hours away. And I don't know, man. I really like that kid, and I think it was one of their playoff games or something where he was just an animal.
He seems like
he
a
looks
Steeler,
just like a
he?
Steeler, bro. That's crazy.
He really does.
Yeah.
He does. 9 plus tackles for loss in each of the last 2 years. Ugh. Well, picks are moving now. We already got Green Bay's pick in.
Hey, I got a live video of Sanders right now talking to his dad. Hold on, let me pull that up.
It's just weird. It's more than we're just not interested. I mean, it's got to be. And I kind of feel bad for the kid because it's probably mostly about his dad. But he was kind of dismissive of teams wanting to interview him and all, wasn't he? Pre-draft.
Yeah, I think one of the execs came out and was like, it was the worst interview I've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people speculate that when Dion said there's just some teams he doesn't want Shador to go to, that it just soured all the GMs on it. I don't know. Or the owners. Do you guys think it's more an owner thing than a GM thing?
Yeah, they don't want the circus, man. Here you go, Dano.
I can't do nothing else but play football. Hey, don't worry about that. Don't worry about I can't do nothing else. I can't do nothing else but play football. What? We practiced it. We practiced.
Yo, it's so bad, bro, that people are putting that out there.
Yeah.
Where we go? Dude, I feel bad for Sanders, bro. Like, I really do. I mean, maybe not because he's gonna be okay. If I'm being very honest, you know what I'm saying. He's gonna be all right. It's just Dario, whatever his name is. I can't even say his name. Man, went over him, bro, which is wild. Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah. Gabriel going in front of him. Scott, thoughts?
Sorry, I turned the sound off to listen to this pick, so I don't know what you guys are talking about. But it's interesting. This guy that's been in the green room the whole time just got drafted
From the Packers? Yeah.
Yeah. Another Texas player.
But that right there to me shows that he's not like he still wants that moment. Like that, like he still, regardless of what it is, wants to be part of it, right? Just to go out there and hug. Is he hugging Goodell? I can't tell. That's Goodell. Even Goodell's still there.
Yeah, that's why he came out to make that pick, because this guy's been around for 3 days.
And getting picked by the Packers too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, question. How, and this is for all three of you guys, how mad is Aaron Rodgers still right now that Golden got picked in the first round?
Well, it is interesting that they never draft. I mean, not even second and third rounders weapons when he was there. Well, like I said the other night, the GM, he's got a, if Love flops, that's what he's going to be remembered for. So he's got to give him as many weapons as it takes.
It is interesting that suddenly they prioritize it, and can you imagine, as amazing as Rodgers was, can you imagine if a couple of those drafts they would have prioritized wide receiver?
Yep.
Well, the thing is, over those years, I understand them thinking we need to improve our defense. We need to improve, but they never could, even with the draft choices. So, hey, why not? Let's try outscoring people a little bit.
Do you think it's more so a matter of them pivoting because of all the backlash over not doing it all those years, and Aaron being public and we all talk about it openly? Do you think it's more of that, where they saw the error in their ways, or do you think it's a matter of them just like using their resources elsewhere because you have a Hall of Fame quarterback and you want to give him a good defense, which they kind of failed to do? But which way do you lean as far as like why they are suddenly drafting playmakers?
It's probably all of the above, really. One thing I said when that big press conference that Rodgers had is he just helped push the Packers into the 21st century. They were still acting like it, they still are running an organization like it was the 1960s.
Yeah. I mean, he was the one, right, that would come out and said, I'm part of the process of picking some of these players.
I never heard him say that, Johnny.
I'm pretty positive he said that, bro. Aaron Rodgers came in about putting me in to help out pick up. I think it was like towards the last couple years that he was there. And it was in regards to the whole like wide receiver stuff and everything. And they never did. I never understood it. The other thing was too, wasn't it? It was always saying that he made average wide receivers look a lot better because it was Aaron Rodgers. Maybe
that's what people said.
That's the reason. I don't know, man. I loved Aaron Rodgers at Green Bay. I loved the dude. Like, I wish it would have worked with us over here. It just didn't.
Yeah.
So I would probably agree with you, Scott and Dana. It's probably D, all the above. All the noise that came with it.
I think we all wanted it to work. All right. We all thought it was going to work. Most of us did. Like, we thought we had a real chance. I mean, nobody really saw what was coming. And just asked, Tyson was asking a question. No, I'm still on Talking Jets. Me and Matt O'Leary have our show every Thursday at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 noon. And also, I've popped into their draft show twice already. They just, everybody knows the draft show. Their draft show is the three of them. They've been doing it for years, and then they have people pop in like me and like Dom C. And so I'm here because I want to hang out with my friends. Those guys, I work with those guys, right? So I'll go in and make my appearances because I work for the channel. Literally, I'm an employee of the channel. So, and that's great, and I love it. But like when I'm not working, I hang out with my friends, and I love this channel, and I love hanging out with Johnny, and I love hanging out with Scott now. Glad I got to now meet him and know him, and I love Dane, so that's why I'm here.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah.
And Chaos, you can come like practice your material here anytime you want, man. So just for the chat, I don't know, people popping in, popping out. These are the past few selections, whether we detailed them or not, and the ones that are coming up. We do have a little bit of ways to go before we are up again. We are up, where are we at? Pick 145, so a little bit longer.
Chargers pick is in. I'm really curious what they're doing because I think they're building something there.
Man, that Cleveland Brown, bro. Pick is there, dude. I'm still in shock.
I forgot they got Makai Becton and Chargers. I forgot all about that.
Yep. Oh man.
Yeah, now that he'll play guard, asshole. Excuse me.
Remember, guys, Super Bowl champion Makai Becton.
Piss off.
Yeah.
Yo, that is like the worst thing. Super Bowl champion Bryce Huff. Super Bowl champion Braden Mann.
Hey,
Johnny,
I am, dude.
Oh, look at the Steelers, man. I didn't realize they took Jack Sawyer from Ohio State. I think that's a nice pick.
Oh,
yes,
100%,
we were talking
bro.
about that, man. Scott said typical Steeler, right?
Yeah, because even if he doesn't have the sack total, he's a really great edge sealer. I mean, people don't see that. People always look at the number of sacks and they forget. Like, there's another part of that position that's so important, right? Sealing the edge, right? Like, just not letting the running back get around, not letting the quarterback scramble and get around. I mean, that's why we miss JFM so badly, right? Because he was so good at sealing the edge for us.
He's tenacious too, like very high motor in my opinion.
Kyle Kennard just goes to the Chargers edge from South Carolina.
They had to replace an edge.
Did I just do a Charles Gorman on you, Dano?
No, dude, it's round 4. I don't even mind. If you got something, shout it out, man. Who did they take though?
Kyle Kennard, the edge from South Carolina. A Gamecock.
Game what?
Gamecock.
Johnny's a Gamecock. Or always game.
If anybody gets who the Browns have taken so far, let me know, because I feel like they are acquiring some pieces too.
They
just took another running back.
Yeah,
Did
but
they take Judkins before or Henderson?
I don't know. That second round pick was terrible by them, though.
Dylan Sampson.
One of the Ohio State.
The Browns just picked up Dylan Sampson from Tennessee, running back. They got Amari Hampton, Trey Harris, Caldwell, and now they got Kennard. The Chargers have. And you said you want to see what the Browns got?
Yeah.
So I was listening to somebody talking about Indianapolis drafting Shador. Because what do they really have?
You ready, Dano?
Yeah.
Browns selected DT Mason Graham, Carson Schwarzenegger, running back Quishon Judkins, tight end Harold Fannin, and quarterback Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, that's why I remember them.
Yep.
Yeah, no, not
Fannon's
a
good
fan.
pick. Fannon.
Fannin and Njoku, you could do some stuff with them.
Yeah.
And they're definitely planning for the post-Chubb era up there, I feel like.
Jalen Travis, offensive tackle of Iowa State, just went to the Colts.
I was surprised the Browns took Gabriel.
We all were. It's nuts.
I mean, well, not as surprised as when they took Schlesinger, but I know I just don't have a lot. Maybe he's got great big hands like Russell Wilson. I don't know, but I just have a hard time seeing little guys play quarterback in bad weather
Good point,
cities.
because this dude's from Hawaii, isn't he? Like,
Yeah.
he's going to Cleveland, Ohio.
Cold as anything.
And I saw some clips from him last night. Jalen Lane going to Washington. I saw some clips last night
Wow.
of him saying in the past, man, he just needs warm weather and a football or something. And now he's going to Cleveland.
Guys, the guy, there's still these guys, these same guys I like, they're still dropping. I just don't understand what's happening. But hey, we might get our second opportunity, man. At when we go at 140, what do we go? 145?
Yeah, 145.
I mean,
Jalen Lane.
You know this guy, Johnny? Virginia Tech.
Yeah, Jalen
you know him?
Lane.
yeah, we like this guy.
Yeah, he's good, bro. He's a good returner for them at Tech. He stays home. I mean, Blacksburg is like right there, dude. So, that's a dude. Commanders are cooking. They've been cooking, man. So
Try it twice. You'll be addicted.
You talking about the
Heroin.
danger zone up there, Scott?
Believe it or not, I'm talking about the days.
yo,
We got a little chat going here, and one of the guys is saying, "I'm too old school. I'll never get
not?
one of those." Try it once, you'll think it's weird. Try it twice,
bro.
you'll be addicted. Much like
Scott, you're 100% right, dude. Like I'm one of I've been trying to get one to put it in my house. I'm one of those guys that after, I use the restroom, I'll take a shower right afterwards.
oh yeah, see, you can focus the
Yeah,
shower
right
on your
there.
butthole, Johnny.
Sprinkle.
Yeah.
Oh god.
When I remodeled a house, the contractor put in 2 bidets without even asking me. And I said, "Get those things the hell out of here." He's like, "Dude, just try it. If you don't like it, I'll replace them." I said, "Okay." And like I said, use it twice. I never want to have to go without one again.
This has been a ad for the Danger Zone. Want
Dude,
your
I
butt
was-
fresh? Want your butt clean? Bidet. Scott's off the grid special.
This was brought to you by the Danger Zone.
Good one, Dave.
I just got a comment on that Armand Membu, our clip of us all reacting to it at once. Someone came in and commented on it and said, "You found 6 Jet fans?"
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. If they only knew.
Yeah, bro.
They only
Jets
knew.
YouTube and Jets Twitter, massive. Like,
Yeah.
Jets are on the clock. Ravens pick is in there. It's always interesting to me what the
wait,
Ravens.
we trade up.
Did
I
we
don't
trade
know.
up Chaos on your end?
What? I don't see that.
130?
Where?
They have us next.
I'm just looking at
Well, mine
TBS
froze.
Sports.
My freaking TV froze. What the hell?
Chaos, what are you doing?
You got a minute. But they have the Baltimore Ravens picking now with their pick is in, and we're next.
Holy shit!
So
Yeah.
that's interesting. That means there's somebody they want.
Is it the
Unless-
DT? Is it the
Unless I
DT?
screwed up, but I had us sitting at 145 next.
That's what I had.
Okay.
Well, they'll announce it here if that's what happened.
I got the Ravens picking right now.
Yeah, it's after the
130.
Ravens.
We go. Yeah, it has a
We
trade
traded up.
icon.
Connor, you said it. We traded up. We traded up. This is good.
All
This
right.
is good.
Oh, snap juice.
All right, hey, I'm plugged into you, Chaos. I'm not looking
Yep.
at anything.
Yeah, same. I just turned my stuff.
Will you have the audio in time though, Chaos?
I think so.
Okay.
Why not? I mean, as long
With
as you jam
the
up.
130th pick, the New York Jets select FSU kicker. I'm just
It's the
kidding.
Ravens picking right now. Let's see who they pick. I love that we traded up. I love the aggressiveness.
What did we give up?
Yeah.
We'll have to find out. That always comes later. Connor usually let us know.
Who are we trading up for, guys?
Oh, nice.
That's the question. Who are we trading up for? I mean, would they pick? They're not going to trade up for a wide receiver after picking one, right? So is it going to be Farmer, the defensive tackle?
I hope.
What are they getting ahead of? Is it to take Sanders?
Frazier?
Frazier,
You got both guards going into the final year of their deal. A guard would not be a bad thing, like Johnny mentioned earlier.
Well, they traded ahead of the Saints, who could use a receiver. Inside offensive line is listed as one of their needs. Jets pick is in.
Man.
All right.
All right. Chaos, do you have it?
I have it. I mean, we're trading up for. It's not going to be a receiver. We're trading up for a defensive tackle or a safety.
Let's try to get the audio.
It's going to be a position of need. It's going to be a position of need. If you're trading up because you're trying really hard to make sure you fill a certain position. So it's going to be a positional need. I would say tackle or safety. We haven't addressed that, right?
Nope.
It's got to be someone worse than Arian Smith, right?
or it's Woody reacting to the Arian Smith.
Do you have the list of available safeties and defensive tackles or the next 10 guys so we can start guessing? Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
The Jets end up trading to the Jets, so the Jets now on the clock.
Let's go Jets! Woo! The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 130th pick to the New York Jets. With the 130th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Malachi Moore, DB, Alabama.
Safety. They went safety for Malachi from Alabama.
Yo. Wow, they're going with all the Alabama, Georgia cats. Can't go wrong, man.
Defensive backfield again. Okay.
We needed a safety. They took Malachi Moore. I've mocked him many times. Him many times. He could play. He could play the box, and he's okay in coverage. But he could definitely fill the need for a downhill box safety.
Tone setter.
Wow.
Oh, look at that tackle against Bowers.
Wow. I got a commercial on my end, but
what did they give up?
That's the key. We have to wait to find out, I think, what they gave up.
Hopefully nothing next year, which I doubt.
He was the team captain for Alabama for the last 2 seasons.
So he was a corner, but we're thinking he's going to play safety in the league.
He likes even his guy. He's not going to have a true strong safety. I think that he's always going to have 2 safeties that can be in coverage. He's always going to have like center fielder type safeties. I think just based on Wilkes' style, because Wilkes likes to do a lot of blitzing, and he puts a lot of pressure on the safeties to hold the back line.
No, he's a big dude, bro.
The Jets traded up from 145. And they only gave up 207.
Nice.
Oh, wow. Okay. Nice. Not bad.
Nice.
When's our next pick?
I don't know. 160 something?
Yeah, 162.
He's solid, Barney. The Alabama kid. I like when they get players that have been captains like that. That just shows the type of character and whatnot, especially in Alabama.
Wow. That I like that pick better than Smith. I like that
Same.
pick better than Smith. I guess we realized that there was only one safety left, so we had to go up and get him. That we
You know what?
no.
And it does sound like, I mean, everywhere I see online, he's listed as safety. So I do think that defensive back kind of scared us at first, but, dude, I like that more than the receiver as well.
Dude, he's played safety for them for the last 2 seasons every game. I mean, for a top program, like playing against elite competition, in big championship meaningful games. So you got yourself somebody who's very used to being in very big games against very big competition.
Quincy Riley,
cornerback, Louisville, to the Saints.
You know what else I like? We traded up with Howie Roseman and we didn't get raked over the coals.
do we know that yet? Oh yeah,
Well,
you
207,
saw it.
I mean,
Yeah, that's not bad. We came up 15 spots and we just gave up a 6.
So the Mickens dream is over, right?
I think the Mickens dream is over. Yeah, I would say so. It's not, I mean, yeah, I don't see how they would do it.
Hey, our day got shorter too because 207 was our last pick.
Oh yeah. So how many picks we got left now? 3, 2.
We got 162 and 186.
Well, you checking out after the Jets' last pick, Dane?
If there's still people here with me, I'll stick around and just chop it up. But there's no pressure to. That's all. You never know, man.
I got if Shedeur Sanders is Mr. Irrelevant.
Segue to Shedeur Watch.
Yes.
I think Molokai is going to be your safety for that. You're relying on more for the box, more for stopping the run. More of that. I think Cisco is more the guy that when you need a safety to cover, they line up 3 wide receivers and you need a safety to cover a wide receiver or a safety to help out with a WR1. I think that Cisco is your guy for that. That's your cover guy. But I definitely, Molokai is clearly going to be that I don't know if year 1 starter or not, but he's certainly going to be your box safety, right? Like when you want to stop the run, early downs, like that's your guy.
So, what's the plan with Stevens? Yesterday the whole talk was, well, he's gonna play safety now. He's gonna maybe play in the box or
wow, man. I have no idea anymore. Maybe he's a wide receiver.
You know what? When they asked Muji why the hell we signed Myers at center, he had an answer that I think applies here, and that was we're just acquiring talent. We'll figure out their fit later. Let's just get a bunch of guys, and they'll sort itself out.
I love the way you take the 4-year starter to top program part of the message, Joe. You're so funny. Like you threw that in because I saw that in the tweet.
Sprinkle. It sounded good, right?
4-year starter to top program. It's like that's what happens when you're at pick 130. Like, and you're in these parts of the draft. You have to find the right things to say. So what can we say about him that no one could argue? He's 4-year starter in the top program.
Well, and out of those 4 years, he was a captain in 2 of them. I mean, the character part speaks for itself.
Ooh,
leadership is like say and was a leader as in the program.
a leader of men.
Wow. So Jalen Travis is still there. Jalen Lane went to Washington. Travis went to Iowa, to the Colts. Buchanan, Ravens.
Look, this is why I can't let certain people in football. Like, I don't want to see these women doing goofy dancing. Like, I'll say this is football, guys. This is not
facts.
This is not a craft. This is not a crafts and arts festival. Okay, it's not Woodstock. It's freaking football.
Facts.
I gotta love how Modine breaks into the
Fucking
chat.
Bodine.
What did he come in and say? The New York Bums. Well, guys, the Sanders
Oh.
thing is getting way out of. It's like at this point, it's like I can't even process what's happening right now.
I feel bad for
I do
him. I
too,
really
man.
do.
Like it's crazy.
We're a pick one.
Thank God. Thank God he didn't go to the draft.
We're pick 130. We're pick 131 picks, and he hasn't been picked yet. This is insanity.
Watch it be the Chiefs pick him. Just to sit behind Mahomes for a long time.
When you get picked this late in the draft, the message is would be a success if you stayed in the league for 5 to 8 years as a backup quarterback. That would be successful at this point when you draft a quarterback this late.
Let me ask you guys this. What you guys thinks on the Bears picks? They've gotten Loveland, first round, Burden with their next pick in the second. They got Ozzie Trapillo in round 2, and they got Shamar Turner, which was a DT from Texas A&M, and then they picked Ruben Hype-Polite to a linebacker. Are they low-key having a good draft, you think, too? I think so. That Loveland pick is crazy.
I think a lot of teams are having good drafts. I think that I'm not going to sit there because we have to see how it all works out. I'm not going to pretend that overall I'm happy. Like,
I mean, I'm not either. I'm hoping and praying that I believe in the coaching and they know what they're going to be doing right now.
I mean, I think we got some good players. I do. Like, let's throw out positional value and just look at the players. We got good players. I mean, Membu's a good player. Mason Taylor's a good player. Azariah Thomas is a really good football player. I know people are going to hate that we picked him because of positional value, but he's a great football player. I'm not so sure about Smith. I'm very weirded out by that pick. The trade up to get Molokai is not bad. If the expectation is that he's gonna have a role and be a guy that has a role on the team, box type safety role, I think that he could be, he could have an NFL career. And I think he's a good player too. So I think we got good talent. I just don't know if we met our needs and what we needed. That's my fear.
But was those needs were in our words? Because what are the needs that they thought they really needed? You know what I'm saying? Like, if that makes any kind of sense.
It does. I mean, with defensive tackle, I know I would have to assume that they think the kid they picked up from Kansas City, early down defensive tackle, LT3, developing passing down defensive tackle. Like, maybe their plan is to go with that rotation, to have this, guy who played for Kansas City all these years. He's a big fatty. First and second down running situations, he's in there. And then in passing situations, you go with LT3.
Jalen Royals to the Chiefs. Wide receiver.
Of course. Oh, my God. They're going to make us suffer for that. Watch how much – watch what this guy becomes in Kansas City.
Yep.
Career
126 receptions, 14 reception in yards, 21 touchdowns.
Woo! I mean, look,
something funny about Malachi Moore. He was the first true freshman DB to start Alabama's season opener. Then Brian Branch, a name we hear often, supplanted him as a starter. And then when Branch left, he got his role back again. But I wonder what I wonder if Glenn is going to be creative in his usage.
Yeah, they're showing the highlights of Jalen Royals right now. It looks like a steal, man.
See what I'm talking about? You see his route running?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, look at his. I mean, the catches and everything like that. But look at the route. Look at the way he routes.
Yeah, and he gets separation too, man.
And his ball tracking when he goes up and contested catches. I mean, this guy, Dom C did a whole thing on this kid with me. Like, this is no joke. This guy slipped way too. He hurt his foot. He slipped way too far, and now Kansas City's going to make everybody pay.
Oof, man. Him with Worthy and all of them over there.
Look at this draft. They took Noah Williams. It's like Dom C works for them. I mean, really, it's like Dom C works for them. They're taking all his late round guys. Noah Williams is a brilliant pick at cornerback.
This one Mo Dean just said hurts my heart because it's the truth.
You could have a reality show just in that wide receiver room in Kansas City.
Oh, agreed.
Jeez.
Bro, Rashee Rice and Worthy and this guy. Oh, man.
That's the other one that everybody keeps forgetting is about Rashee Rice, and he's still there.
And then they get Tyreek Hill in mid to late rounds back in the day.
Man, it's freaky. It's freaky. Like, I'm wondering where I thought Kansas City would get Tez Johnson because, like, when we were watching, when we were at the Senior Bowl, me and a bunch of guys were saying, man, if Kansas City took Tez Johnson, that would be a problem for the league because that kid, you want to talk about creating separation. It was ridiculous. In the Senior Bowl, no one could stay near him. And I was like, I know he's 160. I know he's 5'7". He's tiny. But, man, someone's going to take that kid, and if you put him in the right role in the right situations, he's so hard to cover.
I want him.
I think it's going to be Denver.
They already got Troy Franklin, man. Like, it makes sense.
That's Bo Nick's brother. Let's see. They're on the clock right now, so let's see. Maybe they take Tez Johnson. It makes sense. That's his boy. I mean, they're brothers.
How crazy would that be, though, like, to have that, be able to throw the ball to your brother like that? I mean, that's kind of cool, man.
It is cool. It is cool. And let me tell you something. They will be on. They know how to work together. He knows them. He's already adjusted to his speeds and his style. They were a great combination in college. I'm not saying he's going to be a star or anything, but I think there's going to be a role carved out for Tez Johnson.
And
Q Robinson, edge, Alabama.
Yep. For Denver.
Good.
Man, that.
No, I sold you on Tez. I sold you on Tez.
Dude, well, I mean, I'm in Oregon. Give me a duck. But honestly, we only have 2 picks left. I do want a defensive tackle as well. So.
Yeah, they must have some guy that's off our radar from some school or weird school or something. There's some guy that's off our radar that not a lot of coverage kind of thing, that if they pick a tackle, they're going to come out and take, and we're all going to be like,
Vegas is up. Do they go Sanders?
And scrambling to find out if the kid's any good,
Is that cheese?
Where?
They're doing a carving, the NFL draft logo, and it's in cheese.
I mean, they're in Green Bay.
Yep. Wisconsin's all about their cheese.
Oh, imagine if we get Farmer and Miles Frazier to round out our draft. Would you guys be straight with that?
Farmer's still there.
Yeah. Corey Horton's still there. Farmer's still there. Wow. Miles Frazier's still there. There's a lot of talent left still. There's still talent in this draft. Still talent. Can you, if I would have came to you, if I would have said on the channel, if I would have predicted and said, look, Shadir Sanders is not going to get drafted in the first 4 rounds, maybe the 5th. If I would have said that 3 weeks ago and stood by it, I would have been the joke of YouTube, right? The joke of YouTube. People would have been like, this guy, I know someone's going to say it. You're the joke of YouTube anyway. But like, what I'm saying, it would have been like, people would have said, you're stupid, stop talking. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, you're
doing
an idiot.
it for clicks. You're just doing it for clicks.
Right, you're doing it for clicks. You're a troll. Like, there's no way somebody could say, I understand. I wasn't big on the prospect. He holds the ball way too long. His father's going to be a problem. Once his dad came out and started picking teams and acting like who he played for, I knew I wanted no part of this kid. The sacks, the amount of sacks that he takes, the fact that he's not even that mobile, he's physical, but he's not really like, he gets stuck in the pocket. I mean, there's a million reasons why I didn't like him as a prospect. But not to take him in the first 4 rounds, I wouldn't have went that far. Like, it's crazy that he's not picked, that someone's not taking a flyer on this kid. I mean, he has great form, great mechanics. He's got a he zips all around.
Let me ask you this: another guy that's flown under our radar at the QB position, Will Howard, still undrafted. Is if the Jets took a late stab, who is your preference out of those two guys, fellas?
Will Howard.
Will Howard, man, the upside is there with that dude, and nobody ever talks about his legs either, man. Like that dude could run. He could also run. He just why not? So the Raiders did not take Sanders. They took Hemingway.
This is amazing. This kid's not going to get picked. I can't believe this.
The poet that you did not know it. Tonka Hemingway.
It's
wow.
The weirdest thing ever for the NFL draft. I mean,
wow, look at all of that. That's insane, man.
Modine, there's no such. It's very rare. People don't really typically call a guy you pick at 130 a bust. Like, already the fourth round. We're past
Baltimore trades to Tennessee.
Wow.
The Titans select.
Who are they trading up for?
Shador Sanders.
Who are they trading up for?
Tight end, Colorado.
The pick is in.
Vegas, Ashton Genty, Jack Betch, Darian Porter, Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant.
That's good pick. That's good. I don't like Porter. I'm not a huge fan of Darian Porter, but who knows? I could be wrong. I mean, he's not bad. He wasn't one of my top guys, but Genty, I mean,
Dante Thornton and Tonka Hemingway. That's all the picks that the Raiders have selected.
It's not a bad draft.
No, it's not a bad one at all.
Not a bad draft.
Well, of course, the Chiefs get an A grade for Jalen Royals, according to CBS
I mean,
Sports.
easy, right? He wasn't supposed to be there. That's nuts.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous that he fell to Kansas City that far. That's ridiculous. This is the league. This is how you help. This is why when people say Kansas City every year, well, you're helping it. The rest of the league is responsible for this. You're making that happen. When you allow them to get Royals in the fourth round like this, you are helping them along, because that's ridiculous. Like I promise you, we're gonna. I hope I'm wrong. I wish I could be wrong, but I just know we're gonna regret that for years when we watch that kid succeed, and we're stuck with this kid Smith. Pissed.
Alec Ayo Manor, wide receiver, Stanford.
There you go. I mean, these are just like, where was this guy? We could have taken this guy.
Well, Torrey Horton is still there, man, too, which is a little bit. Well,
I don't think we're going wide receiver. I think we're going defensive tackle at this point.
I just get the receiver they drafted instead of these other guys.
I will never understand it. I mean, they're not all going to hit. Plenty of these guys are not going to make it, right? It's not like 15 wide receivers are going to be successful in this league, but like the one we picked just makes no sense to me. It's just like, of all the guys we could have picked, why that one? I just don't understand it.
Didn't. Oh, dude, they're showing the highlights of this wide receiver from Stanford. Dude making some sick catches, bro.
Mo, you're right. The Chiefs might have gotten the best O-line player with the 32nd pick. The best after the pick at 7, obviously.
Hey, this is the Titans right here.
Wow. Look at the value at the end. Gunnar Helm, a leak. That's great value there. Strong safety, Kevin Winston. That's a great draft.
Yep. Cam Ward, Aladehu, Winston, Dyke, Helm, Ayo Manor. Making noise.
Yeah, that's a really good draft for them.
Yeah. Oh, the Patriots are on the clock now. They traded up.
Oh boy. Here goes Horton.
There goes Miles Frazier.
If he goes to the Patriots, I'm going to be so heartbroken, man.
Too, man. Bring him home. He's a Jersey kid.
If he goes to the Patriots, man, I'll never live that down. Then he'll become a starting guard for them, and he'll be there for years. And I will never let people forget it. I'm going to annoy people with it.
Well, we were talking about it, right? I mean, we were saying that I would not be upset if that was the pick over the Arian Smith.
Right, definitely. I would do that right now. I'd make that trade. Okay, you take Smith, we get Miles Frazier. And we could have just picked a wide receiver with 130 if we had done that.
Imagine if they take Will Howard just because they don't really truly believe on the quarterback that they have over there. I mean, Vrabel's Ohio guy.
No, man, you're crazy.
They'd be taking him as a backup quarterback, man. Marcus May is the real deal.
He is,
I think,
in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled about it, but unfortunately, I can't lie and say I don't know that he is. He's pretty.
I mean,
it's pretty good.
They flipped what's his name, the backup they had for. They improved his value while he was there. Maybe they take Howard for that, like come in, learn for a year, then we'll flip him. But I don't know, man. I think they should take a guy like Frazier, to be honest.
Is Milton still there?
Nope.
Now that's who I'm talking about. They traded him.
Where is he?
Dallas?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
No.
Joe Milton.
Oh.
Dallas.
Yeah, I think it's Dallas.
Oh, they traded him, right? Yeah. Look at Miles Frazier's up there. Joshua Farmer. I can't believe these guys are still up there. It's crazy. I mean, this is all our opinion. I mean, all these guys could be bust, and we were just stupid, didn't know what we were talking about,
Or these guys for the Jets all are just like crazy starters for us, and this is the beginning of the dynasty for the New York Jets.
I mean, look. Can you imagine if Smith became the next Tyreek Hill?
Oh man!
Can you imagine if
I remember I was the one that was hyped about that pick. I was the only one right now.
The only one. I mean, when Tyreek Hill was picked, no one blinked an eye when Kansas City took him, right? So, can you imagine if in three years from now he's tearing the league up, tons of deep passes? He has like 7 deep touchdown passes, and he's tearing up the league. I mean, then you get to rule, Johnny boy. Like you get to rule.
Okay, let's come back from Fantasy Island.
The Patriots.
Oh, they got Farmer.
There you go. Got one guys. Wow. I mean, we're just letting our division just get better, right?
Do you guys remember when Tyreek Hill came into the league? They used him out of the backfield a lot. He ran the ball way more, but he became a great receiver.
Look what Murph just put. Murph knows what I'm talking about, baby.
Where's Murph?
Go Murph. He's got it.
He's got some dropsies too, man. So Murph, you might like him on paper.
It's Carson Beck, bro. It's Carson Beck, dog. I'm telling you. Carson Beck, I hated when that dude threw the ball, bro. It was so bad.
Dude, a drop is a drop. A drop is not on the quarterback, man. If he's labeled with all these drops, it's on him, I think.
The ball that Aaron Rodgers threw to what's his name, right? That was a drop. Considered, right? But he threw it to his damn ankles.
Look at this draft for Houston. Will Campbell for Patriots. Trayvon Henderson, Kyle Williams, Jared. I don't think that's a great draft. I think they got some good. Kyle Williams might be good. Joshua Farmer's a great pick right now. I'm not a Will Campbell guy. I think he's going to end up being a guard for them anyway.
Yo, Modine, you're the worst, bro. Yo, that dude said, Murph, the draft list is evaluated by how good players would be playing at local park leagues.
The truth is we could have our opinions all we want. We could bitch, we could cry all we want. It could be 3 years, 4 years before we really know. True. Right? I mean, like 3 or 4 years from now, we might look back at this and say, I mean, the best example of that is, did you ever see the reaction of the Bills fans when they traded up and took Josh Allen?
Yeah, they're like,
right. They were like, "Oh, terrible! This team is horrible. This is why this team sucks." Like they were so upset. They said you'd think that they made the most, like the worst thing, did the worst thing in the world, and now none of them will admit to it, right? Oh yeah, Josh Allen, we knew all along. We're the best. We took Josh Allen. We were so smart.
Niners should take Sanders, bro. Oh man, that'd be crazy.
Let's see who they take, because they're usually pretty smart about taking players. They've taken so much defense. At what point are the Niners going to start going offense?
Jordan Watkins, Ole Miss wide receiver.
That to me is just a throwaway pick too. System guy, opposite Trey Harris.
RJ Mickens.
They're a system. 49ers are a system
that's
team.
True. Maybe they know that. Maybe they figure they could use him in a certain way. I mean, he's got that burning speed, right?
Hey, Modine, that's been my talk the entire time. I think that the Dolphins get Sanders.
I think it would be funny if Smith ended up being our best draft.
Yeah, could you imagine?
Imagine the franchise.
It'll be a catastrophe if that's.
It would be a catastrophe. If he turns out to be our best pick, we're in a lot of trouble.
Unless he wears a gold jacket.
Can you imagine? So, like, what if he became Tyreek Hill? Like, what if he became that kind of player? That would be sick. I would just shut up the rest of my life on draft day.
I will say Daniel put it in perspective here. He says, I don't mind the Jets taking home run swings on day 3 as long as day 1 and 2 are sound. And maybe I should remember that, because I am a little down. I like the Malachi Moore pick. I do. But that receiver sticks in my craw. And we lost a pick to get Malachi Moore. I wish we would have just took Malachi Moore when we took the receiver and then not did a trade. Then we'd have 3 more guys to draft instead of 2. So I don't know, man. But I feel like no DTs left. We need a DT. I don't know. Talk to me.
Miles Frazier. Is Peoples still out there? Peoples?
Yeah, Peoples is still out there.
Peoples is still out there.
He's still out there, and he was the Senior Bowl, and the Jets, I think, talked to him there. So that's a possibility.
So that might be another one right there.
I'm okay with day 3 swings, but not in that situation. Not when you're on the top of the 4th round in this year's draft, where it's such a heavy, talented, middle of the draft type draft. There was just way too much on the board to take a swing at that point. Like, I don't understand why you wouldn't just take Royal. I mean, there was a guy without the injury who's a 2nd round pick, and he's sitting there for you. And it's not the kind of injury that ends a career. It wasn't an Achilles. He hurt his foot. It wasn't an Achilles. It wasn't the type of injury that you have to worry about long term. So I just don't understand it. Why you would take a swing when you could take a solid pick like that. You take Royals and that's it. You go home happy. So, and if and there were other things that you could have done in that situation also that were just better options to me. I don't mind a swing now. Like, even now, there's some guys and our needs that I think match our needs that we still should be targeting. But in that situation, there are some drafts that are different. They're very top heavy, 4th round. You're taking guys like freaking Mitchell, and Clemens. You're taking swings anyway. Fine, take a swing. But in this draft, it just feels different. We had too much talent on the board to take a wild swing like that.
Yeah, I mean, I like the pick. Again, the dude, he has speed, so he brought speed on into here. I don't know, man. Again, this draft, if I have to put any words to it, it's faith, right? Like, I have to believe in what the coaching staff is going to do and believe in Glenn and his background as a scout, which I do. So I'm hoping that these guys are like the reason we have a really great year and continue to keep building off of this as well. So maybe that's me being very optimistic right now. You know, 'cause the coffee is finally kicked in and I'm feeling good. But
There's another defensive tackle off the board, Georgia.
uh,
Hey,
Well, good because you were starting to get a little down last night.
I was, man, and it was because of the AZ pick. Like, because I going back, right? We were saying this guy's there, this guy's there. Like, we have the pick of the litter.
Another one, Dane. 2 in a row.
Who was that?
2 defensive linemen
Who went?
back to back.
Because I don't see
Cam
it yet.
Jackson, Florida.
Kid from Georgia and then Cam Jackson from Florida.
Wow.
He's
Yeah.
a big dude. 6'3", 328.
Crazy.
Hey, maybe they're going to go for that 450-pounder out of Florida. What was that guy's name?
I forget, but I know who you're talking about. He actually carried the ball once. I saw a clip of. Kind of funny.
Ooh.
That is a massive human being.
So Merv,
What I
this
will
is something
say
good.
is it's nice DTs are coming off the board because that means they're still around, you know. But I don't know how much longer.
Yeah, this may have been the deepest defensive tackle draft, that I've seen, that I've experienced since covering the draft at all. You know, I mean, it's really, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen a list so long of draftable players in a position. I mean, it's crazy how many defensive tackles were in this draft.
You're in the danger zone. Dun, dun, dun.
Mason Taylor, Arian Smith, Malachi Moore, all from the SEC. Do you think that means anything about our new regime?
100%.
Yeah,
They want big name players, big school players.
yeah, they want guys from programs who've played against tough competition in the big lights, under the big lights.
But I have to say this, and I'm going to continue to keep saying, I think the Giants are having a hell of a draft, man.
I'm excited to watch Scadaboo play, man. Like, I can't wait to watch that guy. That's a fun pick. If you ask me, like whether you believe in him or not, like, there's no way I could see somebody, a football fan, who watched this kid in college, not say that they're excited to see him play. He's really fun.
Dude, he's not scared to take contact. Like, he will lower his shoulder and he is wanting to run through you. And I love that, man. Like, he bounces off people too, like a bowling ball.
Yeah.
Like,
Mini Mike Allstar.
you remember him, man? Dude.
Oh,
yo, that dude had like the biggest shoulder pads. I swear.
Or here's one I heard, Peyton Hillis.
Ooh, for the Browns back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
You remember he had that one crazy good year that made him get on the cover of Madden?
Yep. I forgot about that, man. He was on the cover of Madden.
Yep. Yeah.
Was he really?
Yep. And then that's where the whole curse started to really occur because he got injured after that.
Oh, here's another one. If you guys remember this guy, Tommy Vardell. Yeah, you guys are not too young for that one. He was a Stanford.
You know, Mo's right. There was a trade. The Seahawks, they traded Sam Howell to the Vikings. Sam Howell.
Really?
Wow.
Really? I actually think the Vikings, that's a smart thing. I think that's a good backup quarterback, if not even a future star. I don't understand why the world gave up on him. I thought he had a fine rookie year for Washington. I didn't think he was terrible. I mean, like, for the first 10 games, he had like a 90, over a 90 quarterback rating. And then they started to get banged up and he slipped a little bit. But like, for a rookie, like, I don't understand why the world gave up on that kid.
Now he's going under O'Connell. Hey.
Oh, you're right.
Murph said, Johnny, those weren't shoulder pads. Those were just his traps, bro. Yo, I remember that dude, bro. This was huge, man. Carson Vincent, defensive tackle from Alabama A&M to the Ravens.
Offensive tackle.
Might start seeing more old school guys.
My bad.
Scott, what do you think of the Howell trade? Does that move the needle for you at all?
No, he's a DT. No, you're right. Offensive tackle. No,
You know, I think it's great for him.
I don't know.
To get to be there. Like Jeremy said, he looked good when he first was getting to play, but man, when I watched him in Seattle, he looked lost. Not that he played a lot. So what better place to be to get developed? I mean, look what happened with Sam.
Yeah. Look at the decline of Kirk Cousins and the improvement of Sam, and then tell me that Minnesota doesn't know how to handle quarterback. Yeah.
Seattle is on.
And that
coaching matters. I don't care what anyone says. Coaching
100%
matters.
Yeah, and system, scheme, right?
And that's fair to the player. I mean, they just drafted Milroe last night.
Yeah.
That's right. They did.
Oh, that's why that trade happened, I'm sure.
I think it would be the funniest thing in the world if Herndon Hooker got traded to the Jets. I would laugh. To me, it would be comical. It'd be so funny.
Yeah, you put a video out with Tony the GM about
That's
Hooker.
why. That's why I would think it's so funny, because Tigo would go through the roof. Like, he'd be so angry. And
I like the guy.
I loved him in college. Like, when you watch his footage in college, like, it's like, and just because you love someone in college doesn't mean they're going to translate to the NFL. And nobody is an expert. Nobody is 100% at that kind of stuff. But like, it can't be denied. Like, his college film is great. Like, he made every kind of throw. You know, he was really good. But like, the fact that they picked up Bridgewater last year right before the playoffs and made him the QB2, to me, was the axe in the Herndon Hooker thing. That meant that he did not impress them for the last 2 years.
Here's an angle, and this might be totally false, but like, when that Bridgewater thing happened, like, I guess he was head coach in high school, just won a championship, Bridgewater, and I heard speculated at the time that they more so might have brought him in to potentially replace Mark Brunell if Brunell left in the coaching cycle. Now, I don't know if that's true, but it wouldn't shock me. Maybe, I'm just saying, hey, possibility, because did they want Bridgewater to back up Goff, or was it more so to kick his tires in the coaching ranks? I don't know, but Hooker played in the preseason and he didn't look bad.
Well, the one time he came in the regular season for a little bit, he had that great run and he was like kind of juiced up the team. I like him.
That would be it for Jordan Travis.
Yeah, if we do anything quarterback related right now, I think it's the end of Jordan Travis.
Yeah.
Facts.
Tigo just said something very funny in my private chat here. He said, now teams are trading for other teams' backup quarterbacks rather than take Sanders.
Yo, it's so true, man. Riley Mills, the DT from Dame, just went to the Seahawks.
Oh yeah, look at that.
And now Dolphins are on the clock. The pick is in. Is this Sanders time?
Johnny, I hope you nail that.
What I will say, guys,
is the greatest thing in the world.
We're into round 5. If you're still with us down there, hit the like button, subscribe, and also take a minute to search Jets Chaos on YouTube. You can find his channel as well. Subscribe to him. Right after that, down below in the comments, Johnny Jets Worldwide, you can find him as well, or just search that. So definitely give them guys some love.
Modine, I think you could find it in a minute. I know you're an old guy. I know you're a little slow at the keyboard, but if you would have managed to type in on YouTube in the search button Jets Chaos, I think you could actually find my channel.
Jordan Phillips, DT, Maryland. Dude, the DTs just went back to back picks.
But not Peebles.
Nope.
Let me say that in my Al Pacino Scent of a Woman way. But not Peebles.
Hey, Chaos, give me the Godfather with the New York Jets, and they put me right back in.
This team, they get me all excited. I think we're going in the right direction. They get me in, and and then they stink. I get out. I'm almost out of it. I'm totally like moving on in life. I forget about the Jets, and then they pull me back in.
Hell yeah. It's so true, dude. So true.
Just to break my heart again.
Wow, Seattle just traded their pick to Cleveland.
Could that be Sanders?
Nah, they picked Gabriel.
Oh,
Dylan Gabriel went
did
to them.
Miami? Oh, Miami didn't pick Sanders?
No, they picked up Jordan Phillips, the DT.
But the Browns are picking now.
Yep.
Did they already pick?
The pick is in.
Okay, so that might be Sanders.
That might be Frazier, man.
But you know what? I mean, if they pick Sanders now, which would make total sense, how funny is it that they got him at this pick, that this late in the draft?
Hey,
Well, they would have two quarterbacks.
But we had the Browns taking him in the second round, first pick. But imagine they get him right now.
are they still announcing the picks or no?
They are.
Let me get.
Will you play the audio for the Browns pick for us?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my God! Do you know something they know that I don't know?
The Browns are where quarterbacks go to die. So if they do take Sanders, it's it's funny because that's where quarterbacks die.
They already took Gabriel though. Hey, stranger things have happened.
Not
Competition?
even. Oh, they went to a commercial. What the fuck?
Did it? Where's Scott? Where's Scott? Oh, Scott, can you see? Get up. Get up on it. Get up on it.
Dane, what was your reaction to the Dolphins pick?
Who did they take? Defensive tackle?
Jordan
It's not a
Phillips.
bad pick. I mean,
I
it's.
tuned it out.
I like Peebles, so my guy's still there.
Yeah, I like Peoples too.
At 144, I think they're going to take. I think how are the Browns not taking Sanders? You said they already took a quarterback, so maybe that would be an interesting competition. Sanders, that kid from Oregon, that would be so funny if he lost out.
I mean, you don't know who you got. You don't know who you got. You don't know what you got in Deshaun Watson, right? Deshaun Watson might be out for the year because he hurt himself again.
Good point.
Yeah. Hey, remember what the Redskins did not all that long ago?
I mean, it's a swing at this point, this late. Why the hell not?
But how cool would it be to watch them compete against each other? Like, there's going to be a chip on Sanders' shoulders.
Redskins, RG3 and Sanders in the same draft, and the second one ended up being
their
quarterback. Did I say Sanders? Sorry.
Yeah,
Cousins,
you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
I remember.
Why not?
Yeah, you're right.
There's no guarantees Dylan Gabriel's going to be an NFL. Well, no guarantees either one of them, but why not? Good competition. Two young quarterbacks.
Ranked player still sitting there at pick 144. We got the Browns on the clock. The pick is in. We're about to live react to it together in the Danger Zone. Hit the like.
Now it has to. Now you think to yourself, it has to be they're going to pick Sanders or Peebles or someone we like or Miles Frazier because we're going to highlight this. You know that something's coming.
It has to be Sanders, right? And now Scott makes the sense all in it in regards to the RG3 and Cousins conversation. I completely forgot about that. Who ended up having the better career? Cousins, right? RG3 with the injuries and the whole nine. But that rookie year that RG3 had, you guys remember? I remember it being out here. Everybody was like, oh my goodness, like we're back, baby. Who was the linebacker that they had? He was a ball-headed dude. He was a beast, bro. Beast.
Urlacher?
No. The Commanders. He got picked by the Bills, left the Bills, and went to the Commanders. He was with them forever as their main linebacker. Oh man, I can't think of it. Chat, help me out.
All right, we got him coming out to the podium.
Turning it up.
Are you looking for something big here, Dane?
Johnny.
I'm locked in.
Here we go. Da, 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 da. Okay.
Someone turn it up. Someone
I got
turn it
it.
up.
The 144th pick to the Cleveland Browns.
You trade up for a quarterback.
144th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Cleveland Browns select Shador Sanders.
Wow!
Finally went.
Wow!
Wow! Wow! Good for
What a
him, man.
value. What a steal.
Holy shit! What a steal. Are they showing?
You know, it's amazing that they wanted to take him, obviously, and why they took Dylan Gabriel before him.
That's shocking.
Yo, this dude
Wow.
is about
right,
to
well-
play with the biggest chip on his shoulder. I would play this every single day. I would tape this in my locker. I would tape a picture of Dylan Gabriel there, bro. Like,
I had Sanders way above Gabriel as a prospect. As much as I put down Sanders and didn't like him as a prospect, I have him way above Gabriel. So I fully expect him to beat out Gabriel in camp.
The thing about people who are putting down Sanders, it was all as an early
Correct.
draft choice.
Right.
You know?
this is a steal. This might be it probably is. It's the steal of the draft. Has to be, right?
If he pans out.
Well, other than the Arian
Oh, yeah, of
receiver
course.
that the Jets took.
And it was London Fletcher is what I was talking about.
Oh, yeah. The little
he was a
dude. He was
beast, bro.
badass.
Thoughts on that, man? Because I think 5, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, Cleveland would have took Sanders 3rd overall, and they wouldn't have got the hauls that they've gotten already. Good pick.
Yeah.
Boy,
Yeah.
I feel kind of bad for
this point
do you feel bad for Dylan Gabriel, Scott?
Hell no.
No. He's got to compete. I mean, they drafted him above Sanders.
Yo, that's
So-
wild, bro. Holy shit.
Compete.
There it is. They got Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, and these 2 rookies.
If I feel bad for anybody, it's Kenny Pickett. He went there thinking he's going to be the man, and he's not going to be.
Dude, this has to be like the most biggest slide ever for a quarterback that was projected so high, right? Like, it has to be.
It's shocking.
Yeah.
It's shocking.
I mean, without medical related or legal related, it's got to be.
Well, think about it. Early in the process, there was talk of him maybe being the first pick of the draft.
Yep. True that. Over Cam Ward. That's right.
Oh, yeah. In
Yeah.
November, December, Sanders was the QB1. No doubt about it. Cam Ward didn't pass him until around the Senior Bowl-ish kind of time. He didn't go, but that's around the time that he passed him. It was actually the combine where really he separated himself, Cam Ward. But before that, like when you go back to December, January, you're right. Sanders was the QB1 in this class for a while. He held that title. Not in my mind, but in a lot of people's mind. And that's just wild. He ends up going 144. That's just you think it's like he got arrested for freaking murder 2 years ago.
For real.
You know what? And like the tape, and I get like people talking, he does hold on to the ball too much, blah, blah, blah. But what I will say is I watched him quite a bit this year, and I did feel like he was better at the end of games, back against the wall, second half. I just feel like he has gamer traits. Am I crazy to say that?
No, I think you're right on, Dane.
Yo, look at this right here. Average draft spot was 7.
Sure.
Top 10 pick in 19 of 23 mock drafts. Top 29 pick in all of 23 mock drafts.
Wow.
Wild. Wild. Oh,
Crazy.
Wow.
Do you think they get an interview with him right now? Like, how does that go? Like, what is he gonna say? I'm gonna prove everybody. I'm gonna prove every other NFL team that skipped on me why I'm gonna be that. Like, dude, you gotta play with that chip on your shoulder now.
Yeah.
I hope he does. I hope he does, Johnny. And I hope Dion is smart enough just to step away from it all.
And say, son, you made it to the NFL. There's been a whole bunch of players that never did, but you made it. Now prove to everybody why you're a primetime junior.
And leave the live stream into us, man. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that at all. Like, just lock in. Murph.
Hey, I love Murph taking the Charles approach, walking in circles while he's with us.
I'm getting my stuff ready to go to the gym. See, I got my gym bag here. I'm about to take some pre-workout, here in a second. So but I wanted to call in and annoy you guys for a second.
Let's go to the gym and work out in front of all the girls.
Could we have a live stream?
Murph, you got the Bullfrog AirPods going, FYI.
All right, hold on.
All right.
I think
Dana,
go ahead.
Dana, will you allow a live stream from the gym with Murph on him doing some curls real quick, talking about the New York Jets selection on Arian Smith?
Curls for the girls.
Yep.
Still happening, Murph. Can you turn off Bluetooth, maybe? For some reason, I have a shitty pair of AirPods too, and they start doing croaking noises, man. I went on Asman one day, and my AirPods were croaking, and they made fun of me for 3 months, saying I was farting on camera.
Oh, shit.
I haven't heard that from Murph.
It was subtle, but I could catch it in between.
Hey,
go ahead, Murph.
Are we
Murph,
good?
sound off on Sanders.
Are we good? How's it?
Oh, I heard that. I do remember that, Dane. That was pretty funny.
Jake got Connie Carver on right now.
Nice.
That's pretty cool, man. Connie's cool. Connie's real cool.
Yeah, Murph, go out, come back in. Restream doesn't like when you change audio devices when you're already here. Connie is awesome, man. She'll like people's takes on Jets Twitter, man. She's just awesome.
Yeah. I'll say this about Sanders, guys. We were talking about Sanders before. One thing I want to throw in that cannot be argued about him. He might have made mistakes of what he says. He might come off as arrogant, this or that. This is a guy who works his tail off. Like, trust me, everything he accomplished was manufactured. He wasn't born a gifted quarterback. Like, when you look at his strength, it's his mechanics. It's that you could tell this guy threw 1,000 passes a day. This guy worked on his mechanics probably for the last 10 years. Very hard.
It helps having professional coaches that can
right, but he put the work in, like, and I the reason I don't have him rated high is because I don't think you could manufacture a quarterback. I think a lot of it you're born with. There's a magic to that, like just an instinctual thing that can't always be coached, that you have to have that part of it. And I don't think he does, which is why he holds the ball too long. But when you watch him throw after throw, like all these passes year after year, the one thing you could see is the kid works his tail off because the mechanics are beautiful.
Jordan James to the Niners on Oregon.
I was just gonna say, Dane,
I typed it so I didn't interrupt. But let's get Murph's take. He's trying to leave, man. Murph, what do you think on Cleveland trading up to get their 5th quarterback on the roster? In the 5th round, they get Shedeur Sanders. Talk to us, man.
When you get a quarterback in the 5th round, did you actually want the guy? That's my question. Like, did they actually want Shedeur Sanders, or were they just kind of pushed into the corner and everybody else was like, we're not fucking taking him? And they're like, I guess, like, is that what's going on? I don't know. But I will say for Shedeur, I think that this is the best thing that could have happened to him. I think him getting humbled young and early like that might put that chip on his shoulder and might tell him like, "Oh, just because your dad is prime time doesn't mean that you are, and you need to work for it." And it could end up working out for him. I think it's pretty wild, man. I can't believe I was starting to feel bad for the kid as long as it was taken for him to get drafted. Um, I don't know. We know Deshaun Watson's done for at this point, right? Like he's there this season.
He'll never play another season
but
for the Browns.
But he's done for. Whether it's Shadur that's going to replace him or whoever, but they're over his antics. And then as far as like the Jets stuff, dude, like I said earlier, when you're on day 3, you're just taking swings on guys that have the potential to be impact players. They may not be as refined as guys that you'll get in day 1 or 2, but they have traits that you're looking for. And like Arian Smith has the speed, right? What's Malachi Moore? Like he has like the leadership and he has like the hard-nosed approach to his, to who he is, and he's a tone setter. So that's they have those traits that they're looking for their defense. So I'm not upset about it at all. Like the only pick that if you guys were watching, I mean, I know a couple of you were with me last night, but the corner last night was the one that really kind of grinded my gears. But everything else has been fine so far. This is what you expect in day 3. You see guys that you don't even know the names of.
Yeah.
Yep.
Preach.
Yeah, but that day 3 was practically a day 2 pick. So early.
Good point. 73 or whatever. Murph, what are you looking for us to add? We only got 2 picks left, and they're in the next hour and a half. What do you want to see by the time you're done at the gym added to this roster?
I mean, I think everybody agrees that DT depth would be nice. At this point, you're not likely to get a starter. But if you can get somebody that can rotate in and maybe play well against the run whenever Naughty needs a breather or whatever, like that would be nice. And I wouldn't be upset at taking another swing on another receiver because, I mean, why not? You never know. Like you guys were mentioning, like Tyreek Hill wasn't a first-round pick. I think he was a second or a third, but still, like you can get good receivers later in the draft. You just have to get guys with the right traits and develop them.
Yep.
And that's what Aaron Glenn has been saying this whole time. He said, we're going to coach these players. We're going to make them better.
It's a good point, man. You're not getting a total package this late, but if you can get a guy that's really good at one thing, it might be worth it. And maybe with Arian Smith, the speed. I mean, we need somebody to eliminate 8-man boxes. I don't know if he's the guy, but he helps, man. Yesterday we had 0 field stretchers, 0.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when you have a mobile quarterback like Justin Fields, somebody that can get out of the pocket and get the defense to hesitate or get the corners to maybe like break off the route and think that because they think he's going to run or something like that, having a guy like Arian Smith that's just cooking down the field is perfect. I mean, Fields gets out of the pocket, he can unleash it to a wide open Arian Smith. That won't happen all the time, but that can be the game. That can be the game changer in a couple games this year. So why not?
100%. Yeah, yo, Murph, I agree with you, man. That's what I was saying in regards to Smith. I didn't think he was gonna go that early, right? But the only reason I really know him is because of what he did in Georgia. And like, yo, that dude can separate, man. That dude is fast. He's fast. And you made a great point. He was doing that with Gunner. When Gunner would run out, right? It was Smith that was the player that he was throwing the ball to because he would get out of a route. And he's like, oh, crap, my quarterback needs my help. And he would separate from the defender and get a target where he was wide open and then continue to keep making yak after that. So,
yeah, dude's averaging like 20 yards a reception almost. Like that's pretty high. And I get it. He has some drops, but that is coachable. That is
Well,
coachable. It's not like we picked up a free agent, Alan Lazard, that has been in the league for several years that has had drop issues all their career. You know, like some guys, it's apparent that you're not going to coach it out of them because that's just who they are. But you know, you get a young guy. What is he? 21 or whatever.
24.
24. Okay. Well, either way, he's early 20s. He hasn't even played in the league yet. It could be coached out.
And he had Carson Beck throwing to him. Dude, I can't stand
I
Beck,
hate
bro.
Carson Beck.
I had Carson Beck so much, bro. Like,
I don't like him.
he's not good. And that's who was throwing the ball to him. And what I mean by that, there was times, bro, like the ball was down to his cleats and he was trying to catch the ball like down there. You know what I'm saying? So I know that they say if the ball hits you in the hands, you're supposed to catch it no matter what. But when you're throwing some balls that are like down there and I don't know, man. So
yeah, it's like the Zach Wilson thing.
Scott, what do you think of Murph's take? Anything you want to add or chime in on?
I disagree with Murph's take about being able to coach a guy how to catch the ball. Most, like I said earlier, Murph wasn't here. Most guys who have questionable hands coming into the league don't develop hands once they're in the league. Not that it can't happen, but I agree with him that we need some speed. I've been saying that for 2 years, but I just, drop problems tend to stick around. Maybe it's concentration, and that's something they can coach. I don't know, but you read it earlier, John. Geez, Dane.
Hey, John.
About, he doesn't even look like he really is comfortable catching the ball. So we'll see. It was a 4th round pick. There were other. I'm with Chaos. There are other receivers I would have rather taken there.
Royal was there.
I agree with needing speed. I don't agree with hands developing.
They got Stickum for that.
Yeah.
These gloves are basically Stickum nowadays.
Mm-hmm. They picked up
another defensive tackle went off the.
Yeah, we need one,
man. We've been chatting.
I mean, I think it's become apparent that we do like the naughty guy, because you don't wait this long. Not when, dude, 12 of them came off the boards, since today only. I think if you weren't confident in naughty, we would have taken one, but I still think we do, man. We got 2 picks left. I kind of wouldn't mind if they slid with 1 and turned 2 into 3. Call me crazy, but I also think they're going to be very active in undrafted free agency.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. They're turning over this whole roster with their guys. But drops are scary. Lazard, I hear Reynolds has drop issues. Now you got this guy. At least, hey, maybe you can coach all 3 of them up at once. Unlike Scott, he doesn't believe it. It's hard to believe, but
and we have a good receivers coach. Like I think our receivers coach is legit. So I think that helps. That helps ease my worries on it.
Even if this guy's a decoy, it'll help us.
Well, and we've seen offenses. I'm going to go back to Green Bay in 2020. Lazard. Now they still had Adams there, of course, but Lazard and Marquez Valdez-Scantling. That was a historically good offense. Those guys dropped a lot of passes. So doesn't mean they still can't have a good offense. Doesn't mean they can't contribute. But the hands are what they are, in my opinion.
Giddens goes to the Colts from Kansas State.
Running back.
Getting up.
Yep.
Yeah. Dallas.
Hey,
I like him.
Hey, John, what's your
10 picks? Go ahead.
Hey, John, what's your thought on who we might get though?
Okay. John.
He just got it. He just got it. He
Yeah.
just got
I
it.
did.
I'm
did.
talking to
I
my
thought you were
buddy
talking to
John
yourself
here,
there.
talking to you guys at the same time.
We got Dallas trading either out of the pick or into the pick, but we're up in 10 spots, Murph. If you wanna holler back, feel free, man.
Yeah, I might pop
But-
back in at the gym if we pick somebody exciting or something, or if
Let's
I
see-
just feel
Let's
like
see some
bitching.
bench press reps.
Oh hell yeah!
I tweaked my pec last week, last chest day,
I'll take it easy. Man.
and I don't know if it's still a little tight. I don't know. We'll see. I'll probably just the old NFL combine weight 225 today, because I actually am doing chest today, so I'm not going any higher than that though.
Hey,
Bro,
you
when
guys
we,
make
when
sure
we
you-
Pissed me
have
right off because I was lit. I was ready to do it.
here pretty soon, we can do sets for super chats, right?
Oh yeah.
hey, Murph, make sure you get some leg weight in also. Get some leg work in there, Murph.
Damn.
The old legs are they're tree trunks, buddy.
Nice.
They're
I always
tree
laugh
trunks.
when I see-
I don't squat though. I hate squats. I'll hit leg press or maybe hack squats or something like that. But I hate doing squats. I'm not. I don't know. It's just an awkward movement to me, and I hate doing it.
I always laugh when I see these big old bulky dudes walking around with on a couple toothpicks. It just looks so funny to me.
Yeah, I was born with dad calves. I got the old dad calves and big old quads. So I really don't need to do legs. I just do them here and there just to make sure I don't get top heavy.
Same here, Murph.
Hey, John. What was the Fabulous song from back in the day that used to say "Holla back"?
Ain't no holla back, girl.
No,
That's
no.
funny, bro.
Yeah. It was a Fabulous song. Oh.
That's the only holla song I know.
Oh, my bad. I should have asked Murph that one. Yo, Murph, who was the Fabulous song that said "Holla back"?
Oh, I don't know. The only Fabulous song that's popping in my head is "Throw It in the Bag." That might be it. I can't remember.
Hold on, I'm gonna
Throw
look.
it in the bag. That's all I can remember.
Man, that Cleveland fan was hype.
Yeah.
I don't know,
All right,
man. I
fellas.
feel like, yeah, hey.
I'm gonna pop off, and maybe I'll call back in here after a bit.
Later, Murph.
Later, Murph.
Later, fellas.
Holla back, youngin. Woo woo. There we go.
Giants on the clock, man. They're doing good things. Interesting to see where they go.
I
Big
do
old
feel
peoples.
bad. Call me crazy, but I do kind of feel bad for Dylan Gabriel, man, because, he went to bed last night thinking that he just had old man Flacco and Kenny Pickett in front of him, Now
Well,
he's got
Dane, here's an angle. Steelers were coming up, maybe 8 or 9, 10 picks later. Could they have done that so the Steelers don't get their hands on him?
Could he be some type of trade back? Like some trade bait?
Maybe. I don't know, man. One of them could be. I mean, like, how many are you going to keep on the roster? Let's say Deshaun is a non-factor. You still got Pickett, Flacco, Gabriel, Sanders. You can't keep them all.
I don't think Watson will ever play another snap for the Browns.
No, I think he's done.
I'm with you.
Dude, the best comment of the night was Dano's. Like, nobody heard it, but he slid that in there. The fifth quarterback on the Browns.
Yeah. I hope that clips up nice. When I lobbed
gosh.
it to Murph.
Oh, it was so funny, man. Tyson tweaked your pecker. That's another app. Oh man, dude, this has been awesome, man. I feel like this has gone by so quickly.
What do you think? What do you think of this? I saw a clip last night where Goodell was talking on McAfee, and he was toying with the idea of making the first round 7 minutes a pick instead of 10. and giving every team 1 2-minute extension out of the whole draft. You have 1 2-minute extension. Do you think 7 minutes a pick in round one is too fast? Do you like that? What do you think of that?
I wouldn't mind it, man. Dude, I would love it to be the first 2 rounds and get it out of like knock it out like that with 7 minutes. I think that would be cool because I think we're more excited every single year for the second round anyway. Now, your question though was first round, 7 minutes, an extension with maybe 1 or 2 minutes on it. I wouldn't mind it. I would like it. It would make it go a lot quicker and we could see potential things happening like that. So yeah, I would invite it.
Scott?
As a consumer of the draft production, I would enjoy it. Probably we'd see less trades. I would guess because I'm assuming some of these trades just come down to the last minute, right? So, but sitting here watching, yeah, I'd like it. That quicker the better, as far as I'm concerned.
Daniel, he agrees with you guys. He loves that idea. The first round picks take forever, and we know damn well most of these picks are in within a couple minutes. I came into this thinking the opposite, man, that I actually wanted more time on the clock because when it's our pick, I want to think of every fucking like I don't feel like I really know what I want the Jets to do until they are on the clock, and I know who's gone, but then you can't just have your team have extra time. Then it's just, I mean, it's already 3 hours. It'd be what, a 6 hour first round if you made it longer. So I think you guys talked me into that idea.
Well, I don't think the NFL will go for that because they're giving up ad time if they shorten it.
They probably all use it in round one, and then they're all 9 minutes anyway. What's the difference, So, yeah, you're probably right, Scott. They like as many ads they can squeeze in, they can.
Well, and look at us. We've been sitting here for how many hours watching this?
Yep.
So and I don't know. I'm not watching ads very close. I don't know about you guys.
I'm not.
They're still getting paid to run them.
Yep. Indeed, they are. Yeah.
That was a good talk, John.
What I don't like.
Jane. That's all on me,
yeah.
buddy.
Yeah. Now is it gonna last the rest of the draft?
Oh, dude, it is. It's over, bro. I can't stand when people call me John or Jonathan, right? So this is great to do this. I'm gonna call you Johnny.
That's the funny thing. I wasn't even talking to Johnny. I was talking to Dane.
And Dane answered.
I should call my buddy John Dane right now, just for the hell of it.
What I don't like is I pay for YouTube Premium, and now like creators are getting paid to do ads on air, so like you can't skip it. You gotta sit there and listen to dude talk about Manscaped for a minute and a half or whatever. Like, come on, man. It's just annoying.
Who do you guys think the Dolphins are gonna go at this pick? Because they're picking right now. Do you think I think they're gonna go guard, right? Because they need a guard. Either guard or a safety.
They just took a CV
right before that too. Membu.
I'm gonna get an updated big board, so give me a sec.
The pick is in for the Dolphins.
I'm not sure. Chiefs on the clock.
I hate the Dolphins, bro. Like, out of every team that we play against,
Frazier, he's a top guy.
I'll tell you right now. The Dolphins pick is in. The Dolphins are selecting.
Turn up your sound, Johnny.
I can. Hold on.
Let's listen to it.
Trader Jr., defensive back, Maryland.
Dante Trader Jr.
So the Dolphins
safety. I just said it too. It's crazy. Yeah, safety, man. I was saying it like all yesterday that they need a safety. They need a safety, and they had them too over there, man. But
Didn't
that's good for us. I can't stand Miami, bro. I
speaking
hate
of
them bigger than the Patriots and Bills.
speaking of safeties, didn't the Dolphins safety go to the Giants? The kid from Holland, didn't he go to the Giants?
Not sure.
Man, I think that Giants defense is loaded.
All right, so Kansas City just traded with Pittsburgh, and Kansas City's now on the clock. Who are they gonna go with? Oof. Are they gonna continue to keep adding onto their
Murph, I like it, man. I tell you one thing: if we ever do shop for companies to support us, I'm gonna go something nobody else does. Like, it's so annoying when everybody does Bet US. It's like they're lining everybody's pocket. I want to go a different route, and GNC, man, that's an idea.
I might go Trojan, just like Murph is saying.
We know that's a lie, Johnny.
I'll sell the hell out of it though. Need to be safe. Messing with a girl that you don't know is maybe a Trojan condoms. Ribbed for her pleasure?
No, you'd be better off with the morning after
Chiefs. With the 156th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Jeffrey Bassa, linebacker.
Oh, I was hoping he would be a Jet.
Jeffrey Bassa. Wow.
Hey, are we going to be able to get Snowball on the phone if we draft Will Howard?
Do you want me to I'm gonna text him.
Tell him we are on Will Howard watch, and if we draft him, then we got to see him.
Hey, you know Afterburners?
Yeah.
He just hit me up and asked if you have the link up. He would like to come on.
Liam?
Dan.
I'm good, man.
Okay.
Thanks, though.
Gotcha. So, Bassa?
Johnny, just come on camera with poopy diapers in your hands, and that would be enough to sell them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Dude, that was one of the worst things, bro. Had that crap on my face, and I'm like smelling. I'm like, I just changed your diaper. Oof.
What are we doing? Aren't we up in like 5 picks? I need to know your guys' final take.
I think it's Frazier if he's still there. Frazier's a Peoples.
Didn't Frazier go?
Frazier did not go. I don't know why. It's kind of weird. He's like the guy. I think he was ranked 60th, and we're at like damn near 160.
Isaiah Bond is still sitting there.
Isaiah Bond. Dude, there's a name. Would you take the chance with his legal problems?
Those aren't treating people well this draft, are they? Or rumors anyway. I don't know what his deal is. Torrey Horton's still sitting there. Quinn Ewers still sitting there. Kyle McCord's still sitting there. Will Howard's still sitting there.
Oh, if we go kicker with our last pick, that would be really wild. Like, I don't know, man. What do I know at the end of the day? I don't know, man. If these guys seem like that's a position that they are really valuing that could potentially be the reason why we win a few games next year, why the hell not? I mean, the FSU kicker is very intriguing. The cat hasn't missed in like forever and a day, and he boots the hell out of the ball too. So,
And we already took one Florida State guy, didn't we?
yep. And we have another Florida State guy on the team, and Derek Nandi as well. So
Jermaine.
Jermaine, yeah.
I feel like there's another one.
Hey, Dane, Ted's still sitting there.
I would love Tez. You know, let me just look just at receivers and see what this big board looks like.
I think he would go to the Chargers, bro.
I just think Denver makes sense because of obviously the connection with the quarterback, but also the head coach. He's had little guys that he does stuff with over the years in New Orleans. And, you know, there's a receiver out there that I like that is not going to get drafted, but someone who always caught my eye at Oregon, and that's Trayshawn Holden. And that he won't get drafted, but bring him in as a free agent. Pretty big guy.
Restrepo is there.
205.
Do either of you know Torrey Horton?
I know of him. I know he's a big receiver, but that's really about it. Brew McCoy is another one, who is another big receiver that's out there as well. I think Brew McCoy, if I'm not mistaken, he might be like 6'4". He's a big guy. The Restrepo one intrigues me a lot because of his ability in special teams and what he could do. That might be the replacement for what's his name? Oh my god, I can't even think of it right now.
Who's already it? Gibson.
Yeah, Xavier Gibson. So,
another receiver goes. I don't know the guy.
Nope.
Out of Auburn.
Yep. Lambert Smith.
See, I'd rather go Tez Restrepo because I think he could do that stuff too.
Yep.
Lambert Smith on this list is 10th, man. So just another team that's passing over Bond and Johnson, Restrepo, Nash.
You think Bond killed himself in that regards?
Kind of seems like it.
With the allegations.
And then him saying that he's going to be like the fastest guy and break all this stuff.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think it's more so the allegations than his confidence, to be honest. But it's just the timing, man. Like, the timing of it sucks, man. You're about to be drafted, and that happens. There's a couple of those guys this year, too. You saw Will Johnson fall, but that was like medicals. But, hey, life's real, man, and they're buying you as a person. When you have an allegation like that, it questions who you are as a person.
Yep. The kid that just went was Cam Chancellor's uncle. Cam Chancellor is his uncle.
Right. I gotcha. Green Bay pick is in.
Did it. Hello, good. Is it still morning over there for you guys? I'm bad at math. No, I'm really good at math. 3 hours behind?
Johnny, quit talking about Hazel now. She put the headphones on.
I said good morning. Yeah, it's still morning over there, I think, right? 3 hours behind?
By 3 minutes.
I just woke up. It's like noon.
Good afternoon.
I'm gonna go make breakfast. Who did we draft? A shitty wide receiver.
He's fast, but he can't catch the ball.
I like him. I think I'm the only one on the, but I also like Corley.
Murph liked it.
Dudes who can't catch the ball already. Like,
That's
aren't you
what
supposed
that's-
to draft something you don't already have?
We didn't have a speedster.
We need speed though.
We already have dudes who can't catch the ball.
Yeah, that we do have.
We don't need another one.
Colin Oliver, linebacker, Oklahoma State, went to the Packers.
Some dude went to the Packers. A linebacker.
Bro, look at this hair.
I
It's
know.
my beard.
Look at this there.
When she said the other
Yeah,
day,
that's still
I was
lit.
like, "Don't I look like a gnome?" I think I'd be dying when she said that the other
I
night.
said a dwarf. From
Oh,
Lord
a
of the
dwarf.
Rings.
Yeah.
I'll be there eventually.
He's dreaming.
I wanted a mullet, but the wife said no.
She's right on that.
Dude, the mullet would have been amazing.
We are coming up. I think we're on like 3-4 picks or what, Johnny?
Yeah.
How many
It's San
picks do we have
Francisco,
left?
Philly.
2.
2.
You said you guys said we traded or something?
Yeah.
We're 2
What did we give
picks,
up?
and the pick is in for the Niners already.
207.
He said the picks.
I
in
see
Niners.
Aronde Gadsden Jr. getting projected to them.
I think we pick like twice in the next 20 or so.
Murph does not agree with doing a mullet.
Nobody agrees
And
on
that's-
doing a mullet.
Yeah, and that's a dude from West Virginia telling you that, Johnny.
Can you hear them?
A little bit.
Mullet time. I could.
He
I could
lives
pull it off.
Said when the
he
dueling
lives in
mangoes
mullet
tell you
country.
no, it's no.
If the
Oh,
Jets, if the Jets win the Super Bowl, even I will grow a mullet.
Oh yeah, I'm all for it. Hazel's Dano's new name is John. Okay, so we're all calling him John now.
Why is your name John?
Someone called me it by accident, and now Johnny wants to make it stick.
But there's already a John.
I'm a Johnny.
Confusing at all.
Hey John.
Come on, commercials.
Marquise Siegel.
Yep, Kansas City.
Safe.
I mean, from Kansas State to the Niners.
Never heard of him.
I see now.
Yeah, I don't know who that is either. This is wild.
Well, that's the point of the draft we're in, and then there's still 2 more rounds.
I wouldn't be surprised for a slide back. We could use three picks instead.
Are there any more compensatory picks in the draft?
I don't think so.
Do we even care about these picks? What round are we in?
We're in
5, 6?
Yeah, 5th round right now.
Jets
No,
are on the clock.
The Jets are on the clock. You're a lot more than I am because
Your
I am.
commercial break. Oh,
Okay.
his commercial break says that Philadelphia's pick is in
Yeah, the pick is in.
Yeah.
That's what I have.
Yep.
So yeah, we
for
are on.
Philly.
And the Jets are on the clock. Eagles pick is in.
Hey Scott, and I'm gonna put it on here so we'll go here and react to it together.
Cool.
Johnny, you don't have to blast it. It comes in really clear.
Okay. The Eagles selection.
Well, another one of your guys, Johnny.
Ismail?
Smil Moden Smeagol?
Schmel Mondin?
Yep, Junior. Does Howie Roseman have a box in Athens? I think he does. Man.
Yeah, there are still compensatory picks in all these rounds.
Didn't.
Oh, the Saints got a quarterback?
I hope they take a flyer on Horton.
I missed that.
Jets are on the
Shador
clock.
finally got drafted?
The pick is in.
Browns,
Both who?
Gabriel and Sanders.
In the secondary, some of the players that we added.
Barry.
says our pick is in. Look at all those people. Ew.
You should have seen all the garbage that was on there last night when they showed it. It was crazy. Could you imagine your house like right there and then just a mountain of?
Do they have like a concert between picks? I mean, there's what 3-4 minutes.
There should be some kind of.
They should. You could do one whole song between every pick for the people just standing there and hot.
They had some people singing.
All right, we're gonna live react to this. We want a big fatty, right?
I wouldn't mind Frazier, dude. If I'm being honest with you, if he's there, why not? Oh, going to commercial. This is the worst.
What did they show
Commercial.
when Shador was picked?
Nothing, just his highlights. Shador they didn't even interview the dude or nothing.
Who was the guy they showed jumping in the pool after that? I don't know if it was him or so I had the sound off.
Is that who we picked?
There we go. They didn't announce it.
They just put it up.
Well, I don't know. We might be ahead.
Well, this
See,
is the TV.
The first round, it's long enough you can go get a beer and take a piss.
See, I'm showing this. This is what's showing right now.
Wait, how are you ahead of Johnny?
I don't know.
You guys are the future.
It's not a needle mover.
Okay. Then say it.
But
Oh, yeah.
I want to hear Johnny say the name.
Great. Kicker,
Just reset,
Ryan
actually,
Fitzpatrick.
instead.
I'm just kidding.
This guy's name sounds like a kicker.
All right, the selection is in.
Oh, you haven't seen it yet, Johnny? Okay.
No. Oh, a linebacker from Miami, Francisco Maigoa. Mauigoa.
Hey, he had 18 tackles for a loss in 2023 and 11 last year. Is he an edge guy or is he like a Mike?
Are the bright yellow people like security or
Must be.
or?
I have no idea who this guy is. That's wild.
6'2", 233.
Anyway.
Oh, we got a linebacker. Loading up the defense, man.
Yo, this is wild, bro.
Honestly, I don't care.
Yeah.
You want eggs? Or anything? Make it.
Egg sounds good. I want some eggs. Scott,
Johnny,
how are we feeling right now about this, dude?
about the Jets?
About the Jets drafts?
I'm at a C plus sort of grade.
I think I'm in a I got to keep the faith type of thing right now because
Well, last year I gave him a C minus, and oh man, I was eviscerated for that. But I think I ended up closer than most people that were given them A's, as it turns out.
Hey, I'll be right back real quick. I'll be right back.
Steelers on the clock. No Shador Sanders.
Mauga or something. Do you want me to pull information about him, or are you good on that?
Sure.
Okay.
Kinda-
Let's see what I got.
It didn't sound like the type of linebacker that it seems like the Jets need, but hey, they're maybe preparing for life without Quincy.
I'm sure the rumor mill will spin that way for sure. It could be true though.
Well, and that's it's a 5th round pick, so he might be a practice squad guy for all we know.
Or maybe a special teamer.
Look at 2 guys wearing dresses announcing the Jets pick.
Oh, they did do an announcement. Okay. Those guys are buff.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that to their face. Was he at Washington State?
Yeah.
Wow.
I will say he looks more of the athletic type, and a lot of people speculated and said if we needed a linebacker, it was going to be like a gap clogging one. Not
Thumper. He looks more like he almost looks more like the in the box safety.
Mm-hmm. I could see that too. You never know either. Like that could be the vision.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeti already called that one out also.
I'm behind on the chat. Yeah, 29 again. A lot of TFLs for that guy. A lot.
Yeah.
Nolan says maybe a hybrid edge backer. I could see it. Tyson said he feels like an owl right now. Who? Yeti. Question mark, another safety? 6'2", 233 is a small backer.
Yeah, he's definitely not that thumper that people have talked about the Jets needing. Man, so I got to look at this again.
I'm pulling his info from the Beast as we speak, so I will have a little more info here in a sec.
Corner linebacker who almost looks like a strong safety with a receiver sandwiched in between.
That's all we are doing in round 5, but we do have one more pick in round 6, fellas. Smack the like button, hit subscribe. We would appreciate it. Yeti, is he fast? Hold on, I almost have the info. If you guys can just chat for a sec, Johnny, Scott, bear with me. I'll pull the info.
He looked fast and athletic on those highlights for sure.
Dane Brugler's linebacker 20.
CBS gave him a B-. Oh, Notre Dame tight end just went.
Wow, man, this is wild, bro. That all this stuff is happening.
All right, give me the mic for 1 second here. I'm going to read off some of his strengths and weaknesses. So we got a good size athlete, well-rounded skill set, instinctive, follows the keys to football, good feel for working around noise downhill, masterful at timing blitzes to make it a bad day for the backfield. He unlocks through the hips to make the ball carrier feel it. So he is a bit of a thumper. Can turn and run with wheel routes. I like that. Team captain. You can tell he buys into the do your job mantra. extensive special teams experience, including on all punt coverages as a senior, and he's durable. Summary: 2-year starter at Miami. He played Mike linebacker in then DC Lance Guidry's 4-2-5 base scheme. After 2 seasons at Washington State, he was teammates with Cam Ward at 2 different programs. He transferred to Coral Gables, where he led the Hurricanes in tackles and TFLs as both a junior and a senior. He's a green dot player on defense. He reads well pre and post snap and is at his best working downhill angles to skim blocks and make stops at or behind the line. 29 TFLs in 26 starts. Awareness carries over to coverage, although his reaction quickness isn't as sharp and offenses can find success targeting him. Overall, he needs to clean up his missed tackles and coverage missteps to earn defensive snaps, but his instincts, his chase speed, and mentality are draftable traits that will endear him to NFL coaching. Special teams will help him make a roster.
Dane, the Steelers just took one of your interior defensive linemen.
Who was it?
Yaya Black. Out of Iowa.
Yeah, it's the Iowa cat.
6'6", 336. And then the Chargers took Aronde Gadsden.
Yeah.
I like what they've been doing.
Do you think we have too crowded of a D-back room now to take Mickens?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's a feel-good story at that point, right? And, I mean, is Frazier still out there? Peebles is still out there?
Facts.
That's wild that they are out there, though.
That's 2 guys, though, in the one we just took that we took around sooner than Dane Brugler had. What does that mean? Nothing. But just food for thought, because there was a 6th round grade on this guy. But I like that he was a team captain. I like that he was a Mike linebacker. Like, we needed some depth there with Mosley leaving. But first and foremost, special teams experience is clutch, because we got a new coordinator, and who knows who he's going to like and who he's not.
That's true. Torrey Horton just went to the Seahawks. The wide receiver for Colorado State.
Oh, yeah. He was the top one on the board.
Yep.
Yo, I think we're going to have a really bad grade when it comes to the end of this at all. If I'm being honest with you guys, I think the first 2 picks were like good picks, right? But the rest are a lot. You're like, yo, what's going on?
Well,
With all the talent on the board that was still left.
I think the first pick was a obvious home run. I mean, he could flop. Any of them could, right? I know Dane was concerned he was end up being a bust. I don't know if that's changed, Dane, but
you talking
second
Membo?
pick, good player, but man, there's so many good tight ends. Could they have waited? And then after that, I don't know. To me, the draft is
Yeah, I mean, you got to scale it to the front of the draft. Those are the most important picks. I'm not worried.
Sacramento State. Sorry, Dane. That's back my old hood. Sacramento State. Where's Jeremy?
Yeah, Jeremy's backyard.
Jackson Slater.
Dude, if Membu pans out, and I do like Mason Taylor, he just wasn't on my radar. I honestly think he can be a better version of Conklin.
Yeah,
dude. If those 2 picks pan out, and I do trust him with the corner, I don't even care after that, man. Yep. If those 2 or 3 picks, like, people don't realize, like, our day 1 and day 2 picks last year totaled less than 600 snaps. we got almost nothing out of them. So give us that in a full capacity again, and what we have now. Like maybe we can form one draft class out of the 2 years.
There goes a center.
When's our next pick, Dano?
We have a little bit of time here. I think we pick
13 or
see,
something.
we pick at 186.
Okay.
18 slots.
I'm probably gonna have to drop off the my little one, Addie. She has a little fever, so we're gonna go, get her squared away. But I'll probably be in the chats.
No problem, man. Do your thing, man. I'm glad you hung out this long.
Yeah, this was awesome. This was I want the last pick.
Hey,
I'm gonna wait it out until she comes in and she's like,
plug
"Hey,
your stuff though while we got you."
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till she comes in here, and then she's like,
You've almost made it 3 whole days, Johnny. You're close.
Trying to, man. This was therapeutic for me, if I'm being honest with you guys. So
and then Mo Dean. I just love that guy. Don't necessarily love everything he says, but you can count on Mo. You can count on Mo to be Mo.
Is it a story at all that Will Howard's still sitting there?
I think so.
You know what? I don't think so, just based on what we've heard a lot of people saying about him, analysts. I personally like the guy, man. He steps up in big games. And
that's huge.
There's something to be said for that. Is that Shadur dancing right there?
Where?
I just looked up, and on the TV I think it was the Sanders household dancing, but I could be wrong. Just a quick glimpse.
That's
Shiloh's still out there, ain't he?
Like, I hope they celebrated that he got picked at all. Like, forget when, man. You just got your dream come true, man. Just enjoy it.
Yeah. You still have a chance to make a great living. You're not going to get as much money up front, but you got a shot. Oh, Yeti was even more harsh than me. D+.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah.
Oh, the Bears picked up not
Frazier.
Zach Frazier, but Za Frazier.
I totally saw Zach Frazier.
Za Frazier from UTSA. Do you know what school that is?
University of Texas, San Antonio.
Oh, my man. I would have not known that.
Dude's name is really Yaya Black.
Yes, it is.
I don't know how it's pronounced, but that made most sense for me to say it that way.
It reminds me of Haha Clinton Dix.
Mm-hmm. Yo, he wasn't bad though. I think once he had that injury, it was pretty much done. But pre-injury, he was really up there.
So when he was in Green Bay, I went back there with my girlfriend at the time to a game. Her son was at the Naval Academy in Chicago also, so we kind of did 2 things. But we went into this store, and they had these shirts that said, "Chicks love dicks." They spelled it like Haha's name.
Hell yeah.
I encouraged her to get one, but she wouldn't do it.
I have an updated big board here for us if anyone's interested. Will Howard is creeping up that list.
Quinn Ewers, Chris Paul, Cameron Williams, Jalen Reed, JJ Pegasus.
Nolan was in here earlier, and he said a name that we've heard linked to the Jets quite a bit. Kyle McCord What do you guys care if it's him or Howard? It wouldn't shock me if we went QB with the final pick.
I want Howard. If you're telling me a quarterback, and I've said it from the beginning, I would either want Howard or give me Riley Leonard from Dame, and I would be good. Like I think those are the players for me in the later rounds have had the bigger upside. Um, Howard's been in the bright lights. I mean, there's something that has to be said. He was just in the national championship, and he's the reason why they won that game. So like, give me that dude.
Chat, what do you guys think? How, if you had to take a quarterback to round out this draft, is it Will Howard or is it Kyle McCord? Scott, what says you?
I'm not going to act like I've even ever watched Kyle McCord play. So I've seen people mock him a lot higher than where he's going to go if he gets drafted. I would say Will Howard, just because I do like the guy. But I can't fairly judge McCord. I don't want Ewers.
All right, boys. I'm gonna head out. I appreciate you guys. If you guys have not smacked the like and hit the sub button, what are you guys waiting for? Come on, man. It's our guy Dano. Dano, Scott, it's always a pleasure, man.
Johnny.
This was
Plug your
awesome.
stuff, man. Plug your stuff too.
Come catch myself and Snowball Jets Worldwide Fridays 7:30. The pre-show to the Danger Show, right? So come through, show some love. But it's about the Danger Zone, man. Our last pick is coming up. Who is it going to be? And I'm gonna throw it out there, and I think we go
trade.
I think we go Howard. I think Howard. I think it's Howard. I think they throw a dart for a quarterback, but I want Miles Frazier. That's who I would want. So,
okay.
Peace, guys.
Later, Johnny.
Later, Johnny.
Lions just traded up. I don't know who they're looking for.
The Lions just traded up. They got, let's see, they got trenches with their first and second. Then they went wide receiver. What do they need?
They jumped right ahead of the Vikings.
Interesting. Yeah.
Bills took a corner out of Ohio State.
Would you take Howard or Hendon Hooker?
Well, obviously, they can answer that.
Yeah.
But I think that the whole scenario you talked about earlier with Teddy Bridgewater speaks volumes on their thoughts on Hooker.
Yeah. Good point. I mean, they don't have a lot behind Goff, but would they actually trade up for a guy that they don't anticipate is going to be playing? I doubt it. They'd probably go another route.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah. But we'll see.
Yeah.
It's hard to evaluate them because they just had so many injuries last year.
But mostly on defense, right?
Right. Hey, there we go.
Unfortunately, Goff melted down in the playoffs, or they might have outscored Washington if he hadn't turned the ball over so many times.
Facts. Tyson said if we did go Howard and we put two Ohio State quarterbacks together on our team, we have one great quarterback. I often forget Fields was a Buckeye, and I shouldn't. We got day 3 conversation, fellas. If you have anything you want us to chat about in the chat, drop it.
Oh, no.
You thought you got something there?
No, once again, I just glanced and saw Frazier, but it was the pick we already had seen. Zaw Frazier.
Oh yeah. I thought that was Zach, and they had a typo.
Yeah. I could still see the Rams taking a quarterback.
I could too. Are they coming up? Yeah, they
Yeah,
are.
they're after. No, they just traded up with Minnesota. That's what happened. Okay, they're after the Lions now.
Interesting. Let's look at what the Rams have done thus far. That could help. Rams.
Boy, man, Isaiah Bond might just draft out. I'm going to drop out of the draft. Here we go, Lions.
What do you got?
Exhibition at the German Sport and Olympic Museum in Cologne, open until June. So without further ado, let's get to the pick. With the 171st pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Miles Frazier for the
Lions. You don't mess around. Offensive line. Johnny, heartbroken.
Jeez, that's a good pick. I don't understand why he stuck around so long. I mean, that's a big program. 500 plus pass block snaps, 0 sacks. Must be something behind the scenes we don't know, because, like I said, he was like 60th overall prospects.
And that's just what you don't know. How these guys come off in an interview. What's with the yellow shirts that say Aggies? What am I missing? Are you watching this thing?
Yeah. I don't know what that's about.
Huh. I have no clue.
Look at that wall, though. That's pretty cool.
That is cool. That actually looks like maybe now that you're out in that part of the world, you get up to a Washington Huskies game and they have a great big scoreboard on the end of the stadium. They play Purple Haze and they have this big, well, I guess it's supposed to be a husky, of course, but it looks more like a wolf with the eyes glowing and kind of like that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, you know what? Now that I'm up here, I do got to get to some sporting events because there's some cool spots.
You have no excuse not to go to an Oregon game now.
I definitely am. I don't know when or against who, but I need to experience that atmosphere, man. And I'm not a Seahawks fan either, but I think it'd be cool to go see the 12th man.
That stadium is loud, but so is Oregon. Watch that video I sent you. It's like it's the Ohio State week, not the playoff week, but the regular season week. So the game is in Autzen Stadium.
Oh yeah,
you'll be pumped to go to a game there when you watch that. Trust me.
That game was, yeah, I do got to see that because just the game video was epic. So I bet the behind the scenes stuff was even better.
Rams took a linebacker, Chris Paul.
Tyson, where do you live? Cousin used to live in Welch's. I wonder where that's at.
I don't know Welch's either.
Welch's
cousins
Oregon.
Welch's. I'm guessing that's Oregon somewhere.
Yeah. Let me see.
So 2 guys on your list just got taken.
Tyson, I am 4 hours from there.
Mount Hood. Very cool.
Yeah. Not far from Portland, it looks like. I'm a little southwest. I'm right on the coast, but yeah, about 4 hours. Yeah, let me update my big board, see what we got. But these picks are going faster, so I don't think we're gonna have that much longer. if you get it, you don't have to play it. You can, whatever you, if you find out, just tell us. It's cool.
Okay.
I'm surprised they're even still announcing some of them. You get this late.
There's still a lot of picks left.
True. Yeah, Mr. Irrelevant is
Jackson Hawes to Buffalo.
Oh, no. They got their Knox replaced. Like, I don't know. Knox might still be there, but, like, they phased him out. And
Well, I
like
don't think he was ever a big blocker anyway, was he?
Who, Hawes or Knox?
Knox.
Yeah, true. I mean, he looked like he ought to been, but this kid, though, Hawes, like you said, man, hell of a blocker.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm not happy he went to Buffalo.
I know you kind of had it. You kind of had him as a Jet in the back of your mind.
Yep. And this is about where he ought to went. Like, I don't know, man. A lot of players still floating around. There's Shador, right?
Is that your updated list? Frazier's
Oh.
gone.
No, here, I got you.
Paul's gone.
Updated list. We'll go.
So the Ole Miss tackle, is he a big run stuffer or what is he?
Which guy? The Ole Miss. Oh, the
JJ
or whatever.
Pegus.
Yeah. Let me see. I can tell you.
Modine. Well, he just is a classic.
So that defensive tackle often used in short yardage and goal line situation as a fullback. What? That doesn't tell me anything. Okay.
Cardinals.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, my Arizona Cardinals select
Denzel Burke.
Denzel Burke, Buckeye.
Struggled versus Oregon is one of the things they put up there.
Pegues seems all right. There's questions about his motor is all.
I want a guy that's going to plug up the middle and not get pushed back into the linebackers.
Okay, so I got to take Jackson Hawes off there, but the rest is still valid. Let me make it a little bigger here, too. Wish you could just take the running backs off of it. There's a little better. Boy, Buckeyes having a lot of guys drafted.
I'm with Tyson. Be right back.
Yep, you are good. Let me fix the cam here. Yeah, we're chilling. We are in round 6. If you haven't already, hit the like button. We're just waiting for the Jets' final selection. We can give you our breakdown of that. Right now we have everyone we've chosen so far down in the rolling ticker. We've discussed our draft grades, and, you know, most of us are between a C+ and a D. Well, we won't know. honestly, we will have no idea until these guys get, out there and play. I will say one thing. If I was a local guy in that market, I would find a way to get to training camp because new regime, new coaching staff, new coordinators, and all these new players, you're going to have some great competition to see. And I just think a lot of guys we've gotten, even today, team captains, just good character guys. I think it's going to be a very competitive atmosphere as my voice starts to go on day 3 of the draft. But yeah, I think training camp's going to be one to follow. It is. And I don't know if I would have believed that had you asked me 6 months ago if I would have care about the Jets in April or in June or July, because things were looking pretty bleak. But there are enough things we've done to pique my interest and to keep me plugged in until 2026, which I think is the most intriguing part. Is that's when we're going to make big strides. But this year we just need to resemble a football team on the field on Sundays, all 17 games. Last year we only did for a handful of games, right? So if we can just lay that foundation, convince everybody what Glenn's culture is and will be. We need another wave of free agents next spring. We need to self-evaluate what we have in our building, who we need to pay, who we don't need to pay, who's already paid and we don't want, we need to trade. Yeah, self-scout. This is a year of self-scouting and foundation implementation. That is the name of 2025. If we can win I think 7 to 10 games, depending on how people take to the culture, that's and how they take to the scheme, that'll decide whether it's 5 to 7 to 10. It really will. Scott, what's up?
Did I miss anything?
No, I was just recapping, really. Just a second.
Jets pick is in. Did they move up? No, they were at 176, right? Oh, Jets traded up.
Thank you.
But I want the ketchup, so.
Yeah. Did the Jets trade up?
They just drafted Tyler Barron at 176.
They did trade up. What did they use? 2026.
I don't know. Let's see if it will tell me. No.
There we go.
Tyler Barron.
Thank you.
An edge.
Love you.
How we miss that?
I'm scared, Scott. Did we really use 2026 picks?
I don't. Well, you're always good at finding what the picks are for.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell me just that they had moved up.
Shit. Let's see.
11 tackles for loss last year. 19 sacks, 38 tackles for loss in his career at Miami and Tennessee.
You're ahead because even Johnny's not there yet. That's fine.
I'm on NFL Network.
Let's see.
Johnny must not be able to hear me. Good. He'll get to enjoy it more. I'm not going to act like I know anything about the guy, but those are pretty solid stats. A lot of guys who like making plays behind the line of scrimmage. That's a good thing.
Yeah, good point.
And now the Bills are on the clock again.
So that was the final pick of the 5th round. Tyler Barron. Miami. So let me see, because that might be it.
4.6240.
Oh, wait. So we still have our 186 picks. So did we trade a player or just a future pick?
I don't know. I just surprised to all of a sudden see the Jets were on the clock. Here, I'll turn up the TV a little bit. Maybe they'll tell us. Oh, now they're interviewing Tomlin.
Thank you. Walk us through the conversation.
Funny, this draft sure has turned to all defense for the Jets.
I have the trade info now.
Okay.
All right. We moved up 10 picks. We did
trade that pick.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And we gave a 5th next year for a 6th next year. So we came up 10 and we moved back around next year. And if I refresh, that might have been our last pick from the sounds of it. Yeah, this ESPN site's very slow.
If they traded it, unless they picked up a 7th or something this year.
We didn't have any, though.
I mean, if somehow that they got a 7th as well, I don't.
Yeah. It's kind of frustrating because, like, I feel like there were so many opportunities. We could have slid and took that receiver. And here we are, like, we stuck and pick all. I mean, I guess we did trade up one point, but what I'm saying is, like, are we really borrowing for next year from next year when we could have slid earlier and had the capital to wiggle around?
I don't know.
The player, we'll see.
Well, they feel strongly enough about him to trade up still at this point in the draft.
Johnny is saying that Barron might have had a little experience at defensive tackle. I'm gonna try to pull some information from this kid. See what we got.
I want to see what his size is.
Yeah.
No, it's 258. He better not be. Maybe in pass rush situations. That was like, remember when they say, "Well, Will McDonald played defensive tackle." Yeah, but he can't in the NFL.
Right. Yeah. The NFL is a different animal.
Yeah.
Okay, Tyler Barron, 6'4", 258, like you said. Ran a 4.62. He's 23 and a half. Here is the scouting report. Tall with decent mass and arm length. Good first step to build speed. There's a lot of info here. Let me go to the summary. A 1-year starter at Miami, Barron was an outside edge rusher. 7 and 9 technique. So he's a wide 9 guy. Former defensive coordinator. Yeah. Oh, Goudry again. Didn't we already take a guy from Goudry's system?
You know what? This kid, another special teams guy.
That Mauga linebacker and this guy were teammates.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Barron is a charged up linear athlete who has some tightness, but he can dip and escape blocks when his hand timing stays on point. Though he has a solid pursuit motor, the inconsistent physicality and discipline at the point of attack was a consistent issue on tape. Overall, Barron has some pass rush skill, but he's an uneven run performer, and there isn't much that distinguishes him by NFL standards beyond being a potential rotational piece. If he brings his fastball, he is a potential sub-package rusher for an NFL defense. 6th round grade, Dane Brugler, athletic.
Kind of an underwhelming description, but some of those things do sound coachable.
Yeah.
And once again, does he help special teams? That's what we got to consider at this point in the draft as well.
I want to say that Mauga, who was the Mike linebacker in that on that same system, it said that they ran a 4.25, and he was the Mike, and then this guy must have did some 7 and 9 technique.
Okay, the Bills took Dorian Strong, a corner out of Virginia Tech.
Interesting.
Ravens are on the clock.
Who are you most intrigued about that's still draftable?
Let me look at best available and see who they got on here.
Hey, buy me 30 seconds, okay? I just
Sure.
gotta pee real fast.
All right.
If you want to, you're good.
We can get the chat's comment on that question as well. I mean, Isaiah Bond is, of course, intriguing, but is he going to be in jail? Boy, and I don't know who does the player rankings for CBS NFL, but they have their 59th rated player is still on the board, Jared Ivey. He's an edge. I think we might have just had a pick. And let's see who it is. Oh, they haven't. Ravens pick is in. Dolphins are on the clock. Yeah, Dane, I don't know what the rankings you were looking at say, but I'm just looking at more just to track who's getting drafted, but they have their best available. And the CBS has their 59th rated player still available.
Who is the player?
His name is Jared Ivey. I've heard his name. Can't say I know a lot about him. He's an edge out of Mississippi. And then Logan Brown, he's a tackle out of Kansas. And Isaiah Bond is still sitting there. I mean, he was their number one receiver, really. Here you go, Dane. Oh, we don't have any more picks left, do we?
No, that's the shitty part. Because I was gonna say Tej Johnson, but don't get the opportunity.
He sure fell, didn't he?
I'll tell you what, man. If he goes undrafted, he's my first call.
I just have this feeling he will be in Denver.
That is a very solid bet. Now that you mention it, like with Troy Franklin and just the vibes out here, like it does seem like a fit. Bo Nix, of course.
Yeah.
But if you get him for nothing, whew, why not take a shot on the kid? I get it, 1 percentile size, but So the Ravens took a CB Cone from Western Michigan. This is the details of the trade we pulled off, which we already verbally mentioned, but I just want to show the graphic. Just a standard trade.
Not that any of this matters really at this point, but CBS gave that Barron draft pick a B plus.
Okay. What did they give the Mauga one?
Let me go find it. A B minus. Dolphins pick is in. I got some Hampton highlights on right now. Oh man.
Yeah, dude.
I think I'm gonna have to get him in fantasy football next year. I think Harbaugh's gonna put this guy to work and make it work.
In my dynasty league, I have picks number 5 and 7.
Oh,
I want to. I got to get I got to get a running back, man, and he might be there at 5.
Yeah. Well, you know, Genty will go before him. Cam Ward will go. Only problem is, do any of the receivers go? Maybe Tet goes.
Ted will go.
There's
maybe.
3.
People value running backs in dynasty, though.
But it's also who gets. You only is it a like dynasty? I don't know. That's different than a keeper league. Dynasty, you keep your whole roster.
It's like a long term. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was toying with the idea: do I want to stick and pick, or do I want to try to move up for Genty? But
Dolphins took Ollie Gordon, running back, Oklahoma State.
I think I saw a little bit of him. He wasn't bad either, if I remember correctly.
No, I think he got some respect for sure. Well, and they've already parted ways with the guy from the 49ers, right? The heck was his name?
Dane, you have the record on YouTube for posting the most bad news in one day. That's funny.
You broke Mo Dean's record.
For real. Highly interested to see Tez Johnson, though. Highly interested to see Will Howard. I don't really care about Quinn Ewers, but that is a story. Where does he go? I don't know who else interests me, really.
So there are rumors that the Steelers really liked Quinn Ewers.
Really?
But there are also rumors they really like Shadur Sanders.
True.
Oh, the Raiders took the D lineman from Ole Miss, Pegues.
Gotcha. RJ Mickens on the board still?
Yep. Eagles are up. They'll pull out somebody.
I see Jared Ivey now on my list.
Where's he ranked on that list?
So this isn't like pre-draft. This is right now, and they have him 18th.
Oh, okay.
Who knows? And I'm just on ESPN, but I'm just on like their draft thing. I don't know if anyone wrote this. You know, it's just a ranking, but
sure. Kyle McCord to the Eagles.
Really?
Yep.
Local, well, semi-local for them.
Wow. Oh, no. Jets don't have any picks left, do they? Snowball's dream is crushed. Oh. They could sign him as a free agent still.
What was that, Scott?
I was saying Snowball's dream has been crushed, but they could still sign him as a free agent, undrafted
Wait,
free agent.
did Will Howard go?
No,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying that the Jets still have an opportunity to end up with him, but he can't get drafted.
Good point. So let me ask you that: would you dare? So you've already traded next year a fifth for a sixth, or vice versa. You lost a little bit there. Would you dare like try to trade a seventh and get back in this, or a sixth and get back in this?
You know, if you really thought he could be your backup quarterback of the future, doesn't have to be a starter because then you would have done it sooner. Sure, that's worth a seventh round pick, a competent backup quarterback. Hell yeah.
You wouldn't care about not having the seventh next year, though, right?
No, no, no. Not if you feel good about the guy. I mean, let's face it. How many seventh round picks make an NFL roster?
Not many.
Patriots. Pick is in.
Speaking of seventh rounders, Jalen Key we took last year. I don't even think he was on the roster by week 1, was he?
I don't think so. Here's Baldy talking right now.
I think if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, you're just trying to replace with some young guys that have a ton of potential with what you lost, right? And so you go, the Kobe Dean.
Oh, well, the Eagles did lose their number 2 quarterback, right? It was Pickett.
Yeah, Pickett, right. Sorry, Johnny. Yeah, Kyle McCord came down. He's an Eagle.
First round pick at linebacker since Jerry Robinson in 1979 at UCLA. They don't normally spend resources like this. They just gave Zach Vaughn a big fat contract because he earned it last year. All pro. And you compare him with John Campbell. This is Vic Fangio at work right here. Like he's always built his defenses.
Yeah, let's see. My best available. It's so funny. Yeah, they had, and not that I trust CBS, but Jared Ivey was their number 59. Logan Brown was their number 63, and Isaiah Bond was their number 64.
Tyson said, watch us get better undrafted guys than we had picks. You know what? Fine by me.
Yeah. You know, hey, Joe D, that was something he was pretty good at, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I would say so.
Come on. Tell us New England's pick.
Mo said, if you feel like you're on the Titanic, it's not a dream.
You know, I don't know. These players might work out, but mostly doesn't feel like needle movers.
No, yeah.
But yet it's too early to say that really. It's just the way it feels right now. Oh, Patriots took a kicker.
And it was, if I told you it was a kicker from Florida, you wouldn't even have thought it was him, would you?
Right. Wow.
Miami, man. They're a run on Hurricanes.
Huh. I don't know. I just couldn't even imagine drafting a kicker.
$405 points. Not bad.
Yeah. Wasn't there a kicker from Miami several years back that I think Tampa Bay took him in like the third round, and then he was just a complete bust. Couldn't make a kick. God, what was that guy's name?
Hmm.
Titans pick is in.
Okay.
Well, next day we'll have to talk about all the national grades of the draft.
Yeah. Yeah, and it will take time to fully digest what exactly happened the last few days. I mean, hell, even the picks yesterday, I needed a night to sleep on to even figure out how I felt, you know?
Well, and
Um,
right
yeah.
now, nobody's right and nobody's wrong. It's all speculation.
Yeah. Yeah. It is fun just, experiencing the draft because, I mean, hell, we've been waiting at least damn near 6 months for this, but I
I
don't
don't
know.
know if you saw what I put on your Discord, but it's pretty interesting. This show on NFL Network, for years they did it. Mark Dominic had a show and they called it Mark's Math. And what they did was they go back and look at the draft from 4 years earlier, and then they grade it out. But it's just so funny looking at all these grades on the players, and they never end up this high. I mean, it's a majority A's and B's here, but
Yeah.
uh, it's pretty interesting to go back and see. And they look at guys that aren't even in the league anymore, guys that signed a second contract, how much it is. Now he left the. I don't know what he's doing now, but he's not with the NFL radio anymore.
It wasn't Schlereth, was it?
No, it's a guy named Mark Dominic, and he did it with one of this the other. Mark Dominic was I think he was the. He might have. I think he was involved with New England at one point, and I think he was a GM for Tampa Bay. But just a great show, and it's fun to look back at the draft and see, oh, bad pick and great pick, or hopefully they continue that show with somebody else.
Yeah. Mo said a lot of these picks feel like lottery tickets, and he's kind of right. I mean, a lot of them are, right?
Yeah,
but
but if
there
the
wasn't any sizzle today, and that's what I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have expected a little something, but I thought there would be one pick where I'm like, yes.
you mean for the Jets, or
For
yeah,
the Jets specifically, yeah.
really the only pick for me was Membu. Taylor's fine, but I wasn't like but I was just I wanted it Membu over Warren. Just too many good tight ends to go tight end at 7. But hey, let's be real about Mo Dean. If the Jets had drafted that kicker, he'd have ripped their ass.
Hell yeah, he would have. Meanwhile, I would not mind if we took a kicker right now. There's a lot of it's a polarizing conversation, that one. People are either on one side of the fence or they're not. I don't mind drafting one because I feel like you lock them in longer. I think
Okay, let's see, Dane. Titans took safety out of Cal, Marcus Harris. Man, been quite a few Cal guys drafted. I like that.
Mhm.
Saints took running back Devin Neal out of Kansas.
He was high on the board.
Steelers are on the clock. Oh, Steelers pick is in with the Ravens to follow.
Just recapping the draft again, Tyson wanted to chime in. Moore was the one for him today. He's big on Taylor. He doesn't like Membu, but I'm sure he will be a good Evan Neal type. So Tyson, you're saying Moore was the guy where you were like, yes, or Moore was the one you didn't like. Let us know. Malachi Moore, though, it probably was the best pick of today, I would imagine. I mean, that's my vote as well. Safety thumper that we traded up for, 4-year player from Bama. I mean, there's not much to compare him against because I didn't like the receiver either, from at least what we've heard about him. But yeah, I don't know. Let's hope we got a good Malachi this time.
Well, the Jets, including free agency, they've put a lot into the defensive backfield.
Yeah. I worry we didn't do enough in the receiving game. That's all.
I worry about that, and I worry about still stopping the run, although it's going to be a different scheme, and they might think they can scheme it up.
I don't know if he's kidding.
What's up, Nate?
Nate says we got the next Tyreek. What's up, Nate?
Steelers.
Yeah.
Is it Quinn Ewers?
The Pope and the Irish dancing are very similar.
Will Howard?
Will Howard.
Is it?
That's Will Howard.
That makes sense.
There's so much bullshit. There was so much stuff coming out from Pittsburgh about how much they like Quinn Ewers.
Here's the other thing. They just took Jack Sawyer and now Will Howard in the span of an hour.
Johnny, if you can hear us, go console Snowball.
I am going to pull some Will Howard info for Nate here.
Well, once again, doesn't he seem kind of like a Steeler?
He's from Downingtown, PA, which I've never heard of, so but I'm sure it's. I don't know, man, but I feel like that's a really nice place to take him.
Yep, I like it.
Yeah, not a expensive acquisition, not an expensive one at all. And I would have taken him before some of the other quarterbacks taken. Call me crazy.
Yeah.
I
would have taken him before Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. I would have taken him before McCord by a hair too, but I do like that he went before Ewers. I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nate, I'm also annoyed. It'd be nice to have a few more picks right now. We wasted one. See, that I think was the mistake. Is that you took the receiver that you probably could have waited on, in my opinion, and then you wanted Malachi Moore, so you had to burn a pick to come up and get him. If you just took Malachi Moore first, then you could have probably taken the wide receiver after that, and you would have still had a 6th. If that makes any sense. Like, maybe not, because other people were higher on the receiver than I was. But what was it, 20 more picks? I wouldn't have minded waiting. Yeah, Restrepo, man. Peebles we were talking about a lot. Lampkin's a good one. We didn't go that route, but Restrepo and Peebles, Chaos and Johnny were all over, that's for sure.
That 4.840 killed him.
Nate, I want to know what you think of Tej Johnson. Would you call him after the draft if he goes unselected? Yeah. I admit though, we don't know what they're looking for, and who knows? Maybe in their eyes, they hit home runs all over the place.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what we think, does it?
Right. I would have liked to see better movement out of Muji earlier on, though. But sometimes your board just doesn't. It doesn't make sense to move around.
Well, he might have tried.
Yeah, he might have tried. You're right.
Just couldn't make a deal.
When was it? I think it was the wide receiver selection where the Bills traded right in front of us. How many times did they fuck us too? They traded in. They were in front of us 3 different rounds. But when we took, what the hell is his name? Smith, the receiver. There was like 2 trade ups right in front of us, and then there was 2 or 3 more right after us, and that I feel like was a missed opportunity to slide back. Yep.
Ravens pick is in.
Yeah, Chaos was in here. We were talking Tez as well, and that separation at the Senior Bowl was. I'm surprised he's still available. I am. I get the size, but like these guys are all lottery tickets you're taking now. Who better than to spend a lottery ticket on than Tez Johnson?
Man, I'd love to replace Gibson with him.
Yes. Yes. Perfect, Scott. Gibson.
I hope to see 2 guys, well, more than 2, but specifically on the offensive side of the ball, no longer with the Jets. Gibson, and who do you think my other one is?
There's a couple in mind, but I know who
You'll
it
get
is.
it. 1 or 2, you'll get it.
I knew Clemens.
No, offensive side of the ball.
Oh, offense.
Yeah. There's
Lazard.
2. No. Not that I'm thrilled to have him, but who would the next one be?
A guy on the offensive side of the ball that you don't want on the team?
Yeah. Don't want to see him anymore.
Ruckert.
Exactly. One reason I was hoping maybe 2 tight ends in this draft might mean that's it for Ruckert.
Yeah. Especially with Stone Smart. I mean,
well,
full room.
Maybe they value him more than Ruckert. I don't know. He's who knows?
If you expanded that beyond offense.
Clemens, for sure.
Anyone else?
No, there's no one else I just would like to dump off the team, irregardless of.
What about? And I want to point out Yeti's comment here. Does this one jar you at all? What about Zerline?
Oh, it's funny. I almost consider him not even being on the team, but I guess he still is.
Yeah. Indeed, he is. But, there's a chance he snaps back and is his old self.
He might. He could. So there's no harm in bringing him into training camp. Don't have to keep him.
You don't. And a lot of people I've heard say that Thomas Morstead was on a 1-year deal. He was on a 2-year deal, though.
Jalen Reed.
Receiver?
No, he's a safety out of Penn State, which I saw him get mocked quite a bit higher than this many times. He went to Houston.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard that or not, but Thomas Morstead is under contract for us, about $3 million this year. You want to keep him, right?
Yeah.
In fact, I think he and Zerline are 2 of our old guys, but like there are very few 30-plus-year-olds on this team.
Well, you know what? Kicker and punter are not bad 30-plusers to have.
Yep. You're right. Last year, we had very few as well. I know people praise how few. Yeah, good.
Hey, Dane, sorry. I missed this. I don't know if anyone mentioned it. Baltimore took a kicker. Tyler Loop out of Arizona.
Ah,
I tell you, right after the Will Howard pick.
that must be why Yeti said all the kickers are going.
Except who everyone thought is the best kicker hasn't gone yet, right?
Yeah, the Florida State kid.
Yep.
Ryan Fitzgerald, yeah.
Okay, Titans took a running back from Michigan, Khalil Mullings.
We are into round 6. We are 188. See how we're doing here. I might be a little early on. Okay, so the Titans are on the clock, but I do already know who the Colts are taking next.
Who you got?
So after this Titans pick, the Colts are taking a quarterback. They are taking Fighting Irish.
Oh,
Riley Leonard.
Okay.
We talked about Indy maybe going quarterback earlier in the draft.
Yeah.
But, you know, here's a good spot for it.
I thought maybe Shadur. I mean, that's what some scuttlebutt was this morning anyway.
Johnny, what do you think of Riley Leonard going to the Colts? You were a Riley Leonard guy.
Johnny loves those Notre Dame quarterbacks.
Hey, that's a good spot for him to go though. For real.
Yeah. If I was a quarterback coming out, I'd want to go there.
100%.
Who is their number 2 right now?
I can tell you. They're Daniel Jones.
Oh, shit. I bet you he ends up being their number 1.
And they took Tyler Warren. So they got a safety valve.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think, Scott? Do you want to keep kicking it or you want to make your rounds? I don't want to pressure you to keep sitting here with me.
No, I'm not. I'm going to be here with you or I'm going to watch the rest of the draft. So if you want to make the rounds, go for it, dude. I'm not. I'm just going to watch the draft.
Let me see the end of round 6. We still got a little bit here, and then see there are some names I want to see go, and maybe we'll get a caller or two that wants to tell us what they think in that meantime. But if you want to call in, make it soon, guys. Where does round 7 start? Let's see. Yeah, we're about midway through round 6 right now. And I'm going to pull a big board for us. Right now on my big board, though, the top guy, R.J. Mickens.
Oh, really? Nah.
Yep.
Sorry, Johnny. Hey, Murph.
Murph.
Yeah, but we're one asshole short.
Yeah, we're sitting here rooting for Tez Johnson, man. We're not size queens.
We want guys that catch the ball.
Yeah. Dude, that would be such an upgrade to go from Gibson to Johnson. Unbelievable.
It's just so hard to figure out the love affair with Gibson these last couple years. I mean, I know he deserves flowers for that punt return, but what the hell else did he ever really do? He scared the hell out of me every time he was trying to field a punt.
I did think he had potential, like in the open field with his wiggle, but he didn't know how to showcase it more. Like it wasn't enough. It like I didn't mind him after he had the ball in his hands. Getting the ball into his hands, I worried like hell.
Right. And to me, the most important thing is fielding the punt. Just don't ever fumble.
And maybe he was overcorrecting, but there was times he fair caught it when there wasn't a guy in 15 yards of him.
Yeah. There was a guy that played for my dad at UC Davis that his name was Armin Anderson, and the dude would never fair catch, but he would never fumble, and he would never take one to the house. But I was fine. Catch the ball, don't let it roll 15 more yards, get 5 yards. I'm good with that.
Would he ever get lit up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
He would never fair catch. He'd get blasted before the ball ever got to him sometimes. The dude must have just had the most unbelievable concentration.
Muji's talking. I'll circle back to that, man. You only get one draft, you know. The fact that we waited this long and shit for the draft, I'm gonna savor it.
So Muji's already having a press conference. Does that?
Yep.
That mean he's not working on any more deals?
Probably not.
Okay. Colts took a 300-pound defensive lineman out of Alabama named Tim Smith.
Tim Smith. I think you made that name up.
Yeah, not real creative name, is it?
No. All right, I'm gonna pull a best available for us. Top 10.
Good point by Tyson. UDFAs will be interesting to see too, and that starts happening. They're probably already on the phone with guys.
Yeah. Maybe it's better we don't have a 7 so we can get a head start.
Well, yeah.
All,
check in.
These guys, their first draft, you know?
Yeah.
They're probably swimming in it.
Offensive tackle to the Eagles, Miles Hinton, 6'7", 323 out of Michigan.
If you had a pick right now, would you take Isaiah Bond or Tez?
Oh, well, the fact that Bond hasn't been drafted, there must, to me, it means there must be a pretty good case against him. So I'd probably take Tez. Plus, go Ducks.
I love it. You're right, though. You're right. The fact he's here now, he's probably not getting picked.
Yeah.
In fact, he was up this list at one point. ESPN must have bumped him down.
Yeah, I don't think that's like, the list I'm looking at. I don't think he ever got bumped. Because there's no way he actually went into this draft at number, let's see, as number 64.
Yeah.
I wonder what this Jared Ivey guy's story is.
Yeah, let me see. He's an edge defender, 6'6", 274. Holy crap.
I mean, they have him ranked as their 59th prospect.
On paper, he looks not bad.
So what's the deal, you know?
Yeah, I
Is
do
there
know.
is injury or something?
I can tell you once and for all. Just give me 1 second.
Seahawks, a tackle out of Kansas, Bryce Cabaldo. Bengals, a running back out of Texas Tech, Taj Brooks. Jags on the clock. Denver's got a pick coming up, Dane. Could be Tez.
That could be the spot. I did get a soundbite from Glenn talking about Malachi Moore, who we traded up for. He did, I think you probably saw me put that at one point he played with Brian Branch. Glenn said that he actually spoke to Brian Branch before the draft or whatever, and Branch vouched for him heavily. So, interesting.
Vouched for him as a good dude. Good
As a player, it sounded like as a player. Let me double check. Yeah, he just said that Branch gave him some really good insight on the player.
Okay, good.
They traded up for him. They must have had him higher on their board, you know?
Yeah. Well, and they're putting a pretty good emphasis, it seems, on quality people.
They are.
I mean, how many team captains did they draft? It seems today at least a couple.
Yeah. Yeah, because the first linebacker they took, and that was the next guy Glenn was mentioning, was a captain, and Glenn said that he'll have the opportunity to compete for a linebacking spot, and that he'll give us special teams depth.
Yeah.
So Rome wasn't built in a day.
No.
And we might not perceive holes on the roster that are holes, like new scheme, new special teams guy, new identity. There could be holes we don't even realize, and that could be why we're taking a linebacker here and a linebacker there and a DB. On paper, we think those are, locked up spots, but this isn't Sulla and Boyer anymore.
No. Well, that was my argument with some of the picks last year, especially the quarterback that was going to be a third string quarterback. They could have taken even someone to help the special teams there. And I kind of use that against Davis, although, he probably did help the special teams some.
There's a lot of I want to see. Here, let me just make that average size there. I want to see everybody's draft, side by side because
Yeah.
I think some teams got obviously way better. Now, obviously, all these guys got to pan out too, but
Oh, for sure.
I don't know, man, if I could say we had a top 20 draft yet.
Yeah, well, no one can say that yet.
No, true.
But give us a few years. But they're definitely some of the teams had more impressive drafts than the Jets.
On paper, shall we say?
On paper, yep.
Yeah. But Murph presents a good point here. Mason Taylor was a fringe first rounder. So to get him at 43, not bad. Plus, it was a giant ass hole on our team.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, do you want to hear from someone's voice other than my own real fast?
And other than mine.
Yeah, my voice is about cooked. Sounds like yours could be getting there.
I got to figure out how to get some power into my laptop. I'll be right back.
Okay, brother.
After I see who's here.
All right. Let's welcome on to there he is.
Yeti.
He just wanted to see if it was worth coming back.
Right. You're worth it, Yeti. But I'm in about an hour, so give me a minute here.
Yes,
well, I'm really dark. Yeah. I know.
What's up, my man? What's up, Yeti?
No, buddy, how you doing, man? Yeah, it sounded like you needed it was getting like a little bit of a lull there, and you needed some Mr. Excitement to come in and add to it. So here I am.
Dude, it's tough. It's tough. Like just talking and talking and talking. So that's why, like, I do prefer when there's like 3 or 4 on screen because you can give your rest or your voice a rest, Yeah. But we're in the throes of it. We're 6th round, man. We're getting there.
Yeah. Here we are. What do we have left? I'm not even really paying attention anymore.
We're done.
That's what I thought. I thought we were done. I knew we had 6s. We had a 6, but we got rid of them, right?
Yeah. So
was that part of the trade up for more?
We had pick 207, and we spent that to move up for more.
Gotcha. Okay.
And we did one other trade up, but we didn't lose a pick. We just did a pick swap next year. So I think more will be worth it, but
dude, that's what I was just gonna say. I think Moore's kind of the only guy that I'm kind of happy about today.
Yeah, talk to me. What did you think of the draft? Not just Moore, but like overall, because we didn't hear your first round take or anything like that. So just tell me what you're feeling right now.
Well, I think I remember I called in the night when you had Jeremy on the first night, and I'm really happy with Membu. Stoked about Membu. Like, I think it was. I mean, it wasn't the one, and everybody keeps saying the same thing. Nobody jumped out of their seats and was like, "Fuck yeah, woo, let's go!" But like we all kind of did this. All right, we're running the ball. All right, there we go. So like I was happy with it. Mason Taylor was. I didn't look like I looked at like the top 5 tight ends out there because once I saw Conklin got released, I was like, all right, they're going to get a tight end. I didn't really think they were going to ride Conklin out next year, but I had hopes because you and me both were Conklin guys. But proof is in the pudding. What happened. So Taylor was in the top 5. I think I probably had him like 4th. So I'm trying to think of who I had ahead of him, but obviously Loveland and Warren. But so I'm cool. I mean, they were off the board, and we needed a really good tight end, and I'm happy with Warren. He's got the Jets lineage too, so everybody likes that. Yeah, I don't know. I rolled down the list here. What was the other guy's name? I can't remember. Not even going to try to spell his name this year. Thomas Ezra.
Oh yeah. Apparently they call him AZ Thomas.
We'll go with that.
So he was a corner. And then we took the speedy wide receiver. And then our last 3 picks were all defense. So it did seem like quite a bit of... We didn't get a shiny toy unless you count the day 3 wide receiver. We got a tight end, but I don't know. I got to see him in the offense.
What's your feel on Smith? Is he just a gunner? Is he just a dude that's just going to fly down the field? Like, will we really use him in our offense, or is he just going to be a special teams gunner guy? Because I wanted somebody that could be a 3 or a 4 YR, but I don't even know if he'll fit with us there.
I don't either. It does seem like he might be a 3-4, but it sounds like he's a bit of a one-trick pony, like speed, and that's it. His hands are in question. That's the problem.
Right.
And we have drop issues already on the roster. But I don't want that to overshadow. I mean, I'll give the guy a chance. We did take him with our third pick.
Somebody posted something earlier. We've all been watching this, or I've been watching this, jumping around streams all day. Somebody put earlier that you can't coach speed, but you can coach hands. Like you can't make a guy faster, but you can teach him how to catch the ball better. So that's one positive takeaway I'll get from that guy. But he ran like it was sub 4.3, right?
I think it was sub 4.4.
Okay, so in the 4.3s. Okay.
Yes.
Hold on, my son's dribbling the basketball inside. He's not supposed to do that. Hey, what's wrong? Hey guys.
Hey, what's up, little Yeti?
Hey. Yeah, we're just trying to turn him into a basketball player, get him out of soccer. But 1 second.
Arian Smith.
Okay, this might be important. I'll be back. Okay. I got a parent.
Dane, I don't know why my camera's not wanting to come back on.
If you're okay, I'll stay here. This will only take a minute.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Oh. I'm gonna mute you, Yeti. Here, wait. I can leave you there.
Can you hear me, Dane?
Scott, I can hear you. I don't know what's up with your camera either.
Oh, hold on. Let me try something. Nope, that wasn't it.
Do you still have the link if I kick you and you come back?
I can find it.
All right. Okay. All right. We'll see. Get some crackle out of Yeti. Sorry, guys, but he will be back in a moment. We'll get his thoughts. If you have any questions for Yeti, then throw them in the chat. We can ask him. And
You're so smart. You're so smart, Dane.
I got you covered, bro. All right, so 4.36 out of Arian Smith. 4.36. He ran a 1.57 in the 10-yard split, which isn't bad. It's not electric, but it's not bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm obviously, for me, hands are the most important part for any receiver, and it sounds very questionable with him. So I can't get excited about that pick.
I'm with you.
Man, the Texans, they also signed Christian Kirk this offseason. They're throwing some darts at receivers, boy. And Braxton Berrios.
Didn't they, like a year or two ago, trade with, it might have been Stefan Diggs. They traded with Minnesota and they stockpiled like a first next year. I don't know. My point is,
they got Diggs from Buffalo, but he's gone now. He's in New England.
I forget what they did, but it seems like the last year or two, their draft pick management has been exceptional. And it seems like they made a ton of trades this weekend. I want to go back and see how they all shook out when this is all said and done.
They traded Tunsil, so I don't know what they got out of that. But, they got receivers coming out their ears there. They got receivers like the Jets have defensive backs. What's up, Yeti?
Yeti, you're good now.
Cool. All right. Thanks, man. Yeah, sorry. I have a fan going. Was I making background noise?
There's a little crackle from your mic, but I don't hear the fan. You're okay.
Okay. I was like, shit, maybe they just didn't want to hear me discipline my son.
I want to hear that.
More people need to hear that. More people need to do it. But anyway.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. You know, he got in a fight with a kid across the road. So.
Oh.
It's cool. Long story. We don't have to get into it. But.
Yeti, when I was a kid, someone in my class picked on my younger brother. So I beat that kid up.
Okay.
My mom made me go to his house, knock on his door, and apologize to him in front of and him and his mom. I was like, you don't want me to stick up for my little brother?
Yeah. But the thing is, as kids, we did that. You know, we did it. We sucked it up and we did it. We didn't want to walk over to that house, but we still did it, you know, because that's what our parents told us we had to do.
Exactly.
Yeah. Good shit.
But,
oh, sorry. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just going to say, but you got mom saying walk away and dad saying drill them, you know.
Damn right. That's the biggest question is mom says, don't ever do that again. And dad says, who started it?
Yeah.
Right? Those are the questions. They're like, you can't fight. Why would you ever do that? And dad's like, well, who the fuck started it? You know, that's my only question ever. Well, lucky he's only 6, so he's not getting in real fights yet, but it's coming.
Yeah.
Anyway, Scott, what's your grade on the draft, bud? How you feeling about it?
Yeah, I'm C+ range.
Okay, I'm about there. I was giving it
first 2 picks. At the time, I will say I was one of the more positive people about the corner that got drafted. At least on this show, everyone is kind of like, what the, I didn't think it was a spot for a corner, but I'd heard a lot of good things. I think the guy's a good player. I think more people have come around to that. I'm concerned with what they haven't done.
Yeah.
A number 2 receiver.
Who's standing next to Quinnen next year?
Well, that was my next point.
Yeah.
So what they did bring the guy in from KC, right? So,
right.
Like we've been saying, it's hard to judge a draft now. I mean, it's going to look different in 3 or 4 years. So, but I've definitely seen other drafts, this draft, that are much more impressive to me.
There's my cat. Yeah, no, I too. I was impressed with day 1, and the rest has kind of been a C- for me. Like I said, like more I do have faith in more. Even that linebacker. I was chatting with you guys a little bit earlier. I was going to pick up Wendy's, but I was like, we got another safety, another 6'2", 230-pound safety. Like, but I get if he can cover a running back, and if he can stay with the running back and actually cover him and negates the running back out of the pass game, maybe that's the plan. Or he's just a special teams guy. Because right now he's probably just a special teams guy.
Well, and I'm not sold on Sherwood's coverage ability yet myself. I thought that was one thing that was really lacking when he first got out there, and he did get better as the season wore on, but I want to see it again. Like, we don't want him to be our primary cover linebacker, in my opinion. Maybe this guy can be that chase guy,
Yeah.
But Yeti, what did you think of the Shedeur Sanders madness?
It's just comical to me, I'll put it in comparison. This is kind of a weird comparison. I know you guys both hop into the show occasionally, but you're not like as religious as you used to be. But he's like Beast Breaker on the Jake Asman show. There's a lot of hype. a lot of hype, a lot of money involved, a lot of this and that. People talk him around, keep him hyped, keep him up, but he sucks. The guy just sucks. I don't know. He might be okay in the NFL, but I don't know.
Just shove him in an attic and see what you get after a while,
Exactly.
huh?
There you go. Yep. I don't know. He'll play in the NFL. I mean, see, he got there and he's on Cleveland, and they got Flacco right now, right? That's who's above him.
They got all kinds of quarterbacks. they can field a basketball team right now.
They got a starting five.
Yeah,
they have Kenny Powers or Kenny Pickett, and Dylan Gabriel. Yeah, they have a shit ton.
And the multi-million-dollar failure.
Yeah, wow. Why take both? I don't know. Whatever.
Because you're not sure on either one of them.
You're not sure on either one, right? Yeah, they're both just fucking darts at a board. Yeah.
Can you blame them? You know, if they can find a way to keep them all, like maybe one of them goes on IR. I know Watson will, but like if you put another one on IR, redshirt them, and then one on practice squad. I mean, can you blame Cleveland? They need a quarterback. They have needed a quarterback for so long.
And honestly, what better guy to learn under than Flacco? I mean, because AR is probably not coming back now. Do you guys think AR is in the league? Or maybe you can save that for another show. But, like, he's probably out of the league. So Flacco probably is, like, the oldest veteran mind out there going around. So good for any quarterback to go there and learn.
Well, and like we said earlier, you weren't around, Yeti, unless you were in the chat listening.
Maybe.
The Redskins, not all that long ago, drafted 2 quarterbacks, RG3 and Kirk Cousins. And Cousins was the one who stuck. So,
and RG3 was the flashier one. Didn't he come from Oregon during that like young Oregon years? Just fucking. They were putting up like 5,000-yard seasons and stuff.
He was Baylor.
Oh, he was Baylor.
They were doing all that same stuff.
Okay.
And look at all the receivers he was throwing to. It was like
green and yellow.
Josh Gordon,
same color.
some other guys, all high draft pick receivers. But hey, Dane, another defensive lineman went. Warren Brunson, 6'5", 315 to the Green Bay Packers.
6'5", 315 sounds like we should have took him.
Well, there's been a lot of those guys, right?
Yeah, there has.
But obviously they don't like them all that much, or they think they're good there. But and the change of scheme, I bet, will help.
Or maybe they have like a couple hidden gems that they know aren't going to get drafted.
Could be. Hey, safety from Navy got taken.
Safety from Navy.
From Navy.
All right. Well, he'll have a good work ethic.
For sure.
Anytime you get a kid from Army or Navy, they're going to try hard.
I got the Air Force Academy out here not too far from me now. I'm going to have to go to some games.
That's Annapolis, right?
That's in Colorado Springs.
Oh.
Air Force.
Wait. Oh,
Air
my
Force.
bad. My bad. Gotcha. You know, my brother was accepted to West Point and didn't go.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He decided to live close to home and just go to college for free. You know, like, because he was a really good student. So he was getting scholarships left and right. But, so yeah, we went down to West Point. We visited the campus. Cool, beautiful campus. Beautiful. But he's the only person I ever knew that got accepted to West Point and said no. But, not that I know a lot of people that were accepted to West Point. Yeah,
a linebacker out of Penn State, Kobe King.
They picked back-to-back, too.
They got another one.
That's my commercial. You guys watching it?
No.
Oh.
Different screen. I'm watching. Yeah.
Right. It's the Yeti versus the Abominable Snowman, the new Jack Link commercial.
I'm watching a interview with Cam Ward. Yeti, what do you make? Would that have been your pick at number 1?
Probably him or Hunter, either way. But I mean, they needed. QB is what they really needed. So,
speaking of Hunter, Jacksonville traded 2 1s for the guy. Thoughts?
Jacksonville's just trying to dig out of that hole, and they're tired of being the joke called Jacksonville. So I see they're probably just doing desperate moves to just not be made fun of anymore. I don't know. They're like one of the bigger jokes than the Jets. So like
their GM too. He's that young looking kid. I don't know. Johnny said that they're only planning to play him one way, but I could have swore the guy in the press conference said he's a wide receiver, he's a corner, first round pick. We rationalize it that way. So,
sorry, Dane.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say they're probably going to keep saying that until he signs his contract. Then maybe it could change.
Well, I tell you this, if he goes like strictly YR and you see your corner getting beat play after play after play, he might start slipping over and start playing a little bit of cornerback too. You know, that's what I would do.
So this Tez thing, the Ravens just took a receiver from Colorado, LeJohntay Wester.
Yeah, I see that.
And he's a little guy. Let me see. Let me try to draw this up again. LeJohntay Webster. 5'10", 163, round of 4.5 40. That's kind of Tez, a little taller than Tez, but right in there.
What was his 40?
I think it said 4.48.
Okay. That's crazy because we'll say like 4.6 is slow, but 4.42 is acceptable, and that's still fast. Like it's like a one fucking step, you know. It's just nothing.
This is what I have.
Maybe he's a special teams guy.
This is what I have for wide receivers remaining. Tez is climbing that list. Restrepo, Nick Nash, Bond though still at the top.
Well, Tez, yeah. Oh, Nick Nash still sitting there. He's a tall guy.
Yeah, I heard people mentioning Nash in like round 4.
Yeah. Well,
receiver.
They're not NFL scouts, obviously. But
sure. Yes.
He'll get signed right away, as will all these guys. Well, Bond. That's a tricky deal there. Obviously.
Hey, have you guys talked about this earlier? I don't have my computer. I want to grab my other phone and switch off. But like, how deep is our secondary right now? Like, how many cornerbacks do we have? Like, you even think of the kid. It was Chris Boyd that we brought in. Is supposed to be a special teams guy. Like, we grabbed him in the free agency, and then we got Stevens or whatever, and now we've got like how deep are we? Like, do we have like 12 secondary people if you count safeties too?
We got a lot.
That many. Yeah, we might. How many can play in this new scheme? You know, if we're playing press man, that's one thing. It seemed like Sauce Gardner, anytime he talked about man coverage, he talked about how like physically taxing it is. So maybe you do need to have a deep secondary. I'm not going to knock it yet, but it does seem like we had a bunch and now we've added a few more.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they brought in 2 in free agency. And
I thought it was kind of full. Well, we knew we needed a safety, so I guess more makes sense. But I thought it was kind of full before we got there, aside of the safety.
Competition. Well, I mean, I think it's clear we did not draft for need.
Right. And I also, the one thing I will say on this is, like, I'm an Aaron Glenn guy. I'm a homer a little bit, but realistic homer on Glenn because he's never coached before. So I'm not just going to be like, yes, we got Glenn. He's our man. Like, I trust him and I'll ride or die with him to the end. I haven't seen him do anything, so I'm very skeptical on him. But I trust him picking cornerbacks and safeties. I trust him picking secondaries. That's his position. Maybe he sees something in the guy. Maybe he reminds me of myself or something. I can help him out a little bit. I could work with that. So that's the only reason I'm okay with all the secondary, because I think he's going to pick the cream of the crop. Well, which every coach should do, but he's got a little bit of insight on it. You can give him some tricks and help him out and mold him a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. Yep, that's how we have to look at it right now. They really, him and Muji, they haven't proven anything yet. They get the opportunity to.
I did, for Muji's sake, I did really want him to kind of shine a little bit in this draft, and it's just kind of been blah. You know, it wasn't anything awesome. I wanted him to be like, dude, he got like 3 studs, and how did he do that? How did he work it out? How did he get all 3 of those guys? And we kind of got 1.5.
Well, I question
Taylor could be good.
Whose draft this really is. I don't know that it's not Glenn really pulling the trigger.
I mean, yeah, Glenn.
Talking about, but Woody called him his sidekick. It just kind of seems like it's the Aaron Glenn show. So, and he was a scout.
Right. Yeah. A lot of people are saying, like, so much for hiring scouts to be our new guys because they didn't scout any better than we did. I don't know. There's so many naysayers out there right now. It's bad. I'm not going to say positive, man. We don't know. All these
I've
guys
seen social media. Yeah, it's a buzz. We had a brutal draft. I've seen blah, blah, blah. But, like, I'm tuning in. I'm not even, like, when I get done with this stream, I'm not just going to bed, but I'm, like, unplugging for a couple of days, letting everybody sleep on it, and then circle back. Maybe some of these people that are naysayers, maybe they should go to the All-22 and actually learn what these players can do, because I don't think anyone even knows half the guys. So instead of just Googling them and assuming, dig into it. Why did we take them? I have a lot of questions. Why did we take 2 linebackers in a row from the same team, from the same defense? Do they translate perfectly to our defense?
That's a good question.
Could be.
There's a lot of questions, and that's just one of them. But there's got to be a method to some of the madness.
So there's 10 quarterbacks drafted now. Graham Mertz. Never heard of him.
No.
Florida quarterback.
He was number 13 on everybody's list. You don't know who he is?
So from 94 to 181, only one went, Shador, for those 90 picks. And then after Shador, it was like a faucet.
And as far as quarterbacks go, I was kind of a McCord guy. I thought maybe there might be a chance. He was still on the board, and then Philly got him. But actually, we were already done picking by the time he went, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, at least he's wearing green and white. I'll be in Philly. Let's see. That was the only guy that I really like. I don't know. There is a running back from Syracuse. I think he still might be in Kuiper's top 10. Allen, but I don't know. He was good, but if he does go, I bet you he's an undrafted free agent. Anyway, but yeah, I just my Syracuse thought. So I got.
And who took Gadsden? Oh, I think the Chargers did, right?
I think so. Gadsden, it was freaking. Buffalo picking in front of us 3 times. That kind of sucked. Just
But
a
I
lot
don't
of.
recall. Did they take anyone we had our sights on at the
You
time?
know what? Good question. Let me look.
I really don't remember.
Buffalo. Okay. They took in the second round defensive tackle TJ Sanders. I don't think he was one of them. Then they took Landon Jackson and edge. Yeah, no. Fourth round, Deion Walker defensive tackle. So all 3 times was a defensive lineman.
The Jets could use some help there, and I don't know if any of those guys are perfect fits.
Yeah.
True.
But
So you're telling me the Bills just got 3 defensive linemen in the first 4 rounds that we got to play for the next 3 years, that we got to deal with for the next 3 years? That's
Right
great.
in front, and they traded right in front of us to do it all 3 times. I don't know if they thought we were going to take one of them, but they that's how it worked out.
Well, hey,
they just built their defensive line in 1 year right there, pretty much.
And they got Jackson Hawes, which is an
they
animal.
have it okay. They're not a bad dude. That was a great move by them. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm so jealous.
Well, and that was a need the Jets have had, so they might have think, oh yeah, let's get right in front of them.
Yeah, just because I don't really see the names jumping out at me does not mean that we weren't targeting one of them.
Yeah. Well, we've been surprised by some of the Jets picks, right? So those could have as well. I agree, Tyson. Chargers are building something. No doubt.
Yes, they are. Let's look at what they did today or this week.
No.
Chargers.
I was going to say that too. The Chargers are working on something, man. To add the pieces that they added to an already cusp team where they're right on the cusp.
Yeah.
We don't play them next year, do we? Do we play San Diego next year? I don't think so.
I don't know. Denver, I know. I wish it was out here.
Right. Oh, that would be cool, Scott. I would go up there. I would meet you, man.
You ever been to a game there?
No, not in Mile High. No.
It's a good spot. I've only been there once. I went there years ago. It was the Chiefs and the Broncos, and they were both battling for the first place. They were like, well, I think one team might have been undefeated, and one team had 1 loss or something like that. And but it was right before Mahomes.
Okay.
It was still Alex Smith, and it was Peyton Manning. So it was a good game.
But wait, was that Chris Johnson? No, sorry. Who do you remember who the running back was?
Charles.
Right.
The running back out of Texas that played for the Chiefs. It was legit for a while. Jamal Charles. Yeah.
Jamal Charles? Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Gotcha. That's the thing, man. Before they got Mahomes, the Chiefs had really good running backs for so long, and just never really a good quarterback that would put it all together. The Chiefs have had really good running backs throughout the years.
Priest Holmes, Larry Johnson.
Yeah.
So, Yeti, I had a group of friends, and we'd go somewhere every year and catch a game. So my friend's wife's family was all from Wisconsin, and they invited us back for a Packer game.
All right.
It was against the Cowboys. So that year, the Packers won. That was Rodgers' Super Bowl. They won the Super Bowl. But every year we went to. I'm told Dane this, I'm sure. Every year we went somewhere, and every game we saw someone who played in the Super Bowl. Or one year we only went to a college game. We went and watched Oregon and Michigan State and Oregon went to the national championship game. But every game we went to, one of the teams went to the championship game later that year. It's kind of cool.
Wild. So you were either you were a curse for your own team, but a blessing for the other.
We were a good luck charm. We honestly thought about writing all the NFL teams and giving our history and seeing if they'd kick down tickets for us because of it.
Or to say like, hey, like bid, make sure you want to play the Jets next year because you're going to win. Like just get in there, fight really hard to play the Jets.
Even that year, Carolina went to the Super Bowl. We went up to Seattle and watched Carolina and Seattle.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
How far away is Seattle?
I could be wrong. Maybe that was the year Seattle. No, I think that was right. The year we saw when we saw Denver is the year they lost to Seattle in the Super Bowl and they got blasted.
Okay. That was a Russell Wilson year?
Yeah. Okay. Remember Denver's first snap out of the end zone safety? That was brutal. That was in Jet Life Stadium, right? That was the first cold weather Super Bowl.
Here's a fun fact for you. You asked if we go to out west. In fact, the Jets only crossed the Mississippi River once this year. And honestly, New Orleans is right on the river, so you can hardly even say that. We are confined to the eastern seaboard.
And it seems like the Jets are always going to Denver. I finally am in Colorado, and of course,
they never come.
I mean,
and they never come. Yeah.
Maybe a playoff game. That'd be cool.
I got my thing is the Jets coming out here to Arizona and Phoenix it's like the Halley's Comet. It's once every 8 years. So I told my wife last time after we got our asses kicked, I was just like, don't worry about it. You don't have to worry about it for 8 years. And honestly, in 8 years, my son's going to be 14. I mean, our son is going to be 14, and I'm going to probably take him, and you don't even have to come if you don't want to. So you're good. You're off the hook now. You don't have to come to any more football games. Unless we're in the Super Bowl, I probably will take her.
You went to that ass whooping last year?
Yes. And then the last one before that, I think, oh my God, I'm going to do the math. All right. So you're looking at the 2016 year and this year. Combined score like 70. I'm just going to say 70 to 9, 70 to 10.
Jeez,
70 to 9. I don't think I'm wrong. I think it's 70 something to 9. It's insane. We didn't score a touchdown either game, and we got our asses kicked the whole game. And we had promised last time. We still had Fitz. Well, Marshall left, but we still had Decker. We had a good team. Like we were supposed to be okay, and we just went to shit that year. It was the year after the good year, and after the 10-6 season, it was the year after. So I was all hype. I was like, "Hey, we almost made the playoffs last year. We're gonna be really fucking good. Let's go, babe. Come on, let's get them tickets before the season starts. Let's go." And then, that happened. And then it happened again this year because we thought we were going to be really good this year. Don't worry about it, Kelly. We got it. We got Aaron Rodgers. We're going to be awesome. We're going to Arizona. They're okay. They're not that good, but they're okay. But we should beat them. We should definitely beat them. And we just got housed. And that was the reality check of how bad my team was. Like, however, if I thought the season was going to turn around, because I think that was week 6 or 7, 7 or 8. It was 7 or 8. And at that point, I knew we were done. I was like, cool.
Yeah. That was my low point this year, that game. Really was. It was just like, they just didn't even show. I mean, remember how they just ran right through us, and the offense would have a nice long drive and not score or kick a field goal, then get stopped going for it on 4th down. And the one play in particular that I just was going, okay, this season's over. Sauce had a chance to tackle the guy, short of a 1st down, get a stop, and he just said, that guy's a bitch, get out of here. And that was it. I was like, okay, season's over.
You know what? That's the only game in the last 20 years where I actually missed a quarter or two of it because I was flying in the air to Oregon, and
Oh, really?
when I touched down and I saw like I think it was the second and third quarter that I missed. Man, first off, it started horrible and just it was bad. But when I touched it, like I thought we were gonna rebound that game, and bro, they lit us up.
Wasn't
It's hard.
wasn't the Texans game the game before?
I think
Like,
so.
oh,
You might be right. So we were
the
kind of hype
defense
off of
was
it.
great. The offense started rolling in the second
Yep.
half. All right, here we go.
Yeah, we were all hype. Yep.
Yep.
It was just you picked a good one to miss, Dane. The defense couldn't stop anyone. The offense, they had 4 10-play drives and they scored 6 points. I mean, it's like,
And that kind of put the fork in us too, because after the Pittsburgh game we were down, and then the Houston game, like you said, we kind of bounced. We were
yeah.
It was like our last hurdle, and then that game killed us.
Well, the thing about the Pittsburgh game, the first half was so good till the very end that Rodgers threw the interception. They got a score, and then we open it up, a big play. Wilson might have taken that to the house with a cutback. Ball bounced up. They get the ball on the 1-yard line. 14. I mean, oh my God. You guys must have just been pumped for 29 minutes of the first half. Just, yeah, we're rolling. Steelers fans all around. This is great. And then,
Yes, we signed a check or two we couldn't cash. Yep.
yeah. Dude, I was in Reno with a buddy of mine one time, and this was it's years ago, but it was a playoff game. We had Seattle in Green Bay plus 14 points. It was Favre versus Hasselbeck, and Seattle comes out and scores the first 2 touchdowns. So we're like, we got 28 points now. We're celebrating. We're buying shots. It's game over. We ended up getting smoked. So bad, yeah.
I learned a long time ago just not to talk shit. Like anywhere, at any point, at any time, if I'm in a bar and I'm the one, well, even if I'm in a Jets bar and it's like I'm Jets and I see like a Dolphins fan over there, I'll go over and give him a fist pound or something and be like, hey man, good luck, whatever. I learned I don't talk shit because we can lose at any given fucking Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, any day of the week we can lose to anybody. So I don't talk shit anymore. I don't.
Yeah, I don't do that to fan. I mean, just disrespectful. That's not a way to be a fan.
That's true. Yeah,
bugs the hell out of me.
If I'm at a place and you're like, yeah, fuck the Jets, and I'm like, dude, you're like a Tampa Bay fan. Like, I don't even affect you. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, I have nothing to do with you at all. Like, or yeah, I don't know. You're a 49ers fan. Like, you have nothing. Who gives a shit? Like, we don't affect each other. Who cares?
Yeah, the fights, just stupid. I mean,
anybody fighting over football is stupid. There's way better shit. You fight about like somebody talks about your mom, or something real. You don't fight over a football play.
Yeah. The shit. Remember that shit from the playoffs last year? The Philadelphia fans getting on the Packer fans and calling his wife ugly and all that stuff. I don't know if you saw that. It's just disgusting. But the guy is not allowed back in the stadium anymore. I don't know how they keep that from happening for sure, but it's sad, really.
Sure.
Hey, Christopher. So
is that the Christopher that's really nice to everybody?
Yes.
Dude, that kid is so nice. Christopher, are you Canadian?
Can't be American, right?
He's the nicest guy, man.
Yeah. Oh, Dane.
Are you guys gonna keep rolling? I gotta head out. I just want.
I'm gonna watch the rest of the draft. If Dane's gonna be here, I'll hang. But if not, then I'm not gonna go anywhere else. Hey, Dane, just to make you feel even worse, Peebles A- grade.
Dude, that was our big fatty. Weren't they all though?
Yeah, we might have to smoke a big fatty after this.
Hey, Yeti, good talking.
Good that, children.
Good talking to you, brother.
No problem. Thanks for bringing me in, man. It's good talking to you
Hey,
guys.
Yeti.
Yeah, we'll see you. We'll see you. Not till next Friday, right?
Friday, yes, sir. We can see where all the dust settles, you know?
Well, there's going to be.
That's a perfect time. It gives us 6 days to just kind of like, breathe, gather our thoughts.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of UFDA signings between now and then, also.
That's true. Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's coming.
This is the new players are far from over.
On this last note, I still got a little bit of faith in LT3. I don't know if he's really a true backup to Q, but I think he's a good player. But fuck, I'm scared about the defensive line right now. I'll talk to you guys.
Me too.
Hey, see you. See ya.
See you, Yeti. Isn't it crazy how worried we are about the defensive line after how good we felt about it 2 years ago?
It really is, man. Well, you just saw us swing and miss after, the Kinlaw.
Well,
Kinlaw also played more than I think was ever expected to. Like, he played as much as Q.
Well, the kid from Arizona, he was nothing for the Jets. He wasn't even a Jet.
Leaky Fotu.
Oh, leaky. It's about right. But
he started on IR and then he never really did anything.
Yeah. And then, they let a couple guys get away too. So,
yep.
More than a couple.
Jermaine really hurt because Kinlaw, Clemens, Will McDonald, all three of those guys I think played more than they should have. I think Will McDonald would have been more effective if we didn't have to give him so many snaps. I think I said it last night.
Probably.
Like, if we could find a way to get him to be our third edge, he would just be so much more impactful.
Let's see who we got. Oh, we got Peebles, Connor, Longer Beam, corner. Raiders pick is in. Yeah, that's too bad. It's how often do you see a team, their strength become a weakness almost overnight? And like you said, an injury hurt, but some of that's on JD, obviously. And then to be the faith in Reddick, they didn't need to go there.
I forgot him. I kind of wish it stayed that way.
Well, look at two. One was a free agent signing, one was a trade, but Reddick and Tyron spoke big moves that were complete flops.
Facts.
Total flops. Got nothing out of those guys. But did everybody see that about Tyron except the Jets based on what he got paid? Did everybody see that but the Jets?
No, still no Tez Johnson, right?
Nope, not yet.
Does Denver still have more picks?
Does Denver still have more picks, she says. She's smart cookie.
Yeah. They have 241. Another Duck offensive lineman got drafted, though.
They're up in 3 picks, I think.
Oh, they got 216 also.
Yeah, that could be it. I how do you not take a stab on a guy like this late?
Well, someone might. But yeah, remember when he was a 3rd-round pick?
Yeah, 3rd round, and his showing at the Senior Bowl didn't hurt that. It was just, well, someone said it in the chat. Did his 40 time really kill him that bad?
Well, and his size was hurting him all along. Some people didn't even give him a chance, no matter what he did.
Yeah.
But then you throw the 40 time. First, he didn't run the 40. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
And then
4.51.
his actual time. That did.
4.51. Yeah, you would think that he would be low 4.4s, high 4.3s.
But he plays fast. When you're watching him play, he doesn't look slow, and he's shifty as hell. All right, Chargers. Oh, another quarterback. Montana State for the Raiders. Tommy Millott.
Who?
Tommy Millott from Montana State.
Sorry, what did you say? Who went?
Oh, a quarterback from Montana State went to the Raiders. Tommy Millott.
Okay. Hey,
One of those
Tyson, man.
scrapper guys.
Tyson, I think the only thing that would put me out is when I look at the YouTube and there's no one on YouTube watching. There's still 3 of us chilling, so you're here as long as I am, man, unless my vision starts blurring, but so far so good.
3 days of this, Dane? Come on, man. What's
I
up?
know. You know what? I wish we had a late pick.
I know.
Like, isn't that when GMs should really cook and you got rid of all your stuff this late? I mean,
Hey, how great would it be for the sudden Jets trade up right at the bottom of the 7th and draft Tez?
what if they traded a starting edge player for a 7th rounder named Michael Clemens?
Boy.
Come on, Salah.
Right. Yeah, Salah's not going after him, is he?
No.
They drafted a lot of defense.
And when you get to
Mickens. Mickens off the board to the Chargers.
Chargers building a squad.
Huh.
You know what, Tyson? I like that. We trade Gibson for a pick. Take Tez.
Sure.
Do we think anyone is going to give Shiloh a shot?
Boy, as hard as it was for his brother to get drafted.
Hazel, good question. Welcome to the channel. Hit the like button, subscribe.
Does she need headphones to hear that?
I think
right here.
Yeah, she just went to the duplex neighbor house, so she's not with me. She may have us muted, or we may be in her ears. But since she asked that question, I'll let you entertain it. I don't really know much about Shiloh because the Colorado games just blur in my head. What do you think of Shiloh?
I don't know that much about him, but I don't see, if teams are so scared to draft Shadur, why are they going to touch Shiloh? Got the same father.
If you're Cleveland, do you?
Oh my God. Double down.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this. Is he a draftable player? Nothing else mattering. Is the player draftable?
I don't know. I don't think in any mock draft that I've kind of paid attention to, and it's usually obviously just Jet related, I don't think I've ever seen him drafted.
I'm gonna see what this draft guide has listed for him too. You know what?
Oh, wow.
who's
The
that?
Raiders took another quarterback from North
Cam,
Dakota State, Cam Miller.
you know, we met with that guy a couple times.
Oh, really?
We did, yeah. North NDSU. I did hear
Yeah.
that.
Huh. Interesting. Two lower division quarterbacks in a row for the Raiders. Okay, Broncos on the clock. Could this be it?
Do you have NFL Network on?
What's that, Dane?
Are you on NFL or ESPN?
I'm on NFL Network.
Same. Okay. Brad Paisley. Who's listening to Still Dre? Shiloh sounds like where you would hide a nuke. So Shiloh might be dynamite. I like it. Because of the injuries, was Shiloh nicked up quite a bit?
I think he's kind of a small guy, isn't he?
5'11", 196.
Oh, that's not bad for a corner.
4'5", 40.
That is bad for a corner.
Yeah.
It's funny, those guys, as fast as Dion was, the Sanders boys didn't get that.
It looks like they have him listed as a safety.
Oh, he might have been a safety. Yeah, I don't know. But
They have so Dane Burglar has him as safety 43.
probably not going to get drafted.
Yeah. And that's what Hayes says. She thinks he's fringe draftable, potential undrafted guy, or UFL or whatever. She does hope someone. We're all on Tez watch, man. I think at this point, seems like a nice kid, and I agree.
Look, he's in. Well, the whole story's good. That's why it'd be really cool for him to go to Denver.
I really like Troy Franklin too. I think they'd be buddies.
Yeah, it'd be Ducks in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
I really got to take a piss, but I want to see this Denver pick before I go.
After it comes in, you are welcome to.
Yeah, now they're interviewing country singers. You can tell it's getting late in the draft.
You definitely can.
So, Dane, are you looking at the potential free agent defensive lineman?
Not yet.
Let's bring in.
You know, I probably should. I would be curious who from our top 30 list didn't get drafted, because that's a good indicator sometimes.
True.
I'll have to look at that. Boy, they really are milking this Paisley interview, aren't they?
Yeah. It's funny. So I'm looking at this, like I told you, the CBS, and it's the best available, and it's been the same top three for hours. Ivy, Brown, and Bond.
Brown?
He's a tackle from Texas or from Kansas. Logan Brown.
Yeah, Johnny. Hazel, she said that kind of sucks that they're all going to Denver, because fuck Denver and Sean Payton.
Yeah, F. Sean Payton. But you know what? Not that far for you guys to go check out a game and root for ex-Ducks.
Good point.
Nope,
you're right.
it wasn't him. A punter.
I wasn't
Oh,
expecting
shit.
that.
Jeremy Crawshaw. All right.
Yeah.
Glad I waited for that one. I'll be back.
Christopher had it too. The Broncos. So we had a kick. We had a couple kick. We had a run on kickers really. I believe the Florida State kicker though is still available. But we had a run on kickers, and now we had our first punter go. You would think that it would be the guy with the FBS top distance, but this guy was fifth. Maybe he's super like accurate. Maybe he's got like the coffin corner stuff. I don't know. I don't know about him yet. But Denver, man, I see you. Because they have a squad that's becoming so well rounded that you can take a punter in the 6th round, you know? So this guy grew up playing rugby and Australian rules football. So interesting. Yeah, Borgalis went to the Pats. Yep, yeah. Fitzpatrick. Yep, exactly. Johnny, does anyone else need to decompress after this draft? Yes, I know I need a nap because I slept like crap last night, about 4 hours. So my streams are running together a little bit. Dallas's pick. Okay, we're into round 7 officially. So the final round has begun. Some teams, I'm sure, are picking multiple times because obviously we are picking not at all. 7th round has begun, Scott. And I did not plan this ahead of time, but it is Saturday. It is the end of the draft. So one ceremonial beer to end the 2025 NFL draft. Stream in the Danger Zone.
What flavor?
PBR.
I had a feeling. I thought I saw some PBR colors there. Okay, you're over the micro beers already.
Yeah. You know what? They just work too fast.
There's no shortage of micro beers in Oregon.
They're everywhere.
Yeah.
Tyson, he's just getting over Membu. It's the kind of pick you're just gonna have to set aside, and it's just gonna hopefully pay, you never have to mention the kid again.
Yeah. If you're not talking about offensive linemen, it's probably a good thing.
I do kind of like that we got 2 linebackers from the same system, like teammates. I really like that, man, because we already have 2 brothers. Like, give us guys that have each other's backs. Hopefully they like each other.
Okay, Dane. Cowboys took a defensive lineman out of UCLA, 6'2", 342 pounds. Jay Toya.
That's a big boy.
Yeah.
From UCLA. Yeah. Christopher, though, good to have you stopping by, brother. Can't believe that there's still 7 of you shenanigans chilling with us, man. 7th round. And we're talking 7th round where we don't have a pick. We're just chilling.
Yep.
What DT, so they want to know what defensive tackles are remaining. I'm going to grab that list. So give me a minute here.
So what's the weirdest pick of the draft, you think? I have 2 that kind of stand out to me.
Gabriel.
Okay, that wasn't one of mine, but that one's. I was surprised by that.
Shit. I'm sure there. Go ahead. What are yours? Maybe I can think of the other one when I circle back.
Didn't the Browns open the second round with the UCLA linebacker Schwessinger?
Yes,
That one was a strange one to me.
that was.
And then
Yes.
and then the Tyler Shuck at 40, I think. Didn't he go 40? That was I was very surprised by that one.
Those are two great examples. That Schlesinger one was wild.
Yeah.
And honestly, it played into our hand at 43. I hope Mason Taylor. I hope we made him pay. Here is the defensive tackles remaining, and what this means is these are going to probably headline the UDFA list, assuming they don't get chosen now. Which, at this point, if you're a defensive tackle, do you want to go undrafted? You get to choose your spot?
For sure. I think all players would rather, other than being able to say I was drafted, I think it's a better opportunity for them to go somewhere as a free agent. You can pick where you go.
Yes, you can. Plus, I don't think a seventh rounder's contract's guaranteed at all. Is it?
I have no idea.
I'm not sure, but I do know that some UDFAs get guaranteed money.
Yeah. Yep.
There's Chris. Yep, here's the list.
Offensive tackle out of Wisconsin to the Falcons. A tight end out of Nebraska to the Giants.
The Georgia Tech DT there's got an interesting name. Zeke Biggers. Boy. They had a shot there earlier of all the kids named Jalen this year, and they were all spelled differently.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You know, let me see. I'm going to look over this. I don't know if I had Tyler Booker going all the way up at 12th to Dallas, but that's an interesting one that early.
I will say this about that pick. We all kind of went, huh? But remember when they got laughed at for, was it taking Zach Martin really early?
Yes. Good callback. Good callback. Jackson Dart, 25th to the Giants. What do you think of that one?
That one is not as surprising to me because we heard chirping that he might go ahead of Sanders. There's people who love the guy, and he was very polarizing. So that's not as surprising to me as some of the others.
Just your, I feel remiss not to mention that Harmon kid going to Pittsburgh, man. Just a tragedy afterwards for him, man. Losing his mother the same night, next night.
At least, you know what? At least he got to get there. And I don't even know. He wasn't at the draft, so he might have been real close. But he was able to go say, "Mama, I got drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers," and then like the next day or the same night.
Was it health or an accident?
Yeah, she was in hospice at the time, where she went in that night or something. She was there in it, but she had a stroke or something several years ago, so her health was bad for quite a few years.
Hayes asked about LT3. We do. Yeah, we have him 2025 and 2026 on the cheap. Tyson, you said it, Scott, man. See you, Tyson. Have a good night, man. Good hanging out with you. Check us out next Friday when we figure out all this stuff again, all right?
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of criticism and flowers given for all these drafts between now and then. So
I imagine we got a couple gold jackets and a couple busts. That's what we'll hear.
Well, I just, I'm patting myself on the back. Not that it's over yet, but over last year's draft, when I was kind of ripping it, and everybody was like, yeah. Remember Nick Faria when I on his show and I said it was a C minus, and he just went off on me.
I do remember that.
He was calling it an A, and I don't think anyone would call that draft an A now, would they?
No, like I said, we got 600 snaps out of our first 3 rounds, and yeah, we didn't take a guy in the second, but still, the other 2 only 600 snaps. That's rough.
Yeah.
Nate, well, before we get to Nate, Hayes said that Harmon kid, his mom had a stroke a few years back, and he actually spent his NIL money buying adaptive equipment for her, a van to get her around, and a wheel. Dude, that's just crazy, man.
I'm glad she made this to see him. Hopefully she was aware. I don't know how bad off she was, but hopefully she actually is aware that he was drafted in the first round.
Correct. That I mean, it's way better a day after than a day too soon, you know.
Yep. Who the
Nate,
Patriots take? Not in yet.
Yeah, I got the Jags on the clock over here.
Yeah.
Nate checking in. He said, ideally Restrepo, wide receiver, and Simeon Barrow Jr. go undrafted, and we bring in the whole University of Miami team. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I wouldn't mind another defender, though. Like I told these guys earlier, maybe their system fits what we're going to do. Hopefully it'll be smooth transition.
Okay, so I didn't see them announce the Patriots pick, but they're saying the Jags drafted Jonah Mannheim, center from USC.
Patriots went offensive tackle Marcus Bryant out of Mizzou.
Oh, another Mizzou tackle, huh?
Mm-hmm. They're going O-line heavy this draft. As they should. Okay, here's a question for you in the throes of the 7th round, just a conversation starter. I asked you this question, I think maybe 8 months, maybe I don't know, maybe last summer, maybe again since then. I think, actually, now that I think about it, I think I asked you right after the season ended, which AFC East team is furthest away from playoff contention to you as of April 26th, 2025?
I mean, I gotta say the Jets now. I think last time I said the Patriots, but don't be surprised if it's the Dolphins.
I think you did say that too. Yeah.
But
I don't know. Do you say us or do you say the Finns? Or
I was just about to say the Dolphins could maybe slip behind the Jets, but let me wait till I see all this draft. But I think the Patriots are jumping ahead of the Jets now. But part of that is the coaching situation and Aaron Glenn and his staff maybe will be better than I am thinking. But I know what Vrabel is. And I know Vrabel, they have their quarterback.
You can say, yeah, same thing. They have a coach, they have a quarterback we're starting to know.
Yeah.
We aren't sure about our coach. We aren't sure about our quarterback.
Yeah. So, Landler, what's that? Oh, Landler's I don't know if you noticed that last night. I mentioned in the chat. Landlerson, UC Davis running back. You watching these highlights?
Yes, I am.
I think he's a rodeo guy also.
Interesting. Chris B checking back in, and I just wanted to point out that Chris, I noticed that you shortened your name for us. Hell yeah, because that was
right.
It was quite a stretched across the whole screen. So hell yeah, brother.
Martinez, running back Miami, goes to the Seattle Seahawks.
Right? Yeah, I do. You know what? We had some Leonard Taylor III talking here tonight, and I'm glad Hayes mentioned that because it is nice knowing that we are paying him $2 million for the next 2 years combined. He did look all right.
Well, I just, I don't want to see him get pushed around on the line of scrimmage anymore. That's just disheartening, and more so for the players than for us.
Good point. You know what? It would be nice to see is just like a career year out of Quinnen.
Yeah.
Dude, I would like to see what that looks like because I think a career year out of him and bro, it is a different team.
Have we seen it already?
Yeah, what was it, 22 or 20 when he had like 8.5 sacks that year, but he was excellent, and not just because of the sacks.
Well, hopefully we haven't seen it already, right?
Yeah, hopefully not. We have his current career year, but we want him to beat that.
Another big boy drafted. Chris was talking about it. 6'4", 304.
Here's a depressing nugget for you. We are 8 picks into the 7th round, and we still have 33 more.
Dang, you can tune out anytime you want.
No, what I'm saying, what I'm saying is we need to get it over for the reasons of undrafted. We don't want these guys. Like, how many DTs can go in the next 33 picks? That's what I'm getting at.
Plus, it'd be nice if the Jets had one more in there, just for us to have a little hope.
Yep.
Now we're rooting against defensive linemen getting drafted.
Yes.
You know what? I don't hope any more receivers get drafted either. That's a need. That is a need for the Jets.
Honestly, I think that's bigger than IDL. Where would you rank them?
Well, gosh. Now, maybe they already have the pieces to be more effective against the run on defense now. So taking that into account, I would say they need a number 2 receiver still. Because they did bring in a kind of a plugger from Chiefs, right?
Yeah, but I mean, just to play devil's advocate, I could say, well, how much are we going to be passing the ball?
Well, and I said that last night or the night before. I'm not remember when. It's like, well, yeah, are we even going to throw the ball?
And then someone else, a third person can say, well, we have Corley that hasn't shown anything yet, so he could help soften that blow. Like, there's a lot of angles is all I'm saying. We don't know.
Well, here's the current truth. If we have to win games throwing the ball, we're screwed. They have, and that's their plan, obviously, right? Run the hell out of the ball.
That is it sure seems like we shouldn't get far enough behind to where Garrett Wilson can't carry us to come back.
Yeah, and
yeah.
The only good thing is hopefully we can run the ball well enough to get a lot of single coverage.
Or why don't we like 35 minutes a game possession, you know? You get to 35 minutes, you're winning most games.
Well, hopefully the defense steps back up. Safety from Nevada. Steelers on the clock. Yeah, you know, well, what we aren't taking into account are different ideas on the defensive side of the ball. Different schemes. You know, Sala, he just wanted to get after the quarterback. And I can remember him last year when their run defense was weak, probably after the first game, and he said, "We will fix that." Remember that at the podium? We will fix that. And then they never did.
The crazy thing is though, like you could never even tell they were doing anything to try. Like it just looked like the same old shit all the time.
Yeah.
Hayes chiming in on the wide receiver topic we had. She says, "What are you guys talking about? We have Gibson and Lazard. We are good." Oh shit.
Well, hey,
that's too good.
Maybe Nick Nash is a free agent signing.
A lot of people.
I know there's some Nick Nash fans out there in Jet content world.
Yes, I know Green Bean is top of the list.
So is Murdoch.
Okay, fair.
You know,
Green
but here's what I wonder. Here's what I wonder. Has anyone watched him play, or is it all based on the stats, you know, the stat sheet?
Yeah, I know Murdoch, at least last time I saw him, he's a big PFF guy.
Yeah.
I think Green Bean more so clings to guys' names, and Nick Nash is a cool name, so
yeah, okay.
I don't know then, you know, it could be all smoke. I don't know.
But I mean, he put up stats, and he's 6'3". Definitely worth a UDFA signing.
You know what? It's late enough in this stream. What I'd like to mention is that Friday, programming note, May 2nd, if everything goes as planned, we'll have a guest by the name of Green Bean.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'll enjoy seeing his take on the draft.
Hell of a time, like perfect timing to have him on, in my opinion. Right after the dust settles, you know.
I know one thing he's not going to be happy about if they don't do it in free agent and UFDA. He wants his fatties on the line. He's going to be disappointed, like us, that we didn't get a defensive lineman in this.
I still got to go back and watch their content, and I do still plan on that because, you got to see reactions and stuff. But I'm curious. Was there anyone that hated the Membu pick? I mean, besides idiots? Like,
Quiet. One of your loyal watchers this weekend didn't like it.
Who's that?
God, someone was saying they hated the Membu pick. I could probably scroll back and figure it out. Well, Mo probably ripped it, but he's going to rip it no matter what, so I don't count that. I think Tyson hated it. Didn't Tyson hate it?
You're right. So one of those guys was not. I think it was Tyson. I think
Yeah.
it was.
You know, there were people who wanted Warren instead, but most of the people that I saw kind of were like, well, I'll be happy either way.
Same.
I was
Here.
strong for Membu. And it's crazy that it turned out Warren wasn't even the first tight end taken.
That I like. We all knew that Loveland was a very high prospect, and we knew it was a matter of pick your flavor of tight end. But
Yeah.
I don't think anybody realized they were like. I think most people had Warren and just a hair tier higher.
Yeah.
Maybe it was even, and it was just pick your flavor.
Well, I heard one of my guys on NFL Network say he knows of teams that have Loveland rated higher. So, like you said, it's your flavor. But I might be mistaken, but did Domsey maybe rate Loveland higher?
I don't think higher than Warren. He might have been high on him, but Warren, I think, was
someone
top 10.
I feel like I saw someone in the Jet sphere mention that, but I could be wrong. It gets so. I mean, think of how much shit we've been watching for 3 months.
Dude, and that's why I'm kind of glad this is over, because we can now, like, we've just been evaluating 300 guys that all but 6 of them aren't Jets. It's a waste. We just wasted looking into 294 guys. Now we can take the 6 we took in our
focus.
Focus on our guys. There's no more ifs, ands, and maybes. We have 90 guys roughly, and now we can look at them and pick 53.
Plus, it's going to be great because we're going to see the guys that show nothing but the good plays, and then the guys that show nothing but the bad plays.
Yep.
Hey, 49ers just took a quarterback.
Did they?
Curtis Rourke. And there's people kind of high on that guy. Hey. It worked for him once, and Purdy still hasn't even signed. Chiefs took a running back out of SMU, Brashard Smith.
Scott, we took 7 guys. Sorry.
Oh.
I was just spitballing. But they are listed at the bottom of the screen for anyone interested if you're watching after the fact or not. All of our selections are at the bottom. And I will say, like, if you asked me a few days ago, how many of these positions did were we expecting? Did you expect a corner, a safety, 2 linebackers even? I mean, anything can happen, obviously, but.
Yeah. No, some were surprises to me for sure. But if it's BPA.
Yeah. I think that's a good sign, too. You stuck to your board.
We're assuming, right? It'd be nice to see the board. Me personally, I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong. I'm more of a draft by need, but best player at position of need.
Assuming you're not leveling down too much.
Sure.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Keenan Allen, free agent.
Well, and it's like
he's still good.
If you're drafting a guy for 4 years plus, the turnover on a roster in just 2 years' time, like, wildly different. So if you draft solely needs, like, dude, those needs are going to be way different next year or the year after. So you do kind of got to go for the best player first, but also, like, I am of the mindset of the tiebreaker is need, Hey,
Red is in the house. About time, Red.
I knew if we stayed on long enough, we'd get.
Oh,
a few
no.
more-
Get away from the window, Red. Just think of all the Yinlings you're going to miss if you do that.
Red, I'm at the bottom with the Yingling.
Hey, that'll make him jump. Don't do that.
You're right. Don't.
Free Yinglings. Oh, shit. There he is out the third floor.
You know what? I don't know. It's hard not to be semi-annoyed with some of these picks, but I'm not going to trash them. I'm meh, I guess.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
Just like I think many assumptions were made on how great the picks last year that so far haven't turned out to be. Same thing happened this year. Oh, another guy like this receiver that I'm down on, that a couple others are high on. Shit, maybe he'll be good.
I think that there was a lot. I don't know if it's the right word, parody. Maybe there wasn't a lot of parody, but like it seems like a lot of the good players, like there's some teams that had some really good drafts on paper. On paper, there's got to be teams out there that got no one that like really wows you. I don't think that's us. I think Membu's a wow guy.
Yep.
But like, dude, like Atlanta, they got like 3 or 4 wow guys, and it's like, man, I wish those were spread out more. That's all.
You know what I'm now that we're talking about this, I'm thinking about what I'm disappointed about. Remember going into the draft, it was like, oh, this is great because the draft is really deep in the Jets' position of needs. And we got a couple of them. But we missed a couple of them also. Big ones.
Yeah. And I still feel like there's stuff we need. Like, we need a guard. Like, guard depth. Or are we bringing ours back? Like, we're kind of... I think we need a guy next to Quinnen. That naughty guy, I think, is a 1-year deal. Like, we still need an answer there. I don't know what the hell is happening at safety, man. I got to sit down and, like, think it through. Like, are we... with Adams and Cisco, and we drafted another guy. Like, are we set at safety? I don't know.
Well, they got enough to kind of figure it out, right?
They do. The totality of the whole secondary should be okay, and not just this year either.
Who did we miss out on with all those secondary picks?
Yeah.
Or free agent signings? I mean, it's like a lot was put into that secondary.
I think you should have stuck with 8 picks and not 7. That's just me. I know 8's kind of a big class, but I don't know. We knew we didn't need a running back. We knew we didn't need a quarterback.
Arguable.
We didn't need a center like
future. Yeah. Right. We got 2 centers, but one of those guys can play guard, right?
Okay. Fair. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I just wanted a little more. Like, if you told me we got a guard or we doubled up on tight end, I would have been a lot happier. If I had 1 guard or a second tight end, I would have been happy.
Quinn Ewers to Miami. Sorry, Johnny, but it couldn't happen anyway. Dan Jackson, safety out of Georgia. I don't know. Johnny's got to tell us about that guy. He went to the Lions.
Did you see that picture of Ewers at his home last night or the night before?
Was that with all the animals on the wall? Yeah. Wonder how many of them are endangered species.
Now he's going to Miami.
I'm just disappointed. The only thing I'm really disappointed about is that we didn't get a defensive lineman or a wide receiver.
Yeah.
I am disappointed about that.
Correct. I hope we do get, like, you know how uh you get like a really highly touted UDFA.
Yeah.
If you can get even one, I'll be a little happier. I forget who we had last year that was like really. Was it Watts or Taylor?
Leonard Taylor.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, actually, JD was pretty good at that, right? But how many UFDAs come in and are impact players?
Yeah, true. Let me ask you this. Who is now QB2 in Miami?
Well,
and
I'm not high on Ewers, but God, certainly not high on Zach. And Zach couldn't beat out a rookie or a mid to below mid veteran last year in Denver with a legit quarterback coach. So I'm never putting my money on Zach.
Same. I've lost too much doing that.
Well, obviously physically he's got it, but there is nothing up there. So unaware of game situations. It's mind-boggling how he got as far as he did like that. I mean, I'm going to be honest, and I'm not calling myself any sort of guru, but when I watched him, and I watched BYU quite a bit because they were always like night games, and he was West Coast, and I watched him, and I thought Johnny Manziel. That's kind of what I thought about him. So
it's amazing he stayed in as long as he did after showing like horrible patterns, routines, like the running backwards shit, man. He did that for game after game after game after game, and it was just horrendous. Like, it was tough to watch.
Yeah, it was.
And I think it did harm him psychologically. Like, not that, but like just the whole experience.
Yeah. And it's not like the Jets were the only team that rated him as high as they did. So they just happened to be in that pick. It's too bad somehow someone else wasn't second.
So true. The Colts picked a safety, it looks like, according to Chris.
Out of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I bet that guy's a hitter, a 6'2", 213 out of Wisconsin. Just a wild guess.
Wisconsin, man, they breed them different. I remember one of my favorite college players of all time, and you could probably guess why, but also he was just so fun to watch. Wisconsin Badger, Ron Dane.
Oh.
Dude, he was such a sledgehammer.
That
even
team,
in college.
Dane, that team, I'm pretty sure, had maybe it was Monty Ball, but they had three running backs. Maybe it was Ron Dane before Monty Ball?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think it was Monty Ball. Oh God, the other guy that went to the Gordon went to the Chargers.
Yeah.
He goes somewhere else first before that. I think Chargers, right? First.
Yeah, Melvin. Melvin Gordon.
Yeah, and the guy that played with New England for all those years is more of like a third down back. Caught passes. White.
Lendell.
Not Lendell. The guy that played for the Patriots. Last name White.
Help us out, chat.
Anyway, I just, sometimes I'll see these old football games and I'll watch them on ESPN, whatever, and it was those three running backs. Like, good Lord.
That'll be us this year, right?
Chris nailed it. Man, Chris is an encyclopedia.
Yep.
My brain that doesn't have it anymore. I can get close. I can't quite spit it all out.
You sure Yeti didn't have it?
Barry White. No, he sang the national anthem.
Yeah, Chris, you nailed it.
That's the only time in national anthem when all the girls are taking their panties off.
Is it me or you?
What's that? Dane must have froze. There you are. Yeah, you froze up.
My bad. Yeah. I'm like, is it you or me? I couldn't tell. And then, yep, I realized it was me.
You guys got a lot more going on with all this setup. I just got this little laptop here, and it is what it is.
And anytime I put like a pic on the screen, or I have, like, you'll often say, who's on the depth chart of so and so? And it's like,
Yeah.
I look it up and my shit just craps on me. I'm like, I gotta use my phone more.
Yeah. What's his contract say?
Yep. So true. But
Oh, Dolphins getting a B+ for the Ewers pick. Man, there's some guys playing off the board. Okay, here's a Seahawks with a D lineman. Sorry, offensive tackle. That's good at least. Out of Iowa. Running back out of Rutgers. Goes to the Bears. Tampa
Scott,
Bay.
Simple setup, but you have the best connection. Hell yeah.
Well, and once I get this house together, I'll have something other than a white wall behind me. Or I'll be sitting outside with the new view, hopefully.
Which is, oh God, here it is. 235. Did it show up for you yet?
To Tampa Bay.
Didn't they take Ibuka?
Did they?
They did.
Oh.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We've been on Tej Johnson watch for the past hour. He finally got chosen by the Bucks. He's going to be with Mike Evans and Emeka Ibuka, among others.
Makes you wonder if Godwin is going to be healthy. Well, and hey, Mike Evans is no spring chicken, but he's still productive.
And call me crazy, but I don't know, maybe you hurt the kid doing that, but kickoff returns, now that they can't just kick it out of bounds, is that stupid to put a guy back there that size?
I'm trying to think if I ever saw him returning kicks at Oregon. I should know that. I've watched them play enough. I look at him as a punt returner. Not that he couldn't get blasted doing that, but, I'm assuming he's going to have good hands back there, and he's shifty enough to make that first guy miss and get some yardage.
What would you have said if I told you 2 nights ago that Tej Johnson would get drafted in round 7?
I would have thought he was going to go higher than that.
We knew that GMs might be skittish, but when you get to round 5, it's like, yeah, I think it's worth it. Dude, he was so fun to watch. They're showing his highlights now.
Frankly, I'd rather he was a Jet than that receiver, the other receiver they took. And he may not be a better pro, but it's sitting here right now. That'd be my preference.
I'm surprised Denver didn't spend a 6th on him, But maybe they thought that he'd go undrafted. You know, maybe they just pushed their luck kind of thing. Sometimes that is the case. It's not that you don't want to. It's just you're hoping to get like a diamond in a rough.
Oh, the Syracuse running back went to Jayville. Is that what you were just saying? The Quint Allen. I've heard good things about him.
Chris said that for sure here.
Okay.
Tutu Atwell. I haven't heard that, but that's yeah. Okay. Tutu, I'm not a fan of, but dude is a wide receiver 4, and he just got 10 million guaranteed. So, I think Tez would sign up for that.
Yeah, that's for sure. Hell, I'll sign up for that.
Yeah, right. I hear who's the one Dom always says? Tank Dell.
Yeah. Tank Dell's legit.
He is.
He's been productive. Oh, Grossi doing the pick for the Packers. You seen this guy? He's pretty funny.
I saw him a couple years ago, not since though.
Good for him. With the 237th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay mother-loving Packers select Micah Robinson, DB, Tulane. Micah Robinson, DB, Tulane. Don't know anything about him.
Nope. Same.
Who's Mr. Irrelevant going to be this year?
Man, if Chris B keeps it up, he's gonna end up with a wrench, man. He says he's got the picks all listed out here coming through. Looking good, brother. Looking good.
Yeah, I got it on NFL Network, and he's beating it every time.
Same here. I have it on NFL Network as well. I do have ESPN Plus, but it's on this laptop, and that would just kill it.
Oh.
But, dude, here's the thing. Like, Pittsburgh draft next year. We're taking our quarterback. I kind of want to be there. But, like, all these people at day 3, I don't want to see day 3. If I'm going, I want to be there for round 1. Would you go if it was day 3? Are you like me and you would only want to see, like, round 1 or 2? Where are you at with like the appeal of going to see the draft in person?
Not a chance in hell I would go. Dude, I go live in the woods. Look at that zoo there. That is so not me.
Hey, don't feel bad. That's your take, man. But
I don't feel bad, but I'm comfortable watching here on TV, hanging with the fellas.
What if the fellas were there next year? Would that change your mind?
That I'd be more likely to go in that situation, but I probably would still pass. I'd rather go to a ball game somewhere. Fair. But you and Murph ought to go. Okay, so what if Fields has a big year? You still think they're drafting their quarterback?
You know, Johnny threw this at me. That's a question. I am. I've planned my whole past 6 months around it. I've planned the next 6 months around it. I don't care, man. We've needed a quarterback for too long. Do you know what it's like, man? If we don't, like, Fields will dangle. It's like dangling a little toy in front of our eyes and we're a cat. You know, like... He'll be good for, he'll be good for 6 months. We'll pass on quarterback, and then Fields will turn into a pumpkin, and we're screwed. Nah, I'd rather just have 2 good guys than 0.
You know, and if Johnny went, yeah, because there might be some freakiness I wouldn't want to miss.
Hey, Pittsburgh, that's what Murph, I talked to Murph last night. He's like, yeah, but if we turned it into like a long weekend or a week and we went and did other stuff, he's like, that could be a nice little vacation for people. He said we could crash at his place too to save money, and we could.
Oh,
Yep. Hey.
shit.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I've been to Pittsburgh. I had a great time. Let's get Murph's ass to a different part of the country. How about that, Murph? Hopefully he's listening.
And
There you go,
his devil's advocate last night said, "Well, I have a kid, so you guys gotta come to me." Oh, that's a good argument.
I got a dog.
that can pose.
You got a dog and a girlfriend, so shit. Oh, there goes a receiver to the Bills. Caden Prather out of Maryland.
He's got some size. 6'3.5", 204.
Ricky White, receiver out of UNLV. God, I think I heard some good things about that guy too. Went to Seattle. Running back out of Clemson to Dallas. Dallas is taking Broncos.
Again.
Mortez.
Denver is about to pick again. They drafted a punter though before Tez.
Yeah.
So they took a punter, they took a possible return man, wide receiver 4. Now they're picking again. What do they do here?
And they took remember they took that running back early out of Central Florida or something like that. It's kind of like, of all the running backs, but
let me see. I want to see their draft class. I can put it up on a screen too.
They had a couple defensive guys. I think people were going, oh man, the defense is going to be legit, but a couple weird picks too.
Oh, they took Jahdae Barron. Remember, he was
Harvey's running back, yeah. University of Central Florida. And then Pat Bryant, the edge at LSU. Johnny's guy at 74.
All right, I'm not bringing it up. You know it. Yeah, it's not a bad class, though. It did seem better.
Here we go. Pick is in. This is my local team now. I was rooting for, well, no, that's not true. I'm a liar. I hated the 49ers. But you know what? But there were years, and I was never a 49ers fan or a Raiders fan, but there were years when they both sucked. And it kind of shitty. It's more fun when they're good because it's fun to root against them also.
Cleveland just saved about $30 million grabbing Sanders after he fell. That's assuming he's good, right?
Yeah. Well, a lot more quarterbacks drafted. Well, a lot more players, be real, aren't good than are. It's a hard league to make it in.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this because Modine has brought this up a few times, and I want to get your take on it. He seems to think that Josh Simmons out of Ohio State is going to be the best tackle in this draft. Where are you at with the Connerly, Membu, Will Campbell, Josh Simmons debate?
I'm happy with the Membu pick. Absolutely. But I have heard some football people say if Simmons is healthy, he could end up being the best tackle in the draft. So, coulda, woulda, shoulda. We'll see.
I agree. I mean, actually, out of those 4 guys, I like 3, all but Campbell, really. I think Campbell was a lot like AVT. I think he'd be a great guard, but an average tackle. I guess we'll find out though.
Here we go, Broncos. Caleb Lawner, tight end out of Utah. Never heard of him.
Did you see that guy's orange hair? Wow.
My next door neighbor.
Shit. Yeah, we're deep into the tight ends now, man. We are.
He had 4 catches last year for 54 yards and 4 touchdowns. Wonder if that played football and basketball at Utah.
Is he just a RAS score guy?
Maybe. I don't know.
That's crazy. Not a lot of stats. We are winding down. If you can buy me 30 seconds, then I can finish the 7th round with you. Here, if this helps at all, I'll do that.
Rams' final pick. Red, you're the man. Did you ever find Mini Sasquatch? Man, I still can't believe Sanders went in the 5th round. That's just wild.
Here's a hot take for you. What if I said that I thought Sanders is now going to have a better career being drafted in the 5th than if he would have went top 5?
There's less pressure on him, for sure.
Exactly. I think he would have folded like a lawn chair if he was a top 5 pick.
The Rams took a receiver out of Pitt. Dane, you know this guy? Kanata Mumpfield.
I do not.
Another little quick guy. Well, someone said it might have been Murph, but I don't remember who it was. That maybe that knocks him down a peg and puts that ego in check.
Yeah, that's the other thing, man. If I think Johnny said it at some point, like chip on his shoulder kind of thing, and
it can do both.
Yep. Like I think Chaos even mentioned, like he was given nothing. Everything he's gotten, he's earned. Yes, he's like had the name, but like he wasn't blessed with athleticism and shit. But the worst thing that could have happened to him was him to come in as a top 5 pick, all entitled, like, and think he's just taken Deshaun Watson's job, you know, like, no, now you not only you have to like fight to keep the long-term job, you got to fight right off the bat with Gabriel to even get a roster spot. Like, dude, I think he's in a decent spot. The only and the kid Gabriel, like, I don't know, man, him in the cold, I worry for him, but
I do too.
It's gonna be something to watch. I wouldn't mind if Cleveland did Hard Knocks this year.
Oh, Well, who could be an interesting Hard Knocks? If Pittsburgh had drafted him and signed Rodgers, that'd have been Hard Knocks for sure. Yeah, where's the storyline this year?
Let's see. It can't be a rookie coach. Washington.
Could be.
Chat. Who would you like to see in Hard Knocks this
Well,
upcoming season?
Aren't there rules on who is eligible to be on Hard Knocks? Aren't there certain rules, which I'm not quite sure what they are?
I believe you can't have a rookie coach. I also believe if you made the playoffs in the last 2 years or something, you are not eligible as well.
Good point by Mo. Cleveland.
That's what we said. It was Sanders. Right?
Yeah.
Sanders, Gabriel. That's what we started with.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would I? Giants could be interesting with all their quarterbacks they brought in. They got a loaded ass defense now.
Dude, they got some characters too. Malik Neighbors, Kayvon Thibodeau. Like, those guys are not just good, they're characters.
Yeah.
Maybe
I don't know that I would be as interested in this team, but the Raiders, I can see the Raiders, Brady being there, Pete Carroll now.
Do you count Pete Carroll as a rookie head coach?
No, but I'm assuming they mean
first year program.
You said, yeah, rookie. So he's not a rookie head coach, but I don't. Yeah, do they mean first year at somewhere? Maybe so. I don't know.
The Hard Knocks rules have been updated. Teams can now be forced to participate. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Teams that had been on Hard Knocks in the past 10 years is an exemption. Teams with a new head coach, not a rookie, but a new head coach, exemption.
Okay.
Teams that made the playoffs in the past 2 years, exempted. So it's got to be a bad team with a recurring coach who hasn't been on in the last 10 years.
I don't. Have the Giants been on in the last 10? I don't know. I don't normally pay that much attention to it, to be honest with you.
I'm just curious. Yeah, honestly, I'm not no gun to your head or whatever. I'm just curious though, like who people do want to see. Mo says maybe the Giants, maybe the Cleveland, like we talked about. I don't want to see Dallas. I don't want to see Miami.
Well, and Dallas was in the playoffs 2 years ago.
Exactly.
And they have a new head coach.
Double exemption.
It seems like the Giants, basically coaches and the general manager's jobs are on the line. The quarterback situation there is pretty wild, really. Jameis Winston and Russ, and now Jackson Dart.
Would you care to see? I know they wouldn't. They would say no because they already did say no. But they made the playoffs. Fuck it. I was gonna say the Broncos, but
I don't. It doesn't seem to me like Peyton would do it unless he had to. Now, what I know, this guy probably wouldn't either. But how about New England with Vrabel?
Yeah, you're right. If you had to force a team, yeah, true. New coach.
New coach, he'd say no. He could say no.
Damn, who would I want to see? Like, if I had to force a team, I think it would be cool to see Chicago. I know they just did it, but like Ben Johnson, um, I don't know.
Yeah,
whatever.
new coach.
I think it'd be cool to see the Jets, but that'll never happen.
New coach. Now, if the team, will they ask teams with new coaches, would you be willing to do it? Or is that just no way they're going to do it? Okay.
Volunteers, yeah, you can volunteer for sure.
Giants kind of seem like an obvious choice right now to me. Kind of trying to mull over teams in my brain.
I know Giants were on it that summer edition or whatever when they got cooked over the Barkley news. They probably will try like hell not to be on it.
Oh yeah, that was the in-season edition? Yeah. I never watched. The only time I've ever watched Hard Knocks is the Jets. Besides that, is that on HBO? Yeah.
But there's some options, I think. What I will say, though, is we are down to, like 10 picks here. Most of the teams are putting in their draft cards for the night. And we got a couple left. We got the Giants still. Yeah. Giants, Dallas, Saints. Giants, Dallas, Saints now.
The Ravens took an interior offensive lineman out of LSU. The Lions took a wide receiver out of Georgia.
Giants. Yeah, Mo. Giants may have built an elite defense in one draft. Dude, when you add what they took to like this weekend to Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau, Dexter Lawrence, dude, they're going to be, I think, more than Giant fans thought that they would have to watch. They're going to be actually semi-exciting.
Well, hey, and their defense wasn't bad before the draft.
Nope. Not at all. Well, we got the Giants making their final selection for any local market people watching. Get the last pick of the Giant 2025 NFL Draft. Yeah. Where did Dart go again?
Giants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there here's a question for you. Out of all the quarterbacks drafted, who's going to be a day one starter?
Cam. I don't think any of the other ones are going to be, are they? Is there? No chance. I was going to say, is there a chance one of the rookies in Cleveland? But I don't think so.
Probably not, yeah. Dart should sit for a while. I mean, he needs to learn. I mean, Snowball was talking about it last night. Like, I guess when he did the Gruden grinder thing, like his football verbiage even isn't on par yet. So I think he's got a learning curve for sure.
Okay, here's one. Kind of a reach, but if Rodgers doesn't sign with Pittsburgh, can Will Howard win that job?
What's their depth chart look like again?
It's the kid from Oklahoma State. They don't have a starting quarterback. Mason
Rudolph?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, Skylar Thompson.
None of those guys are should be NFL starting quarterbacks.
Red, I agree. Sit Dart for a while, let him slowly cook, incubate or whatever. Dude, I don't know. Is he ready? If he's I mean, he's an older guy, right? If he's ready, maybe you do just start him. If you're Pittsburgh, I mean, Pittsburgh is one organization that can allow you to go in and falter a bit. Maybe you won't get cooked in their press. Plus, they got T.J. Watt. But are you doing him a disservice? That's where I won't know. You know.
Yeah.
But can he? Yeah. Like, if it was just skill. Oh yeah, I think you did call it. That's possible. He could look.
Think of the quarterbacks drafted and where they landed and who has a starting quarterback, who doesn't.
Yes. Let's see. Positions. Quarterbacks. So Cam Ward, Tennessee. Jackson Dart, Giants.
Could
Tyler...
Seattle fall in love with Milroe and not start Darnold?
No, but I did hear Milroe will have a package right off the bat.
And I agree with you, but I'm not sold on Darnold yet. He was in a great situation.
Right off the bat, though, that's tough, you know.
Oh, for sure. I don't think any rookie quarterback there are few rookie quarterbacks who should start their first year in the NFL.
What about Tyler Shuck? New Orleans.
Well, he's as old as David Carr, so
Derek, yeah.
Derek Carr, yeah. But he's as old as David Carr.
Their depth chart, we don't know what's going on with Carr. But after Carr, he's penciled in it too. Shuck.
He could. That could be it right there.
Then Spencer Rattler, Jake Hayner.
Big boy, another defensive tackle. Gone, Dane, to the Cowboys out of Maryland.
You know what? He's not as big as I'd like, so that's okay.
306. I know.
Yeah.
Hey, that big old 800-pound guy still out there.
He is.
The Florida kid is 450 pounds or something. I say, hey, you know what? If you think you're going to be playing the Eagles at some point, have him in there just for that damn tush push. Specialty push tush defender.
Kind of reminds me of you remember Kenrick Ellis out of Hampton?
No.
He was a DT for us after we had Snacks and Puha and all that. He was just 330. That's not 430 though. But man, we just need a guy like Kenrick Ellis wasn't good. He was just huge.
Saints. Oh. Well, the thing about the NFL, more and more guys are becoming specialty players. And if they ever expand the roster, it would be even more like that. You can only have so many of those guys because the roster is so limited.
True. But if you can get a couple guys that are versatile, then you can have all those other special, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. 49ers pick is in.
And we are in the final 9 picks.
Okay, we're all going to have to predict Mr. Irrelevant once we get there.
It's New England.
There you go, infrared. 465. Red looked the guy up. 465.
Hey, Red, look up his he rushed once. Look up his carry.
Hey, Refrigerator Perry scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl rushing.
Fridge. It's a small guy, hey. Oh, 309.
6'6", 310.
He wears it well. Yeah, he looks like a damn tight end out there. Except his shoulder pads. Oh yeah, no, he's not bad. He looks athletic though. 6'6", 309. Mr. Irrelevant, New England. Let me see. I can tell you what their needs are. How would that help you?
I'm gonna wait when it gets there. I'm gonna look up. Oh, it's the Chargers? Nope. Patriots? Oh, it's the Patriots. Okay. Hopefully the whole franchise can be irrelevant.
Their needs are listed as tackle, wide receiver, running back, safety, edge.
Do they adjust those needs as the draft goes? I
was just thinking the same thing. They took 2 tackles, so probably not. They took a wide receiver, they took a running back, they took a safety, and they took an edge. So they got at least one of each of those.
Packers on the clock here.
Oh, New England's
probably already made their pick. I bet Chris already put it out there.
New England's picking 2 more times.
A lot of guards going, Dane. I know you'd like a guard for a little depth.
Yeah, I would. Too late.
6'4", 322.
Yeah, it's a little bigger.
That 465-pounder would kick his ass. Oh, he played left tackle.
If you had to guess AVT size,
I think he's on the smaller side.
6'5", 308.
Yeah, I didn't think he was a 320 guy.
He was like that last guy, Iowa State. Yeah, if you're still with us, if you're still with us, hit that like button one final time. We are winding down, guys. We got a couple picks left. If you have a prediction, we are going to try to predict Mr. Irrelevant. Hell, even if you guess the position, it would be cool. But position or player, tell us what you got. Got a commercial break going. We got New England. Maybe wait because New England's picking now, and then their next pick will be the prediction. So let's see what they got right now, and then we'll go from there. Hit the like button.
You know, I forgot, back to our earlier discussion, the Giants also have Scattaboo. He's kind of an entertaining guy for Hard Knocks.
Yeah, they had a eclectic group in that draft. Yep. Darius Alexander, I wanted so bad, and they stole him. That Marcus Embo guy, too, he was highly touted, that guard.
Yeah. The Giants get him?
Yep.
Man, they've had a good draft. They've had a good offseason. I mean, they brought in Holland. I'm pretty sure they're the ones who signed Javon Holland, right?
Yep.
They got 2 quarterbacks that, but better than what they had.
Chris, thanks, man, because we are running on fumes. But he says they took a long snapper. I assume that's who they really took, not who he's predicting. But yeah, we're winding down. Appreciate your help, Chris.
That's funny that they would take him now, if that's truly all he is, rather than wait a few picks and take him as Mr. Irrelevant. But I'm glad because we'd had no chance of guessing that guy.
Maybe they don't want this kid to have a parade. Don't you get a free car and a parade out of this, Mr. Irrelevant selection? Yep. Thanks for hanging out, Scott, man. I couldn't do it without you, man. I'd have been toast.
I gotta admit, I should be putting this house together, but drafts here once a year.
Yeah, you're right. That's why people the other night, they're watching Knicks and they're watching Mets. I'm like, man, those teams aren't going anywhere. This draft is once, man.
Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of funny.
The Knicks won. I don't know about the Mets, but
they lost.
Oh, yeah, in the 9th.
49ers. Pick is in. Yeah, it seems like they've had a lot. I think they had 11 picks. It feels like they've had a lot.
Yeah.
So there's still the Dolphins and the Patriots as well. The enemies.
Yeah. Yeah, this is San Francisco's 11th player.
Jordan James. A lot of Ducks have been drafted.
Oh, yeah, there's New England's list. Junior Burgeon, wide receiver, Montana. Chris says, am I Mr. Irrelevant? Never, Chris. You are not irrelevant. Red, he says he's predicting a kicker for the Pats. Modine says usually the Jets win the offseason. So far, we couldn't even get that right.
Maybe that's a good sign.
Facts.
Pick is in. Dolphins. Hopefully it's a one-legged kicker.
Oh, shit. Dolphins, who took Kenneth Grant 13th overall.
Yeah.
He was good, but damn.
Hey, I think he'd have been a better fit for the Jets than his counterpart.
Yeah, same here. Oh, there's that name for us. Zeke.
Oh, there he is. Another tackle. Off the board. 6'5", 321. Oh.
You know, we had a guest on here at one point that said this was the best interior defensive line class this century.
And we didn't take one. Who said that, Dom?
I think it was Chaos.
Oh.
But I honestly, I tend to agree with them. How many have we seen go off the board? Like 30?
Seems like it. It'll be interesting to see the breakdown of draft picks by position.
Agreed.
I'm shocked they didn't get one in this draft. I really am.
Same here. I hope maybe our scouts that are holdovers, just maybe they can't evaluate IDL. I don't know about that, though.
Organzi.
Gladstone. There's the Travis Hunter trader. I could never wear a plaid blazer. Don C is a legend. We did have him on. I'm curious how many things he said on our show he got right because he broke down all the receivers.
He still looks like he's in high school, Kellen Moore.
Yes, he does. Ben Johnson, man, he just gives me weird vibes. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, me too.
He just looks creepy to me.
You know who else always did that for me was the Rams coach, although he's kind of grown on me. But I didn't like him for the longest time.
For me, his eyes, Sean McVay, like, I don't know. They're
Yeah.
always like in Bloodshot.
Here's another one. Oh, well, my Mike McDaniel's kind of a weird, creepy little guy.
Yep.
And he wears women's pants.
He seems like he's trying too hard to be cool, Mike McDaniels.
Yeah.
Just be yourself, man.
Another Diggs. Okay, let's see. Fadil Diggs, edge out of Syracuse to the Saints. Wonder if he's any relation.
Here's a question for you, Scott.
Luke Lachey. Sorry, what's that, Dane?
Lachey went where?
Houston.
Question for you from Modine.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Can Shador possibly be cut after training camp?
Sure.
I agree.
He sure can.
He's not Shador to me. He's a fifth rounder, or what is he? A sixth rounder? Fifth.
Yeah.
Fifth.
I think
He's a fifth rounder. You are your investment now. You're a stock. You're a stock or a lottery ticket, so to speak.
Okay, got to start researching Mr. Irrelevant here. He's up in one pick.
Good point, guys. Last minute predictions for New England Patriots selection at 257. You know what? Put the position or the player or both, and you might get a half point if you guess the prediction and no one, or the position and no one else does. We have someone joining us for the final hurrah.
Wow. Is it Mr. Irrelevant?
It is Nick T. No, I'm just kidding. It is Johnny Boy.
Johnny.
I had to come back at least, man, towards the end. You know,
Mr. Irrelevant contest.
I was still in the chat, man, just with the little one, put her to sleep. So
You're the man. You're the man.
yeah, man.
What did you? I forget when you left. Did you get to see the Shador pick?
I did. I was with you.
Okay.
It's around the clock. I mean, Patriots are on the clock.
Who did the Chargers take? Johnny Boy, says Chris.
Chargers.
You know what?
Didn't say yet. Chris probably will beat us to it. Okay, Chris, don't tell us the Patriots pick because we got to do our Mr. Irrelevant here.
Yeah, please, chat. Submit your final prediction for who the Patriots are going to make Mr. Irrelevant. Submit them now while I fix my crap.
Oh, man. I think it's going to be I say linebacker. I hope they pick a kicker. They might get a kicker. I say kicker for New England. No, they already got one, didn't they, Scott?
I don't know.
I think they did.
There's been a couple taken for sure.
Yeah, I think they did get a kicker.
Mic check.
Yo, we can hear you.
All right, cool.
Triquez Bridges. All right, Mr. Irrelevant on the clock.
I say, I'm saying linebacker. Some linebacker.
I'm gonna say punter.
Yes, they punt on the fucking season.
Oh shit! They already took the. Oh
Let's get
mother
weird.
effort! Oh, prospects. There we go. No, they're. I don't want the guys that have already been drafted. You MFers.
What is going on right now?
You want the best available. They got Isaiah Bond still there.
Is he really?
There's something.
Yeah.
He's just not going to get drafted. NFL draft tracker. They've already gotten rid of the best available.
Pick is in. Do you want me to play it for our last one together?
There's an inside offensive lineman. I'm going to pick.
Play it.
Okay. Once they get it up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just
Best
like a
available.
little-
I'm going to say Clay Webb out of Jacksonville State.
I'm gonna go
Johnny,
linebacker.
Linebacker. Okay. I'm gonna say Burnip, the punter out of Alabama. Burnip. What the hell kind of name? Like turnip.
Like
or
a turnip. Burn up.
Yeah.
Hey, before the pick is in, shout you out, Dano. Dude, this was a long stretch, man. This has been awesome being on here. It's 2 years in a row now. Rocking with us three. I mean, it's been us three on it. Shout out to Murph, no shade to Murph and all that as well.
Right.
But this was dope, man.
Hey, you're coming next year? Make it 3 in a row?
Fuck yeah, you know I am.
Hey, Scott, you're locked in for next year?
Going to the draft or
No.
being in the danger zone? I'll be in the danger zone.
Hey.
All right, the pick is in. Who are these family members that walk out? Are these like the Mr. Irrelevant family members?
Oh, these are the girls he gets to spend the rest of the weekend with.
Oh.
Melanie Fitch, Alex Fitch, Marie Fitch, and Ed Fitch.
Thank you, Green Bay.
Can you hear it?
Save the best till
Yeah.
last. Thank you to the person way in the back, the Bob Euchre of the field. Way to hang in there, Green Bay. I'm not old enough for Woodstock, but this probably is what it looked like, only with friendlier people. Thank you to Green Bay. We like that you're a community event, just like Irrelevant Week. We've been doing it this is the 50th year. You love your team. We love your community. We'd like to thank Fran Orsini for being good to us and feeding us
Oh my
cheese
God,
curds
just tell us
and
the
ribs.
pick.
Go Fran and Kim at the Union Hotel. He's awesome. All of you have been great. So we'll see you in Newport Beach. The final
Just know,
pick of
Scott,
the
I would always pick you
2025
last.
Draft. We'll see you in Newport Beach. You can visit newportbeach.com or go to the Bay Club, come party with us. Bring your cheese heads. We like that. The 257th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft by the New England Patriots is Kobe Minor, a defensive back from Memphis. Go Kobe!
You know what's funny? At the last second,
Chris
did
called
someone
it.
get it right?
Chris did.
Oh, I almost switched to Kobe Bryant is still there. That would have made me oh shit.
There was a guy named Kobe King, right? He got drafted. I saw that as well. So
Hey, shout out Chris though. You did get DB right, so good job there, brother. Unless he's gonna play safety, then I'm gonna have to start the stream back up and say you lost.
Oh yeah. Safety or a corner.
Nah, I'm just kidding. Good job, brother. Bro, 2025 draft. We've been researching and following for months and months and months. Has just now come to a close. I'm exhausted. I'm sure you guys are exhausted, but I want to hear, what is your final message about anything you want to talk about? What is your final take, man?
Go ahead, Johnny.
I think this draft is a prove it draft, right? I think this draft is a draft that Aaron Glenn is telling everybody that we're going to be competitive all around. You're not bigger than the team. Your replacement could potentially already be here on the team that we just drafted, and be constant. And we need to have sustainable winning. Do I like the draft, right? If I had to have a grade on it, I'm probably coming away with a C, because I think after this, I'm gonna have some time to be able to really truly start looking at film and looking at these players now. Because before, we were looking at hundreds and hundreds of different types of players that we would thought that we would have on here. Which, if I'm being honest with you, the only person I thought we would get is Membu, and everybody else that I had us picking never went. So I say this: I trust Aaron Glenn. I trust Aaron Muji. I trust that Glenn and his whole team have a plan for us. I believe in the scouting background that Aaron Glenn has. And I think this is a prove it year for a lot of people that are on this team, including our vets in Garrett Wilson, in Sauce, in JJ, and all AVT, all of the guys that, we've talked on a constant about. So, this was awesome, Dano. Like, this was really, really cool to have this. Like, we were rocking since pick one and continue to keep going until the last one. I really appreciate you having me on, Scott. I really appreciate you being here and rocking with us as well. And Murph too, man. Like, Murph, we all talk out of this as well, which is really, really cool. I feel like we've gotten to know each other a lot more. At the end of the day, it's JETS, 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 and I believe in Aaron Glenn, man. Like, I have to, right? I'm like, in this draft, I'm like, man. I don't know about these players, and I think that's what's the frustrating part for me itself. So,
Johnny, thanks for joining us, brother.
oh yeah.
Jets Worldwide on YouTube. Follow that first, and you'll be able to see Johnny and go from there. But every Friday, what time again?
7:30
7:30 Eastern time.
Eastern
Check
time.
out Jets Worldwide.
That away, Murph.
Hey, Scott, any final message? No, I mean, we talked a lot. You don't have to repeat yourself, but is there anything maybe that you just want to put a bow on it with?
Well, it's kind of I'm with Johnny right now. Kind of a C draft. Kind of vanilla like Muji, but what if their first two guys are Pro Bowlers, which they both have the potential to be long term? Pretty good draft, right? I think, like in every draft, the majority of the people, like Johnny said, we don't know who they are. Jets scouting department's figuring this out. I would like to see a few things done differently throughout the draft, but right now I'm going to see, and now we'll see. They'll prove it. They'll get coached up. They'll fail. We don't know.
Facts.
I will say I agreed for sure with Membu over Warren on the first pick. I was adamant about that. So yeah, I'm not. I feel better than last year for sure, but I'm not fired up, geeked up about it.
Fair. You got it, man. The only thing I would say is I was kind of rooting to slide at some point, and we didn't. Cause, like, I don't know. I guess I'm a pick whore. Like, I wanted more picks. I wanted better picks. I wanted better picks later more than good picks now. I did think we'd go Warren, but I thought we would slide. I thought there was better than a 10% chance. I know Daniel said there was a 10% chance. I thought it was way higher than that we would slide. But we didn't. And I don't know if we had a chance, but I wanted to slide at 42. I wanted to slide at 73. We didn't, man. And we stuck in pick. Is that a sign that these guys are just too new? Maybe they didn't have a pulse on when they could slide? I don't know. Maybe they just liked the guys they took. But we're going to find out. The only thing I would say is caution you and take it with a grain of salt, but like don't just hop on the bandwagon of doom and gloom, because I guarantee you there's skeptical people out there that are doom and glooming right now. No matter what these guys did in college, it doesn't even mean it'll translate. We have no idea. They could be better. They could be worse. We got to get them in our system and then see. If Membu makes a Pro Bowl and or he's a Pro Bowler, and Mason Taylor is a good starter, that might be enough to make it a good draft when we look back on it. So we'll see. But I do want to thank both of you guys, man, because these streams don't happen if there's not multiple voices sharing the load. I had a lot of fun. Guys need to subscribe to Jets Worldwide. We talked about that. Subscribe to Jets Chaos. Subscribe to Wicker Media. Subscribe to Let's Talk Jets, which is Woody. Subscribe to Rich Sports Talk. I'm probably leaving someone out, man. I apologize if I did, but Chris says it a lot, man. The Jets content creators are a wild bunch. They're all worthy of following. Thanks for hanging. Dude, some of you in the chat were here the whole time. Some of you popped in and out. Some of you were here 90% of the time. We appreciate you, man. To the 8 that are still here, come on back. Next weekend, we're going to have Green Bean on, but we're going to be looking back at this draft and maybe comparing it to the AFC East. Take a look at that, you know. But, dude, without further ado, man, let's get out of here, right?
UFDA's still to come.
We got a lot of work to do, Mooch. You know,
and the cuts, right? The cap casualties. I mean, that's another one too. Like,
dude, the Keenan Allen's still out there. Now, like, in the next 2 weeks, the comp formula window will close, and then we can literally go sign anyone we want if we have the money to do so without comp ramifications. So this team we could add 10 guys in the next 2 weeks for all we know. So stay tuned, you know.
Did Xavier Bond ever get picked?
Isaiah
Bond, yeah.
No.
I mean,
he might be playing for the Mean Machine.
Oof,
I don't think we'll take any character issues this year. Next year, maybe, but I think we're just gonna build it the Brady Bunch way, man. Just leave it to Beaver. You know, we're going to be corny, but we're going to get back to fucking just play football, man. No more BS.
Crazy, but you do need some kind of on the edge crazy MFers to win too. But they seem like high character guys were important to them.
Facts. Modine, always a pleasure. Infrared, Chris B, Daniel Murphy, I see you down there, man. Anyone else still here? Appreciate you guys. Thanks for spending much of your 2025 NFL draft in the Danger Zone. Let's get out of here. That's a wrap. Peace.
I was just thinking I got to make breakfast still. It's after 5 o'clock here. What the hell?
Go have late lunch, early dinner, brother.
I drink 2 beers and sleep till tomorrow. That's the other thing. Later, fellas.
Later.
Peace.
love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. Jets, Jets.
We can't all be beautiful.
You're in the danger zone.